our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burke with the one-strike pitch. Swing and a ball hit high into the air, deep right center field. Garcia going back to the track. This one is gone. Into the Rangers bullpen, an opposite field home run for Orlando Arcia. It's his fourth of the season, and it gives Atlanta a 6-5 lead.
Where'd all these Braves fans come from?
TBS. That's where they came from. They came from TBS. Also, I think part of it was, the Braves had their run in the ALCS, NLCS here in the bubble.
Yeah.
When they played the Dodgers, and maybe they. I'm sure some people developed into Braves fans from that. I mean, I know if I was a kid and I saw a team come in here and play, I mean, it might curry me to become a fan. But there's quite a bit, man. There's no doubt about that. They've got a bigger following, I think, than many people think.
It happened again. The Texas Rangers bullpen is the number one storyline until the Stars play game one tomorrow night. Number one story in the Metroplex. Bobby tweeted this out last night. The Rangers have given up the go-ahead run in the seventh inning or later in 8 of their last 11 losses. You can look at the Rangers standings. Now we're just 2 games up on the armpit. You could add 5 more wins to it. That's being conservative. This is 8 of the last 11 leads being lost in the 7th inning or later, and we don't have any solutions. We don't have anything you can do about it in the moment.
No, you don't. Now, you could bring somebody up for the minors. They may not be ready.
Bring up Kumar.
Yep. Oh, wait, he got hurt, didn't he?
Yeah.
Can't bring him up. Huh?
He can go lefty.
He can go lefty. Yeah, he can pull a Brock Purdy. Learn to throw lefty.
Saw some good numbers for Jack Leiter. Career high, 10 strikeouts, retired 14 of the first 15 he faced in Frisco.
That's another guy. And I'm a proponent of, I don't believe that you can, I don't believe in ruining people. Cream will rise.
Mm-hmm.
Bring them up. If they're that good, they'll be fine. They'll figure it out. If they're not, they were never the guy to begin with. But, man, there's really no options. It's a barren wasteland. You could go out there, you could try to trade for somebody, but you're going to pay a king's ransom. You really want to roll this Chapman in here? You really do? The guy who left New York in the middle of a playoff run said, I'm done. You want that? Okay. I mean, you might have him for a month and he'll beat his wife again.
Oh, my.
So, I mean, you could bring him in here. So, I don't know. You want to bring a roll? Now, he's starting 104 again, so why not? I mean, that's all that matters in sports. It doesn't matter what kind of person you are. It matters what you can do. And I'm fine with that. I'm comfortable with that. I've accepted that in my life. But, hey, you could bring a Aroldis Chapman in here. Or you could find Joe Kelly, who I think is a player option, or a club option, actually, for next year. That would be a good idea. You want to bring in Carl Edwards Jr., who, if I'm not mistaken, the Rangers. Yes. The Rangers had their farm system at one point. You could bring him in. I'm all for that. He's wasted away in Washington. There's guys you could bring in, but they're going to come at a price, a hefty price.
And it has infected everybody now because Spores was fantastic the night before. Last night, gave up 2 earned. Burke gives up 1 earned. Bouchel was saying, pretty nice outing, ruined by the home run that he gave up. So, a fantastically entertaining game. You got another nice start from Eovaldi. The consecutive innings streak has been snapped. He went in with 28 scoreless innings. Adolis continuing his MVP-type run with 2 more homers. But buckle up for the end because the Rangers are probably going to get in a car crash.
I've got 2 amazing options for this bullpen that are available and ready to go today.
Oh.
Okay. 1, Derek Holland.
Amazing or ready?
Ready and amazing. 2, Trevor Bauer.
Ooh.
Again, not amazing. Ready. He may not be ready.
He may not be ready.
I mean, he's getting shelled at the Japan minors. So do that for use that for what it's worth.
His ERA has ballooned to an 8.40. In his two most recent appearances, he gave up 7 earned, failing to get past the 3rd inning in the latest performance.
Yeah.
Everyone is celebrating it. You and I think he should be pitching in the bigs. We wanted him on the Rangers, but right now that's not looking too good.
No, I talked to Derek yesterday about why he's struggling, and he said a couple of things. One, and this is what I knew, is that he's probably not pitching his scouting reports. He's just trying to get his innings in. But 2, the ball is a little different there. It's a little stickier.
Yeah.
In Japan. So we'll see what that is with Trevor Bauer. But I mean, Trevor's got his own problems to begin with. Look, I love the Carl Edwards Jr. idea. He's a really good. I mean, he's having a really good start to the season. At least he was last I checked about a week ago. But again, you're going to pay a lot for these guys.
The Japanese league uses a smaller baseball, smaller strike zone, and playing field. So all different. Small. Baseball, strike zone, and playing field. But it is an absolute disaster right now with the Rangers pen that started off the season so well. Bruce Bochy on the problem after.
Well, we're mixing it up a little bit. Lone ball hurt us in this series. No getting around it, but that's their deal. They have high slugging, and we just made some mistakes here. The walk hurt in the 8th inning, but we just got to get this thing figured out in the bullpen. But it was a good game. I mean, Nate threw a great game. The one first home run, that split just kind of broke the other way on him, burned a little bit, cut a little bit. But he left the game, and we had a 2-run lead, and just couldn't hold on to it.
So right now it's roulette. This whole thing about Bruce Bochy knows how to manage a bullpen. That storyline's gone real quick after the beginning of the season. It's Hernandez, what are you going to do for me? Spores, what's going to happen? Burke, try not to get blown up. Barlow got thrown in last night. We already know the Leclerc story. We have the fresh pitch in Will Smith as an option. I don't know. Do you do something drastic like Dane Dunning? You remove him? You try to reverse a starter somehow?
So here's the issue you run into with that. And they did this with Scott Feldman. Remember Scott Feldman?
Yeah.
They would fart around with him. Starter, bullpen. So you never had a chance really to build his arm. And that's how you get hurt. And the other thing is, what's more valuable? Starting pitching.
Yeah.
Right? Now, it may not be the bigger problem today, but it's more valuable today either way. This is not like football where, just throw anybody back there, running back. If the line's good, you'll be all right. No. You need good bullpen, guys. I mean, personally, I'm not going to ruin a starting pitcher to help out the bullpen. I don't want to do that. There are teams out there who...
This is the best of the problems to have with your team, right?
Bullpen?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Best of the problems. It's not a good problem to have. It's the best of the problems.
It's the biggest, it's the undercover most expensive thing to fix come trade deadline because people like freak out over it. It's not more expensive than a starting pitcher or a hitter, but it's like undercover. Okay, it's not cheap, right? It's not cheap to necessarily fix these guys. But there are teams that just churn out reliever after reliever after reliever. Houston does this. Yankees do this, right? They just somehow develop ooh, you hear that?
Yeah.
And find these guys out of nowhere.
Develop a loogie.
That was crunchy. They just find these guys out of nowhere. And they come in and they're throwing 98 and they're just throwing gas with just this slider that just drops. And some teams have problems finding that. And the Rangers right now haven't found that. There's got to be guys in the minor leagues that are throwing 98.
Yeah.
There's got to be. And as a bullpen with 1 inning, you want guys to just throw absolute cheese. And Derek's throwing 95 from the left-handed side. The lefty throwing 95 is like they're out there, but I mean you get yourself some lefties to throw 95, man.
Corey Seager returning in the DH spot hit a sacrifice fly for his first game since April 11th, but the Rangers lose a tough 2 of 3. I still like the way they stacked up. against the Braves. Like, you were right there. You probably should have won this series, but it's going to be a day off today, and then the Colorado Rockies tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have another Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway to hook you up with Game 1 surprise in the East. Is Vegas going to crumble after what happened last night? Apparently, YouTube crumbled. That could be scary for the NFL season. And RJ Choppy's going to crumble after the gambling news that is not going to make Texas the big white whale. That's next. Thursday edition, getting you closer to the weekend with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
Oh, they're unhappy. Gang Green already given the booze after game one, and this one belongs to the Heat. 123-116.
That was the call on Miami Radio. Good morning, Metroplex Thursday edition coming at you here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. Jimmy Butler continues to be my worst take probably of 2023 as he goes out and puts up 35. No other Miami player scored more than 20. They were down in the second half of this game. They were down double digits, but the Heat storm back and take game one in Boston 123-116, and Vegas is starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, they are. The folks in Miami, the Miami Heat fans, call the third quarter the turd quarter because they're awful in the third quarter this year. Not last night. They were phenomenal last night.
46 points.
Yeah, and Greg Anthony said the other day that Eric Spoelstra is the best in-game coach in the NBA by a mile. And if he's right, like if you believe in in-game adjustments, he certainly made them. Robert Williams was dominating the first half, first part of that game, and he really did nothing in after that. After they made some adjustments, like they did a really nice job on it. So, man, Miami's an interesting team. They're really, really fascinating because they're like the poster child for like, hey, we don't care about the regular season.
Yeah. This doesn't feel like your Cinderella Dikembe Denver number 8 seed miracle. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't feel like that. Like, oh my gosh, it's an 8. It's okay. It's an 8. How much do they care with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo and Kyle Lowry?
Well, think of the last few years.
And they're missing Hero, your boy.
Yeah, they went to the NBA Finals in the bubble. They were the 1 seed last year. Am I not mistaken on that? They were the 1 seed last year, and now this, that's pretty good. This has been a good team. This isn't a team that just kind of popped up out of nowhere. Yeah, they were the 1 seed. They were the 1 seed in the East last year.
I don't know what got into Shaquille O'Neal yesterday, but someone injected him with some NBA analysis. He was phenomenal. From start to finish, that was the best I've ever heard Shaq on TNT. He explained why he was picking Miami before the game. His explanation was, that phrase, just acting medium. Miami is just always going to be there as they don't have the knockout power. They're not the flashiest, but you're going to get the most consistent effort out of them versus your Anthony Davis every other day. Show up one day, disappear the next. All playoff teams. It goes for hockey as well, as we're following along with the Stars in the West Finals. But Miami is just going to consistently be there with a 7. And that has to be really annoying for an NBA team when they're used to someone giving up. So like, for game 2, I have a buddy who texts me. He goes, I'm going to bet on Miami game 2. I'm like, I wouldn't do that. That feels like an automatic, I think it's 16 straight series where the home team who lost game 1 wins game 2. This would make it 17. I'm like, I wouldn't do that. But with Miami, you probably know you're going to get that level 7 effort no matter what versus they did their job. They went in. They did their business. They're happy to go home with the split.
I don't envision them taking game 2 off. Now they might not win it, but I don't envision them taking game 2 off. This is a good team. Like, they're a good team. They're well coached. They got a star. They have the best player of the playoffs right now, him or Joker. One of the two. At least the best in the East, the most consistent one in the East. So they're a threat.
Boston right now is favored by what on Friday?
4.5.
No.
5.5.
No.
More?
Yep.
7.5.
More. Told you.
8.5.
Nope.
10.
9 for the Boston Celtics in Vegas.
Just take the points. Don't take the money line. Just dabble it on the points. You'll be fine.
Well, if you're a 9-point favorite, that money line's got to be plus 275. I would guess. That's big.
I don't have the money line.
I'm gonna look at it.
Boston favored by 9. Jimmy Butler with a message for yours truly.
We still don't care what none of y'all think. We don't care if you pick us to win. We never have. We never will. We know the group of guys we have in this locker room. We play basketball the right way, knowing that we always got a chance.
It's plus 320. You could get, if you think the Heat are going to win game 2, you get them at 3-1. Wow.
There you go.
I mean, MGM's got it at 9.5. The rest of them got it at 9. Oh, gosh.
There you go.
I think I'm getting back in the game, boys and girls.
Oh, when's the last time you made a bet?
NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Yep. NCAA tournament.
Denver tonight favored by
5.5.
5.5 on the dot. There you go. And speaking of gambling, a couple days ago, you sent this Texas white whale article, and then yesterday I saw you retweet maybe the final nail in the coffin as they're talking about gambling in the state.
There are some people who are idiots and don't deserve to have jobs. And some of the people within.
Oh, real quick. Let me just say this real quick, because we always talk about changing TV providers. This is the last thing on the Celtic game. A lot of people thought that YouTube TV crashed last night because of the Bravo show.
It was Watch What Happens Live. It was like the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it was wasn't it like the Vanderpump
the Vanderpump scandal
or whatever?
Me and Slater's show. Well, YouTube TV crashes, and you didn't see the end of the Celtic game. And Warren Sharp is going nuts about this, and he was tweeting, "This is going to be a disaster for the NFL season because YouTube TV, new partnership, Red Zone, Sunday Ticket. Just keep that in mind." As apparently last night, no one could watch the basketball game because of YouTube TV. All right, back to the gambling.
So Americans have spent $220 billion on sports gambling in the 5 years since the U.S. Supreme Court cleared the way for all 50 states to offer it. So there's 33 states now that have it, and $220 billion in 5 years. Texas has. I'm trying to do the math here. Texas has gotten zero of that. Zero. Mm-hmm. Legal betting is already, look, we are already, this is what the people in Austin don't understand. We're already gambling here. Whether they want to keep their head out of their butts or not, we are already gambling here in Texas. We're gambling legally by going to other states, or gambling illegally. Or we're just placing a bet with your neighbor, or you're placing a bet with a bookie, whatever it may be. We're already gambling here. Are you guys that dumb? Do you just want to raise my property tax again? Why don't you take some of my money from a gambling perspective? All right? Legalize sports betting like a normal state would. But no. They said not going to happen. Tabling this. What's his name? Dan Patrick? Whatever the hell his name is.
Oh, yeah, good interviewer.
Yeah, great interviewer. Always has Reggie Miller on. He always asks Reggie Miller his thoughts on things. Well, how about you ask Reggie Miller his thoughts on sports gambling? All right, maybe he would help you out there because $220 billion is going to every other state in the country except for this one. You guys are fools. Fools!
What's the reasoning for it?
Honestly,
honestly,
everybody thinks they're getting money from Louisiana and from Oklahoma. Truthfully, they're getting money from Vegas. Vegas is we are the number one non-California state to send people to Vegas. We send over 10% of the flights to Vegas every year.
Really? How the hell did you get that info?
I looked it up. Every single flight that goes into Vegas, 10% of them come from the state of Texas per year. They do not want to lose that. And they know if we put a Hard Rock where Texas Stadium used to be, or if we have, you go down to Marble Falls or whatever, and you put a nice little golf course with a casino there, that we're not going to need to go. So I get it. I would just say think about them. And then it's just always follow the money. It sucks. It's stupid. I hate it. There's no reason that an adult human being should not be able to gamble. I'm an adult. Like I have personal responsibility here. Stop trying to protect me from myself. Let me gamble.
Stephen Jones is not worried about the money. He named the Cowboys' offensive line. Michael Gallup explains why he'll be different this year. And Micah Parsons, the new LeBron James sellout of the NBA after what Micah was caught doing last night. We'll go inside the Star with Bobby Bell joining us on Sean and RJ next.
in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Stephen Jones was chatting with the media as the Cowboys were announcing the PBR is going to be hosting their World Finals at AT&T Stadium. Professional bull riders.
There you go. There you go. Went to the Fort Worth Stock Show this past, but back in January. Got to see a little bull ride. That was fun. That was a fun event. That was a fun night.
Yeah.
It was not what I expected. Dude, they were playing like whoever the DJ was there.
Playing hip hop.
I'm not joking. They were playing like amazing music. They're sitting there bull riding to
Does each
Drake.
bull rider get like their intro song?
No, I didn't know. I don't know if they did, but like as soon as like they started going, they were playing everything. They're playing EDM, they're playing hip hop, they're playing old school rap, they're playing new school stuff. I mean, they were playing good old fashioned rock and roll. They were playing some great stuff. Yeah,
that's club mass.
Dubstep, man.
This audience eating it up. The crowd.
The area I was sitting in, there was a lot of younger people. But I saw some parts of this that had the blue hairs, as you might call them, the older folk.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know that they were totally in on David Guetta. But by the way, go take a look at his resume. My goodness. He's got hit after hit. Banger, baby, banger.
So the PBR is going to be at AT&T, and Stephen Jones talking about his football team. Bobby, do you want to start off with Michael Gallup, Micah Parsons, or the offensive linemen?
Let's start with the offensive linemen.
Our top five linemen are top five linemen. Top five linemen. Tyron, Tyler, Badez, Terrence Steele, and Zach Martin. Really felt like if you're going to get your best five who have played in this league, those are our best five. We will see what happens from there. So now I'm back to believing from Jane Slater that Tyron Smith will start at left tackle and Tyler Smith will start at left guard. Best five philosophy.
He wasn't part of your best five last year. So you're banking on something.
Well, one of the best five is gone.
That's true.
So you got to replace him.
But the problem is that when you're talking about, man, they've been so adamant, and they could be, smoke screening, but they've been so adamant anytime you talk to them that Tyler Smith is tackle. Mike Solari, the new offensive line coach, keeps saying, we kept trying to give him an opening for when we talked to him on day 3 of the draft. Hey, he can play guard though, right, Tyler Smith? And he kept saying, he can, but that's not what we're doing. We're playing him at tackle. Kept repeating it over and over. So if that's the case, Terrence Steele is not a guard. So I don't know. I don't think Tyron Smith could play guard. I don't know what this mix is going to look like. I think they could be placating a little bit, and they realize Tyron Smith is always, it's the 250,000-mile car you're going to take on the road. The check engine light's going to come on, and you'll have to do something else anyway.
I didn't think McCarthy believed in best five.
Fantasy football nonsense, right? Wasn't that the line?
Like, what happened now? What's this about? If you don't believe in best five, how old's Mike McCarthy? 50? 55?
Sure. He's like 60, actually.
You change. All of a sudden, he's just changing his philosophy? I don't believe in best. I don't believe in best five. Oh, no, I do. We're supposed to believe that?
So, if you believe Steven, Tyron, left tackle, Tyler, left guard, Badez, Zach, and Steele. What are the other options at left guard? We didn't draft one.
I mean, Terrence Steele, they've talked about him playing guard, which is nuts to me. Because what's Terrence Steele's biggest issue? Like, when you look at his skill set, he's not a powerful player. He's not like a bruiser inside. You want to stick that at guard to go up inside against all these 320-pound defensive linemen? I don't think that's a good idea. It's Chuma Edoga, probably. It's Chuma Edoga. They've talked about Steele inside, or it's Tyler.
This part of the Cowboys' problem with their dedication. Jane was even offended when I brought it up. Is it offensive for Tyron Smith to start off the year as your swing tackle off the bench?
Nope.
Is that offensive? Because that's the way a lot of people are acting around here. Tyron is how old, Choppy?
Not old, 29.
He was still in his 20s. I
remember he was like Zach Martin was older than him.
He's 32.
Okay.
So that does still feel young to bury him on the bench. It does.
It does.
Like 32 years old, you're still starting with some years left.
And remember, this organization, like they do at least like Zeke still was the starting running back last year.
Yeah.
Even though he was not the best running back on the team.
They defer to veterans.
They defer to their guys, too. There was an old adage here, like, there were some players, like Jerry was the GM for like 5 to 8 guys. And then Steven was the GM for everybody else.
Yeah.
Jerry's Tyron Smith's GM.
So now you just figure out what to do when you bide your time for Tyron to play like 5-6 games. When he goes down, Tyler goes to left tackle, and do you buy yourself enough time to bring in a guard?
They would play Chuma Edoga at that point, I think.
Or pick somebody up.
They could. Edoga's a guy that has played a lot of tackle who they believe can project inside the guard, and I think they think higher of than we all do. And so I think they believe he could do it. They like Matt Farniak, and he could go inside. He could play there. Awesome Richards, the guy they drafted in the 5th round.
What a name.
He's somebody, it is good. He's somebody who can play all 5 positions according to them. So
Michael Gallup said he's very confident this year he will be the player he was before his knee injury. Quote, "It just feels different. I'm smiling every time I walk in that facility. There was a loss of confidence last year. I was thinking too much. My knee was sore." So that's Michael Gallup admitting he was not back last season. There were still things holding him back mentally and physically.
We knew the mental aspect was playing a major factor in this. Guys, it's 2023. People generally come back okay from ACLs, Tommy Johns. Now, there's going to be rare instances where you don't. They're not even rare. There's going to be instances enough when you don't. But this was most likely mental related. I mean, look at how he did it. He did it jumping to catch a pass on his own turf, right? This wasn't like an open field cut. He did it simply just jumping.
39 catches last year in 14 games. The year before, he had 35 in 9.
Yeah.
He had more catches in 5 less games the year before last season. And then previous to that, 59, 66, and his rookie season, 33. So he had 1,100 yards that second season. Last 2 seasons, he has not had 450. So that's where we stand with Michael Gallup.
Yeah, look, they're not going to say it on the record. They're not going to say it in front of you. There are plenty of people in that building who will tell you off the record, hey, he was...
Yeah, you've been saying this for a long time.
He was healthy. He was not. He just wasn't right. And that's Michael Gallup basically acknowledging there were mental hurdles there, which makes sense. Like, you hear everybody talk about the ACL injuries. You hear them talk about having to regain that confidence and that trust in it that it's not going to happen again. But if he can bounce back, that's going to be huge for them because they need him to be good.
Stephen Jones says he's not worried about paying everybody. That kind of stuck out to both of you guys as the number one headline yesterday. But I thought it was more interesting that he was talking about Micah's position label is not going to affect his next contract. Quote from Stephen, he's a great player. Great defensive football player, whether he's making 10 sacks a year at linebacker or a DN. I don't think there's a big difference. He's so versatile. Micah is kind of a hybrid player. It is what makes him great.
Okay.
What's the number you use, David?
Yeah, I get. I'll take that bet right there.
Will this be you're going to take the bet that it's not going to be a factor?
No, that it is going to be a factor. I'll bet against them what they're saying right there.
Yeah.
If you don't think that an NFL team is going to try to negotiate against a player by saying, well, you're a linebacker. I'm not going to pay you like an edge rusher. You're a linebacker, man.
Have they already lost that battle?
They've lost it, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try.
Yeah. And then my follow-up is, will this be one of the rare instances, Bobby, that the Cowboys don't try to nickel and dime and drag this out with a big-time player, and maybe they just go, yo, man, you're Lawrence Taylor. We know it. You're arguably the face of the team. You and Dak Prescott are the faces of the team. Here you go. We're not going to screw around. We're going to Jalen Hurts this thing and show you the respect up front.
that could be the approach. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it with this particular situation because
they're going to drag it out with Diggs.
Yep.
They're going to drag it out, I don't know, maybe with Lamb? Or
I wouldn't think so, but I mean that it's possible. Because
Dak, they're forced into a corner.
Yeah, that they've got no choice. They can't play around with that one because of where they're at financially. But on the Micah front, it would make a lot of sense to just get it done because he keeps dominating. He keeps getting better. It's really tough to just say, well, let's let this play out here. Okay, you want him to get even better and have more of these defensive deals come in and set the market even more that he's able to respond to. And I think they are terrified to sit across the negotiating table from his agent. And that's a difficult spot to be in. So I think they just want to get it over with.
So what's the money per year defensive end? Just per year.
It'll be $30 million when it's ready for him.
I'm guessing, yeah, he'll probably be close to 30 annually.
I think Myles Garrett leads the way right now at 25 a year. Then Max Crosby, 23.5. Then you got Leonard Williams, Von Miller sitting there in the very low 20s. So that's Stephen Jones. Any other takeaways? Because I got a rant from Micah ready.
Well, launch into that, please.
You got clarification?
I was looking up salary hits right here. This can't be right. It says the highest one right now is TJ Watt at 20, but that's not right. So I'm going to keep looking.
Micah Parsons, you got to stop. We love you. Love your personality.
Ooh.
Love your opinions. You're lame. You are lame. You are LeBron lame right now. He is the newest bandwagon fan in sports. And I'm glad that Jason Tatum called him out for it yesterday. Micah, I think, has already tweeted, I think this was real. I saw it. My Warriors better draft James Wiseman. We got Steph. We got Clay. If they don't draft a big man, I'm going to be ticked off. So he's already claimed, let me write this down, Golden State. We saw him show up. It was for local support. We were willing to give him a pass. It
was not for local support. He's a Philly fan. He grew up there.
No, Maxey makes sense though.
But it doesn't matter. He's
fine.
A Sixers
it makes it even worse. Fine.
It does?
When you hear what I'm about to say.
I assume that's his childhood team.
Fine. Be a Sixers fan. Whoop-de-doo. But then yesterday, and you may not have seen this, Choppy.
I did.
He shows up in Boston, and Jason Tatum called him out.
What's up, gang, man? Good luck tonight, man.
Yeah, last time I seen you had a Philly jersey on, bro.
I was in Philly.
So
now,
for tonight.
I'm with you tonight. I was a Ruben. You know how Ruben get.
No, I feel that.
Yo. Hey, I'm gonna need a 0 today too. I'm about to go get a Celtics jersey.
A 0 is Jason Tatum's jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So not only did he go and turn on Philly, he put on the green Tatum. He's also very frugal. He made Jason Tatum get him a free jersey. I'm going to need a 0. Like he's ordering a drink. Like he's ordering a popcorn, and Tatum, I guess you can just give it out like Micah Parsons sent it there. Go get him one of my jerseys. So there's Micah sitting in the stands with the green Boston Celtics jersey. Now that you cannot defend.
No.
That is a sports crime. I'll let you be a Philly fan if you want to be. 76ers fan, you cannot go into Boston and bandwagon your way into rooting for another team. And Micah is getting laughed at and killed, and I'm here for it. He deserves all of it.
A real Sixers fan would never wear a Knicks or a Celtics jersey.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
Ever.
You think Spike Lee would ever put on?
He would never entertain the idea. He probably wouldn't even go to the game.
No, he goes to all the games. Remember the Reggie Miller 30 for 30 flying to Indiana?
Yeah. So,
unless the Knicks were playing.
So, yeah, you can't do this.
Yeah.
You have a fanhood. You can go to the game, but you can't wear a jersey of another team.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. But this, again, Micah is now in this era of player that grew up maybe, I don't know if it's him or not, but the current era of player roots for players, not teams.
Micah getting blasted. Let me guess. I want to be a Patriot also as he's holding up the Tatum jersey.
That was a clever tweet.
The internet did not stop, though. He goes, bro, starting next year, I'm claiming one team as he is now being called. Who are other bandwagon fans? Is Lil Wayne what? Drake?
Drake roots for everybody.
Yeah.
LeBron
and Drake are the big ones.
Yeah. So there you go. Micah's biggest PR mess up so far.
And Tatum, like, it may have been hard to hear there. Tatum did not look like he was kidding. He very much was like, you were cheering for Philly last round. What you doing over here? So that was, but yeah, it is. I do like the ordering around an NBA superstar. Go fetch me a jersey, Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
That's
Let me get a zero.
gutsy.
I didn't know guys asked for jerseys like that. Let me get a zero.
He gave him a zero. 0 shot attempts in the fourth quarter last night for Jason Tatum. So,
Zero?
Nothing.
Wow. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. JJ Redick goes off with his Ja Morant opinion. He calls out Greg Abbott while talking about Ja Morant and Ron Washington on just how dangerous these Rangers are on this radio station next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day head.
field. Harris racing back, and it's gone into the Rangers bullpen. Home run number 2 tonight for Adolis Garcia, giving 13 on the year, and the Rangers lead 4-2.
Adolis does it again and again against the Atlanta Braves yesterday on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Let us know you're out there on the truckwreck.com text line or on Twitch, on YouTube. The YouTube representation has been the highest in the station, so thank you all for that. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on You Getting It.
We got a wedding to go to this week. I got to work on my dance moves.
Yeah? Where is it?
Deep Ellum.
You better work on some other moves. You better work on your dodge moves.
The rehearsal dinner's there, too.
Yeah.
So Friday and Saturday, I bet I'm in Deep Ellum at night.
Yep. That is worse than you going to Mexico.
Well, the gun wasn't mine.
Sarah thinks I overreact about Deep Ellum. I'm like, she goes, it's fine. I'm like, is it?
Was she shaken up over her bullet incident?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
But she doesn't care about Deep Ellum.
No, not really.
Okay.
She's like, it's fine. Now, we'll be gone by, I assume we'll be out there by 11 o'clock.
Oh. That's more than
prime time, baby.
That's prime time.
It gets going around 8 o'clock.
I figure prime time for the Deep Ellum violence is somewhere in the 1 to 3 range, but I could be way off.
Okay. All right. So
I'll just use the after midnight Bill Parcells.
You moved here in 97?
Yeah, I used to frequent.
I wish you could have been here in the late 90s when UPN used to run late at night these bootleg VHS commercials for Deep Ellum Live, Deep Ellum Uncensored. It's like their Girls Gone Wild thing that the producers of Cheaters created in Deep Ellum.
Was it a bunch of like strip clubs?
It was just girls on the street like posing provocatively on motorcycles and like they were getting girls to like flash the camera and stuff.
It was, Deep Ellum was fun. There was a time where it was a lot of fun. I haven't been there for a long time though.
Yeah. All right.
For reasons.
So the countdown kicks in for Ralph James with the wedding in Deep Ellum this weekend. Rangers lose. Bobby, we already tried to figure out the bullpen issues at 5:30. Where do they go from here?
There were some people yesterday on Twitter who were telling me, oh, okay, I guess we just won't fix it because I said there's no easy solutions. But you need to try something, but there are no easy fixes for this. This is not a... We talked last week, Chop, about Aroldis Chapman. You mentioned last week and this morning Joe Kelly. Like, you can go out there and make moves for these guys. This is not a one reliever fix.
No.
Their bullpen is in trouble. They basically need 3 or 4 new guys. And so, I don't know. I mean, you're in a bad spot. This is a go trade for 2 guys. Maybe add Mark Church from Frisco, add him to the 40-man roster, start fast-tracking him a little bit, which Church was supposed to be up by late September anyway, so that wouldn't be too aggressive a call-up, but, man, they've got to be panicking internally. This is bad.
And what do you give up?
Well, you're going to have to give up, obviously, especially now. Let's just say they did something now. You're going to have to give up a much bigger prospect than you would in June or July. The issue is, can you wait till June or July? I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but, Houston is still playing baseball games. And as Deion Sanders would say, they coming. All right? They're coming. They won 4 in a row. They won 7 of 10. They picked up a couple games on them. They're down to 2 games in the, it's a 2-game lead now. There
should be a 7-game lead. Do we feel safe in saying that? That's not an over-exaggerated number,
right?
No,
no, it's not. But also, it's the whole fallacy of the predetermined outcome. Like, would they have won all these games? Would they have come back in other ones? Who knows, right?
You said 5, right? Like a 5-game swing.
Yeah.
They've lost 4+ run leads 5 times and lost the game. That's you should win a game. You're up 4 runs. So that definitely at least 5.
You should, and again, it'll all even out. Like at the end of the year, like with the amount of 1-run victories they have. Like if you have a lot of 1-run victories, like you should have lost some of those games that they wind up winning. Like the Rangers are in a tricky spot. Like the American League's really, really good. Okay.
What'd you call the AL East, the SEC?
The AL East, the SEC. Every team is at least 4 games over 500 in the AL East. Every single team. And the Red Sox are in last place. They would be leading the AL Central. It's a brutal division.
Chop.
They're going to wind up having 4 teams win 90 games in there.
Chop has the right idea, though. Where when we talk about Joe Kelly, we talk about Aroldis Chapman. Where do they play? Chicago, Kansas City.
And then
go find a cellar dweller who feels like they've already lost their playoff shots here in May, who would be willing to give up a reliever if they've got one. That's where you're going to have to shop right now.
Yeah, there's, like I said, there's the 3 guys, the Chapmans, the Carl Edwards Jr., and Joe Kelly. And Kelly's got a club option for next year, so you get a little bit more out of him. Those are 3 guys off the top of your head that you could find. It doesn't, there was a time that earlier this year you thought, hey, maybe we could, poach somebody from Arizona. Well, Diamondbacks don't look like they're ready to sell. They're in second place. They're 3 games. They're 6 over 500. They're in the playoffs if they started today in the NL. So you've got to find some of these teams, the usual suspects, the Nats, which are going nowhere, the Rockies, Oakland. But do you really want anybody out of Oakland's team?
Zach Jackson.
What do you think the Rangers' bullpen ERA is?
4.27.
Higher.
5.16.
4.48. They have the 5th highest bullpen ERA in Major League Baseball. Oakland has the worst with a 6.62. Then the White Sox a 5.77. Then the Giants a 5.54. Kansas City a 4.82. Rangers, then Cubs, then Nats. So tell me the teams that are having good seasons.
By the way, all those teams are under 500.
I was just about to say. Out of the bottom 6, out of the 6 worst bullpen ERAs in the sport, Oakland, White Sox, San Fran, Kansas City, Cubs, Nats. And then you get Arizona, Miami, Philadelphia. Those are the worst bullpen ERAs, and the Rangers by far have the best record in that group.
Yeah, that's Arizona's 25-19. That's a good. It's a decent record. It's a good record. But yeah, the Rangers have the best by far of the bunch. It's a tough spot to be in. It's the best problem to have.
Yep.
The issue with that is we say it's not a one person fix. We saw one person really can stabilize a lot of things. One person can stabilize a lineup. One person can stabilize a starting rotation. If you get a lockdown bullpen guy out there, and you need 3 a night, having that one guy who is nails can really take pressure off the other guys, and now you only need 2 to have a solid night.
The great Ron Washington back on 105.3 The Fan. Yesterday he hopped on, and this blew up on Twitter. Wash is so beloved here, and the over 50 retweets from his appearance on the KMC Masterpiece, and he was asked what he thought of this version of the Rangers.
Their makeup is tremendous, and that has a lot to do with Bruce Bochy. After getting destroyed the night before, you've seen them bounce back. That's when you can tell if you got a team or not, when they don't get destroyed by one day, when they can play each day for the day that it is. And if you look at this team, and I've been looking at it from afar, I've always said this year the best thing that the Rangers has done in acquiring people is acquiring Bruce Bochy. He's a winner. He brings credibility. He brings accountability. And the young kids that you guys had out there last year and maybe started the year before, you're starting to see them believe. And when you start to believe in, you can be dangerous. And I think the Texas Rangers are dangerous.
Just good to hear the voice.
It is good to hear the voice. I do think it's so Wash-like, though, at the beginning of that clip where he's like, the mark of a true team is the way you guys bounce back after we just kicked your ass in game 1 is basically what he said. Like, well, you got destroyed in game 1, and to bounce back like you did just shows a lot of heart. But he's
right, though.
He has got to have one of the highest approval ratings of any DFW sports coach / manager in history.
That's the way baseball goes.
Probably does. But he's right. I mean, like, this is a sport where, like, you have to be able to deal with failure. I remember talking to, I can't remember who it was. It was Mike Adams. And he was saying, like, when he would talk to Cowboy players, he'd be like, how do you guys deal with losing like 60 games a year? Because even the best team is going to lose 60 games a year. It's like, it's just part of the game. You have to deal with failure. And I think baseball players could deal with failure as well as anybody else in sports or better. And you have to be able to do that. You've got to be able to lose a game because you're playing the very next day and get right back up.
Let's check out the attendance numbers, by the way, for this series against the Braves. While Jay Jackson, Choppy, admits he was tipping pitches against Aaron Judge, leading us to now believe even more that Aaron Judge was picking up signs from someone on his own team.
Yeah, so that was pretty much known from the start. Like, he could say what he wants, and he had to say that because he didn't want to give up the dirty secret. He didn't want Toronto to know that they had figured out his signs.
Yeah.
Toronto was going to figure that out anyway. Like, why else was he looking over there? They knew that somebody had figured out a tip. And Jay Jackson, the pitcher, admitted that, I was tipping pitches. He went back and looked at the film. I remember a story that Kevin Franson, who works for MLB Network, told about Barry Bonds. It was like an off night for Barry, and he was in the dugout. It was the second inning, and he says, "You see that?" And nobody in the dugout knew what the hell he was talking about. And he described how the pitcher was tipping his pitches, his off-speed stuff. This is the second inning. He's seen like 4 batters. And, he may not even have thrown every pitch in his arsenal at that point in the early part of the second inning, right? But some guys just have this innate ability where they can figure out a pitcher's tell. Or they can see how the catcher's setting up, or, where the position players might be giving away something. They've got this great ability, and that's just the kind of a hidden part of the game that doesn't get talked about. It's not, what the Astros did with the video or Apple Watches or somebody sitting in center field with binoculars. This is, finding out the good old-fashioned way.
Pepe, what's the attendance numbers look like?
Not bad for during the week games. Monday was 26,791. Tuesday, 23,246. And last night, we cracked 30,053.
Ooh, yeah,
Dollar hot dog night.
Sandler texted me. He's like, "There's a good crowd here. Good crowd here for that pitching matchup." But the storyline ends with the Rangers bullpen. Again, they lose 2 out of 3 off today, taking on the Colorado Rockies tomorrow on this radio station. We have J.J. Redick versus Greg Abbott versus Charles Barkley. All the audio next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Mashing his way into Horford. Shot clock at 3. Butler with Brogdon on him. It's a long 3. And good! Oh, Jimmy frickin' Butler puts it in. Woo!
Wow.
That's a great call.
The great Kevin Harlan on TNT as Miami goes into Boston and takes game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Only time of year he's good.
Man,
playoff time.
Here we go.
He tries to make preseason game number 3 like it's game 7. Chill, man. Know your role.
All right, give me your top 3 play-by-play guys in the game right now.
In
Any
all
sport.
sports.
All sports, because you have crapped on Harlan.
I think Harlan's great.
You have crapped on Aikman. You have crapped on Al.
I think Harlan's great. He just tries to make the game bigger than it is.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see here. I will go
Jared Sandler.
Absolutely. I'm still a Nance guy.
Okay.
Because he does everything.
Nance.
All right, because he does everything with very dulcet tones. Harlan's going to be on the top 3.
All right.
And let's see. Who's the...
You like Iron Eagle?
I do love Iron Eagle. I think Iron Eagle's great. No, it's Joe Buck.
Buck.
Yeah, it's Joe Buck.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure there were 3 possible guys. That there were 3. All right. So last night, Miami takes game 1. Jimmy freaking Butler putting it in my eye again. Well, let's talk about all the controversy. So, by the way, did you see the gang member that had a little warning for John Morant?
Which one? There was the one, the Crip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. He was basically saying, yo, man, you're going to get tested if you keep acting like this. We're going to find out if you're about that.
Yeah. He goes, you don't want this life. You have $200 million. You don't need this. We do this out of necessity over here.
Remember who you're talking to.
You don't want this life.
Like, what if TJ was secretly the leader of a gang in DFW?
I think he likely is.
A hardcore gang in the Metroplex.
He's more like CIA kind of thing.
Feds came in, took him out of our building.
But there's like he ain't about. He don't want no part of that. Like he wants to act like he is, but he don't want no part of that.
Yeah, but that was like that's when you're like, oh, okay. Like Jim Brown used to gather some inner city youth. And he'd be like, okay, you kids, you guys want to be a problem? Let's all meet up. And he'd bring in gang members. And it's like, okay, this is the real world now.
Yeah.
This is serious. This isn't singing hip hop in a car. This isn't flashing a gun.
Yeah.
This isn't, having your boy with the little red laser. These are the Crips now.
Yeah, and how about the YouTuber who found this Crip and was like, hey, man, let's come. Put your face out there. Let's come and let's do a little interview on John Morant.
Yeah. He said, you throw those ends up, that's going to cost you anyway. What do you want to do? To pay the Crips the rest of your life? Because that's going to cost you. So it's basically like the mafia of, you're going to pay us. Or we're just going to torture you and take you out. So J.J. Redick, who already said it should only be 16 games, decided to get very heated and bring up Governor Abbott yesterday. We'll talk about Ja on ESPN.
In our country right now, gun culture is pervasive. It's pervasive. We've got mass shooting after mass shooting, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. So I get why we're so sensitive to this right now. But there's no consequence for Greg Abbott telling his constituents that they should go buy more guns, and then we have mass shooting after mass shooting in Texas. There's no consequence for an elected Tennessee official to send out a Christmas card holding AR-15s with his young family, and then there's a shooting in his very district. There's no consequences to that. So why are we trying to lay down the hammer on a 23-year-old who didn't break a law?
So that's JJ going hard. Here's some of my response to JJ Redick. Number one, you're either angling for the Memphis job since you interviewed with the Raptors, or you're angling for some NBA job where you want the players to love you. But here's my biggest response to JJ. And I fully admit some Mark Cuban intimidation here because I look at JJ Redick. This is a mental hurdle I need to probably get over.
Well, he went to Duke, so he's just smarter than you?
Yes.
Well, in this situation, some of these things, he's got his head up his Cameron backdoor.
Whoa, well done. And my initial response is, it is so rich and funny to hear JJ Redick, who played for the most image-conscious program, maybe in the history of college sports. No one had a more pristine image that Coach K was obsessed with maintaining, and now you want to sit up here and act like this? Shut the hell up. The National Basketball Association is a... What would Coach K say about Ja Morant, JJ? What would he be saying? You played for a country club. That's what the Duke Blue Devils are. You're a pristine, hoity-toity, sweater around your neck country club. And now you want to act like you didn't come from there and you weren't charged with that responsibility of maintaining that image. So what would Coach K say about that?
He's the best.
He's the best.
Look,
he's the best.
The NBA, whether you agree with it or not, they are on the right side of most social issues. They just are. Even if you don't agree with it, they are. They err on the right side of most social issues, except for China.
Shout out Daryl Morey.
But and knowing that, and knowing how Steve Kerr has spoken out about guns, there's no way, to me, I don't know how they're going to justify not suspending him for more than 16 games like JJ wants.
It'll never be 16 games. I'll bet whatever anybody wants, it will be 20 or more. I'll bet anybody. And it might be 40. Like, I would not be stunned if Adam Silver dropped the hammer. They're also a private entity. So when we talk about, oh, my rights, you don't have all your rights when you walk into somebody else's business. And when you work for the NBA, you have to abide by their regulations when it comes to image and dress code. That's just the way it is. I don't know why JJ Redick has such a hard time getting this through his freaking thick head. And Charles Barkley yesterday, and then you had a Greg Abbott response.
Well, look, I mean, JJ's right. Like, we have a gun problem. I don't think there's any question about that. We've got a culture that is obsessed with guns, and I think most reasonable people think something needs to change.
Yep.
All right. I mean, there are people who want to take everything away, and then there are people who want to have absolutely no restrictions, and one's not realistic and one's not sustainable.
Yep.
We can't sustain what we have right now. Like, it's got to go. But I also And people do this all the time on either side of the aisle with whoever is in power. Like, you can't blame the politicians for everything that happens. There is free will. I don't blame Greg Abbott because there's, because he says go arm yourselves. I don't think you can blame him for shootings. I don't think you can blame politicians for things that happen. I just don't believe that. We have completely eradicated personal responsibility just to point the finger at somebody else. We've just forgotten about that. Like this is not on. You don't sue car companies when you get in a car accident unless there's a flaw with the car. You don't sue gun manufacturers. You know, you don't.
I agree to a degree.
Yeah. Like and I'm not going to blame.
I happen to think there's just my personal view on all of it. There is a group of people, nut jobs in society, to where I need the people in charge to remove them from having the opportunity to do something stupid.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I totally
do
agree.
believe in personal responsibility, but I need to not give you. I need to not. It's
we need to change something.
It's the outlet plugins for your sockets in your house.
Yeah, you got to put the covers on them.
I got to put the covers on.
You got to put the covers on.
I'm not going to give my kid the opportunity to stick a fork in the outlet at 3.
Right. So you got to take something away.
I got to take something away. I can't give you the opportunity to do something stupid because I don't trust everybody. There's a segment of people that are crazy and nut jobs don't care, and I can't give them the same opportunity.
Fast and the Furious comes out today, I think. I'm not going. Not a chance in hell I'm going.
Because of a movie theater?
Yeah, not a chance in hell I'm going. I'll wait till 2 weeks, comes on Netflix.
Wow.
I'll watch it in the privacy of my own home.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's what they've got to fix.
So here's Charles Barkley, obviously responding to JJ Redick last night on TNT while talking about Ja.
First of all, I got to say something, man. We got some idiots, some fools, some jackasses on television that really just piss me off. Talking about Ja should make a stand saying he didn't break any laws. He didn't do anything wrong. We're in a state where you can carry your gun. Those guys are just freaking idiots. And I only say freaking because y'all won't let me say what I want to say.
We don't care for it.
It pisses me off when I hear guys say that, yo, man, when you're making $100 million a year to play sports, your life changes. There are certain rules and regulations you have to live by, plain and simple. You can't do stupid stuff. That's the trade-off. Now, if you want to do all that stuff and give all that money back, more power to you. You can make that stand. Say, you know what, I want to do what I want to do. I want to flash my gun and make videos and do things. Okay, that's fine. But you can't make money on the NBA doing this stuff. I just hope that he grows up and realizes, like, yo, man, first of all, you're not a thug. You're not a criminal. You're not a crook. You're a guy making $100 million a year to dribble a stupid, $200 million to dribble a stupid basketball. And you hit the lottery. We all hit the lottery to do something. There's people out there work 9 to 5, 8 and 9 hours a week, gonna make $25,000 a year. They would kill to be in our situation. And, Kenny's right. At some point, it's not your friends. Bill Parcells used to always say, and I love it, he says, yo, man, you just an unlucky dude. Bad stuff happen around you all the time. You just an unlucky dude. No, man. You got to look in the mirror and say, yo, you know what? Maybe I'm the problem.
Feels like pandering a little bit from JJ, to be honest. Like, and he may be passionate about it, but given that platform, given the discussion, it feels like pandering. Steven Knox over at Deadspin had written yesterday, and I would have expected Deadspin to side with JJ Redick.
Yeah.
But he wrote over there, he says, the gun violence issue in America will continue regardless of how the NBA and the Grizzlies choose to act following Morant's latest social media faux pas. Morant had an extensive heart-to-heart conversation with his boss about why previous actions were inappropriate and were also punished. Then, 2 months later, Morant committed the same offense. The only difference this time was it was daylight, he was wearing a shirt, and there were no women around. Morant appears to have gone through the motions to get back onto the court as opposed to absorbing anything from his conversation with Silver, and that'll be used against him.
Bro, this is a business decision from the NBA. When we talked about, when Bassick said, man, I can't get my kid the Ja Morant shoes anymore, that right there, JJ, is what the NBA is afraid of. They are afraid of all the young and millions of Ja Morant fans. This still is, despite what Charles Barkley said a year ago in one of the greatest lines of all time, this still is a role model business because it's a role model business. And Micah Parsons is wearing different NBA jerseys because he's a fan of different individual superstars and players. And they don't want NBA parents to turn off Grizzlies games because Ja Morant is acting like a gangster. So to me, it's kind of apples and oranges what JJ is bringing up. But he's going hard. He is going hard.
Yeah, you don't think you should spend that much?
It's an image thing. It comes down to this. You represent my company. You are going to represent my company the way I tell you to. And if you don't like it, get lost. If you don't like it, go find another job. You are going to make millions of dollars in the National Basketball Association. You're not going to wave guns around. You can have them, but we're not going to have that as part of our image. And if you don't like it, go hang out with your homeboys. Go chill. Go be hardcore. Go be a gangster. That's what JJ is not getting. JJ can't do whatever he wants working for ESPN. He can't represent himself whatever way he wants. You work for them. It's their company. It's their image. It's their rules. You don't like it? Go work for yourself. Go do your Old Man in the 14-3 podcast, whatever it is, and just go ahead and make your YouTube money and give the rest of the money to McAfee. Headlines with the Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway is next. Or you could go work in computers. You could head on over to my computer.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Headlines, a.k.a. your radio sports page to get you ready for your Thursday and the weekend with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We have a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway and Coppell High School's very own and current New York Jet, new teammate of Aaron Rodgers, Solomon Thomas, back on the show with a free high school camp opportunity for all the young future Tolos out there. He'll join us at 7:20. But Stephen Jones was catching up with the media yesterday while they were talking about professional bull riding, hosting their finals at AT&T Stadium. He said that Micah Parsons going back and forth from DN to linebacker is not going to have much of an impact on what he gets paid. Michael Gallup says he's very confident he'll be the player he was before his knee injury. It just feels different. I'm smiling every time I walk in that facility. There was a loss of confidence last year, as our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt has been telling us for the longest time. And Michael also said, I was thinking too much. My knee was sore. Stephen Jones on the offensive line. Our top five are our top five. Tyron, Tyler, Badez, Steele, and Zach Martin. Really felt like if you're going to get your best five who have played in this league, those are our best five. We will see what happens from there.
We've heard the term best five is not a Mike McCarthy term. He doesn't like that term. I'm a best five guy.
And what is Mike's philosophy that he has said in the past?
It's not best five. He calls it a fantasy football.
He called it fantasy football nonsense. I think he is a best five guy. I think he was protecting Zach Martin, who did not want to play tackle at that time. McCarthy will always try and protect the players. But because of that, you now get contradictory statements like that exist in his time here in Dallas. A lot like I watched every snap of the 2019 season.
Which he did not.
No, he didn't.
Clearly did not.
Nope.
I'm a best five guy. Just put your best five out there. If Tyron's one of your best five, then put him out there. Put him out there.
What else did you take away from his payment? You and Bobby, your number one takeaway seemed to be about paying all the future guys.
Yeah, here's the question. He said that he thinks he can get Diggs, Micah, Lamb, Dak, all signed. Is that feasible? Yeah. Is it feasible to sign them all and still have a competitive roster around them? Is that really, truly feasible? You can't pay them all.
You can do it. You can do it. Now, the thing is that you're absolutely going to have to rework Dak Steele. That's going to have to be the centerpiece of it.
So you have basically no money this year on his, or whatever, have his deal have 1 year where there's like hardly any cap liabilities.
You can keep all these guys. You have to lock Dak in for another 4 years probably to do it.
4 years beyond what he's currently done.
Like 4 years, yeah. So like 23, 24, 25, 26.
All right, Texas Rangers. This was supposed to be a heavyweight pitching matchup. It was a good one. Nathan Eovaldi had the consecutive scoreless inning streak snapped, but he did his job enough until bit the Rangers again.
Burke with the one-strike pitch. Swinging a ball hit high into the air, deep right center field. Garcia going back to the track. This one is gone. Into the Rangers bullpen, an opposite field home run for Orlando Arcia. It's his fourth of the season, and it gives Atlanta a 6-5 lead.
The bullpen bites them again. Bobby, what was the stat that he tweeted last night?
That in 8 of their last 11 losses, they've given up the go-ahead run in the 7th inning or later.
Ooh.
That's brutal.
Ooh. Nice.
It's 8 games you should win. If your bullpen is stable, you win at least 6 of those probably.
Yeah, you're not going to win all 8.
No. Yeah, you're not going to win all 8, and then but
you'd have a 7-game lead, at least a 6-game lead on the Astros right now instead of 2.
Right, but we look at it like that, and we never factor in like the one-run victories they have. That if they were to run them back, how many of those would they have actually won? So by the end of the year,
they're 2-5 in one-run games this year.
I know, but factor that through the course of the year.
Sure.
2016 they won 35
one-run
games.
They had a historic run.
So they could have blown 10 4-run leads in the 7th. It'll even out as time goes on, but right now it's a bad start for this bullpen.
And it's everybody.
And it's everybody. And now, yes, Do they need more than one guy? Yeah, probably. One guy could absolutely help stabilize it, though. It changed the dynamic. You use guys in different situations. That guy goes out there, you know he's going to be good. The other players that are in there, maybe you can finagle it so they're hitting pitching against the bottom of the order versus the middle of the order. There's a lot of things you could do, but getting that one guy could change a lot of things. It's just who's that guy going to be?
Rangers are 9 for 17 in save situations this year.
Well, that's bad.
That's unsustainable.
Yes, it is. Very much so.
And look, you're limited in your options. It's just not that simple. Teams aren't ready to sell. You don't want to totally deflate the confidence of the guys that you have that you will need at some point in time. So it's a very tricky balance in terms of the psychological game. Everyone right now has it in the back of their minds in that bullpen, I might be next. I might be the next one to go ahead and screw this up. The good news is, as I said to start the show, it is the best problem to have versus starting pitching, offense and defense. And you know that you're a good team. You can stand up with the Atlanta Braves, with maybe the hottest player in the entire sport right now, Acuna, doing more damage last night. He is on fire. Well, they hit 10 home runs in this series. Woo!
Yeah, they did. He's tremendous. He always has been, and there's a reason why he's one of the faces of the league.
Feels like he's taken over the mantle, or did he already have it over Tatis? It felt like this was all set up for Fernando Tatis. He had his drama, his cheating, and Acuna. I think Acuna's got a TV commercial. He's on the couch, I think, of a TV commercial.
Yeah, he might be.
But you can tell looking at him, it's like, all right, that dude looks like a star.
He's a star.
He's the league in stolen bases, too.
Yeah, he is a star. And the difference is, he had his injury. He had his ACL. Tatis is hurt a lot. I mean, he's hurt multiple times. And he had the PED allegations. So that's or suspension. So, there's not even close. He is completely taken over for Tatis. And there's a lot of other guys that are the faces of the league, but Acuna Jr. is definitely one of them. And deserve it.
We need to get a baby brother up here soon. Good bloodlines, the Acuna bloodlines to have in the Rangers farm system.
Is he in ours?
Yeah, he's their third-ranked prospect.
Ooh.
Middle infielder.
Okay.
You want me to do it too?
Oh. Have you never not done it?
Oh, yeah. We
First time you left me hanging on it. You out on Cardi B now.
Oh, no. I love Cardi.
Bruce Bochy on the pen.
Well, we're mixing it up a little bit. Long ball hurt us in this series. No getting around it. But that's their deal. They have high slugging, and we just made some mistakes here. The walk hurt in the 8th inning. But we just got to get this thing figured out in the bullpen. But it was a good game. I mean, Nate threw a great game. The one first home run, that split just kind of broke the other way on him probably a little bit, cut a little bit. But, he left the game, and we had a 2-run lead and just couldn't hold on to it.
They're off today, and tomorrow they'll pick back up against the Colorado Rockies right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Miami Heat get 35, 7, and 6 steals from Jimmy Butler. Is Jimmy Butler better than Jason Tatum?
Yeah. No, maybe not 1 through 82, but
right now he is.
This time of year he is.
But yeah, I mean, I'd still take Tatum over Jimmy Butler, but I mean, you had 3 turnovers in the last 5 minutes from Jason Tatum. That was honestly, that third quarter the Heat played yesterday was maybe the best quarter we've seen any team play. Just complete basketball, defense.
Careful.
Getting some of those shots off.
They did some magical stuff against Milwaukee. I'd have to go back and look at those quarters.
They did, but I mean, the way they just stifled Boston. Jason Tatum took 0 shots in the fourth quarter. He took 4 in the second half. I mean, his reputation could teeter a little bit here in the playoffs. The fact that if it's not for those final few minutes against the Sixers in Game 6, his reputation is really trashed in the playoffs right now. Game 7 was huge, but then to just kind of disappear in the second half last night. But I mean, credit to Miami. They did a lot to take him away. They played really, really good defense, and they are by far to me the toughest of the 20 teams that have been involved in the NBA playoffs this year.
Jimmy Butler on people like me who have been doubting him.
We still don't care what none of y'all think. We don't care if you pick us to win. We never have. We never will. We know the group of guys we have in this locker room. We play basketball the right way, knowing that we always got a chance.
It's a great drop. We still don't care what none of y'all think.
Yeah.
Tobias Harris over me? I'll never forget that. Walking out of the arena, Tobias Harris over me? Going at Philadelphia when they chose Tobias Harris over Jimmy Butler.
I mean, Jimmy's just been on an insane run.
Yeah.
He's absolutely carrying them.
Game 2 in the West tonight. Everyone is trying to say the Lakers are actually going to win this game. That's what a lot of the analysts on TV are saying. In Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL will kick off tonight. Stars Vegas tomorrow night. And, of course, we're going to have you covered for it right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, Choppy, we've got another golf major today.
We do. But in the infinite wisdom of the PGA of America, which is in Frisco, Texas now, but when they decided to put it in Rochester, New York in May, it was not in Frisco. Okay, it was still in Florida. But shockingly, they are in the middle of May, Bobby, a 2-hour frost delay. Okay, Who is the genius who thought, hey, I got a great idea for a major championship in May. Let's go to Rochester, New York. Now, Oak Hill is an amazing golf course. Amazing course. They're played it. I've heard things. But putting this tournament in upstate New York.
Is this Trump's course?
No.
Oh.
In May. In middle of May. You know, it is... They don't even open up pools up there until the 4th of July, basically. Why would you do this? This is the dumbest decision a major entity can make. The PGA Championship needs to be south of Raleigh from here forth.
The live guys are in this?
There's 18 live guys in this. Got some good tee times with live guys involved. So the PGA finally, taking, doing something good. So Brooks Koepka is going to tee off at 8:50 with Gary Woodland and Scotty Scheffler. It's a good threesome.
Just tell me when DJ's is.
It's later. So Morikawa, Rory, and Justin Thomas at 9:01. Spieth at 9:12. He's playing with Victor Hovland and Shane Lowry. Cam Smith, John Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick. Those are the last 3 major champions. So Cam won the British. Matt won the U.S. Open, and then John Rahm won the Masters this year. Dustin Johnson is later on in the afternoon. He is teeing off at 2:30 with Tyrrell Hatton and Xander Schauffele. Now, Dustin does have a back injury. How, though, Dustin hurt his back was something of a surprise, I think, to the very prude golf media.
What'd you do to your back? What is
I just pulled a muscle, lower back.
Swinging a club or lifting up a kid?
Yeah, lifting up a kid, just a bigger kid.
Dustin Johnson just admitted to the world that he was doing some kind of with Paulina.
Any excuse to look up Paulina.
Yep.
Photos.
Lift up a very big kid. I can think of a handful of different ways. I've had Sarah off the ground, so I'm sure that I know exactly what Dustin was doing.
All right.
To school.
Headlines here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All right, we have DFW's very own Coppell High School, and he's running a free football camp that you need to hear about. He's also going to be promoting Mental Health Awareness Month. He is the new teammate of Aaron Rodgers, Solomon Thomas, on Sean and RJ next. But maybe our next guest could be an advocate for this as well, because he probably has some money that he needs to handle moving forward. We all do. edition of the Expressway starting off right now. We are commercial free until 8 o'clock when John, is it Machota or Machota?
Machota.
John Machota. If you want Cowboys info on the internet, no one churns it out and gets it more so than John. He'll join us from The Athletic to talk about America's team at 8 o'clock. And speaking of football, we welcome back friend of the station, NFL defensive lineman, current New York Jet, and Coppell native Solomon Thomas on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing well. I like it. You're nice and chipper. What time you waking up in the off season these days?
I woke up at 6 today, but normally around 6 o'clock, 6:30. Not too bad.
Okay, how much time do you spend? Do you just live here in the off season? When do you head back to the Jersey, New York area?
Well, I spend most of my off season here. I'll train out here. I have a good trainer at Legacy Performance, Scott Herrera, and another guy I go see at APEC, Mason Hayes. They do a great job with my training, my programming, and they're having me feel amazing right now. So it's been a great time with them. But we've been back at OTAs the last 4.5 weeks. I just headed home early this week to get ready for my camp this weekend, and just help the family out.
How much crazier has life been as a New York Jet since y'all got a new quarterback?
Oh, it's been amazing. I feel like the whole state is buzzing, the state of New Jersey and the state of New York. Everyone's just excited. The team's excited. The energy is high in the building. Our potential is through the roof right now. So we're just trying to put the steps in, put the work in, build it brick by brick so we can perform this season. So it's been really exciting.
Has he found out New Jersey's laws on shrooms and tripping other things? Has he had to ask anybody that question?
No, not that I know of. No, we haven't been talking about that. More football and about the area.
Solomon, what stands out about just watching him up close? I've seen some of your teammates just rave and say that they've been they catch themselves standing there. Just the physical ability. What do you notice about Rodgers just watching him up close in person?
Honestly, it's been watching how he operates professional. He's teaching the receivers how to run the routes and how to get the timing right. Just like how he's giving all his knowledge back to all his teammates. I haven't really seen a quarterback come in like that and just command the room and give knowledge like that and just kind of feed the room everything that he's known for the last 18, 20 years that he's been in the league. So it's been it's been really good, but you can see why he's a Hall of Famer. You can see why he has championship rings. Been there 3 times. It's how he operates and everything he does.
The arm strength is still there. We have a big bet that I'm saying he still has it. One of my co-hosts says he's washed, so we have huge stakes on a bet for this upcoming season. I believe the arm and the ability is still there. Can you confirm?
The arm and the ability is still there, and you guys will see on Sunday.
Yes. Yes.
Solomon, do you guys consider yourselves now the best team in the East?
I know we can be the best team in the East. Obviously we have to get on the field first before we call ourselves that and put some games under us. But I know we can be. I know what we can do. But we just have to execute. We had a great potential last year to make the playoffs, and we came up short. But now we had Aaron, and I really believe the sky's the limit for us. And anything less than the Super Bowl is not what we want. So. That's our goal, and that's where we want to be, and I believe we can get there for sure.
All right, let's get the kids out to Coppell High School, where you're from. It's a free football camp. The kids are going to get a swag bag, T-shirts, snacks, water, lunch from Raising Cane's. Let's talk about what you're doing out at the high school and how some of the young Tolos can join and participate.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, so May 20th, I'm having my 3rd annual free football camp at Coppell High School. And I'm just so excited. It's one of my favorite days of the year. We're having about 200 kids come out, and we're going to run football drills, games, but we're also going to teach them a little bit about mental health. I'm going to do a meditation with the kids, kind of take them through my life and kind of how I go through life and how I get prepared for life. So, I want to give them a glimpse of how I take care of my mental health, how I take care of my physical health. But honestly, I just want to go out there and have fun with them. It's always awesome to see the kids smiling and and enjoying the beautiful game of football. And I'll have some teammates from the Jets. I'll have some teammates from Stanford, some friends from around the league, and some of my best friends from home who have played college football, volunteering to help out and coach the kids. So it's a bunch of guys with knowledge of the game who love the game, giving back to the kids, and just trying to give the kids, an upper hand in the game, some knowledge of the game, but also just pouring back the love and showing them how fun this game is and where it can take us. So, I'm super excited for Saturday. It's really one of my favorite days of the year. So it's at Coppell High School from 9 to 12, and we're just going to have a great time.
Solomon, what is it about? I mean, you obviously played at Coppell. You see these kids every year coming out to your camp and get a look at some of these kids. What is it about Texas high school football, do you think, that it just makes it such a competitive, high-quality brand of high school football compared to other areas?
I mean, it's the sport. Like, when I moved to Texas from Connecticut, it really was Friday Night Lights. Now, where is everyone in town? It's Friday. It was the first time in town, and, all the restaurants are empty. We could get any reservation we wanted in Coppell, and we were like, where is everyone? And then, you drive by the high school, and you hear the band playing, the lights flashing. It's serious down here. So I think that's where it starts, and then just people just love it. They have a passion around it. The community is all about it and supports it. So it's a way of life down here, and I think it pours into kids at a young age. They see how serious it is, how much fun it is, and they just want to get involved. And so, camps like this are ways to, keep them involved and keep them, excited about the game and have them learning from upper hand, learning new skills, learning new ways to approach the game and attack the game, and also just to attack life.
How does the energy here of high school football compare to the tri-state area?
Honestly, I haven't been to a game yet in the tri-state area. Actually, I did a little football camp a couple weeks ago there, and the talent was good. It was good talent. It wasn't Texas talent, but I was impressed with the talent. But obviously you hear about the schools like Paramus where what's his name from the Giants goes there. Jabril Peppers, he went there. There's some great players who came out of the tri-state, but I don't think they're touching Texas high school football though.
Give me the food trade that New York should make with Texas, and that Texas should steal from New York.
Ooh, I mean, all the food in that city is unbelievable. Ooh. So it's hard to choose one thing. But we're gonna trade either pizza or bagels for brisket. I would say that. That'd be my trade.
Yes, excellent trade.
So May is Mental Health Awareness Month, like we just mentioned. It's something that I know is really important to you. You just mentioned how big a part of it is going to go on in terms of the teaching that you guys are doing this week at this camp. Just talk a little bit about the importance of this month for you and why this is such a passion of yours.
Definitely, yeah. May Mental Health Month is extremely important. Mental health is something that we're all going to go through, that we're all going to be affected through in our life. So it's important to bring awareness to it so we can understand how to deal with certain situations, understand how to be there for friends, be there for ourselves, and understand how to have self-care so we can take care of our mental health, whether it's therapy, journaling, meditating, learning how to have the language to talk about it so we can have these important conversations with our loved ones. But it's a passion of mine for many reasons. I lost my sister to suicide in 2018, and that obviously changed my life and changed my world and threw me into this world of mental health, where I got to see how big of an epidemic it is in our world and how many people are struggling and how many people need help and just how many people need, the permission to understand that help is a sign of strength and that to stay here on earth and to understand how important they are and how no matter what time they're going through, that someone does love them and that, there's light at the end of the tunnel for them. So that's why it's a passion of mine. It's such an important month so we can bring awareness, so we can help as many people as we can, because suicide is the most preventable death. But we just need to bring awareness to it and education to it so people can understand how to process it, how to take care of themselves, how to take care of others, and just make this world a healthier place.
Solomon, have you felt like this has become a much more comfortable topic now in the big bad world, the tough guy world of NFL locker rooms? Is this a little bit, has the stigma around mental health kind of eased off over the years?
The stigma has definitely gotten better. From my first time in the league in 2017, 2018 and now, it's such a different conversation. It's happening more often. Guys are talking about therapy in the locker room. Guys are openly having a conversation about why mental health is important. And we're just asking the question. And I think that makes the biggest of the difference. Because when I was first in the league, it wasn't a conversation. It wasn't something we talked about. But now it is, and guys are understanding the importance of it. And I think us as NFL men, as gladiator sport, seeing us talk about it and seeing us having the conversation, I really feel like that makes it okay and open for everyone to have the conversation. If you can see this big, strong NFL player who has everything that you think in order, if he's doing that, then definitely you can definitely take care of your mental health, and it's okay for you to do that as well. So I definitely believe that the conversation is getting better, and, we're making so many better strides against the stigma. But there's still so much more work to do, and that's what we're doing.
Learn from an NFL defensive lineman, a local guy who's given back. Over 250 local kids will be welcome for free. Coppell High School. What's the date again on that?
May 20th, this Saturday.
May 20th, this Saturday, a free football camp. We'll be promoting it on social media. You're a great dude. Thanks again for the time, man, and keep up the great work.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having me.
There he is, Solomon Thomas, New York Jet, new teammate of Aaron Rodgers on the Diamond Factory Hotline. As Choppy asked him where he pushed Aaron Rodgers to get his new drugs.
I just said that has Aaron asked. Has Aaron inquired where he can get his ayahuasca or whatever?
It's New York. I don't think he's having trouble finding drugs.
Is that they have a
bustling drug community.
They're available?
Yeah.
You think you can get them there?
All right.
You get pizza, that's for sure.
Every single Thursday, speaking of shady stuff, it's time for Life Hacks.
No way. I'm getting hacked.
Dirty hackers right there.
All right, so these are unethical life hacks, which you guys, this is becoming a favorite of people because I'm getting people like texting me stuff. They'll DM it. They'll send us, like, I'm getting tagged in stuff on Twitter of, oh, here's a video. Somebody sent me a Facebook video the other day with people reading off a bunch of different unethical life hacks. So again, we're not endorsing these. We're bringing these to your attention so you know not to do them. Okay? Don't do these things.
Deterrents.
Yes, these are deterrents. The devil is better than
They're
the devil you
deterrents
don't.
unless you really need to use them.
Right, exactly. And also, remember, because these are unethical, sometimes they're not totally well thought out, and there may be holes in them. So feel free on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, to shoot holes in these if you say, no, that actually doesn't add up.
By the way, the power of the fan. As I'm driving to Broken Bow last week, I get a random phone call. I'm like, should I pick this up? I don't know. I answer it. It is Tolo Mike. And he goes, hello, is this Sean Sharif? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I'm with the Dallas Water Department.
Oh, no.
He said, I've heard what you've been saying about us, and your water is now cut off. No, he's like, he called. He couldn't have been a nicer individual. He was fantastic. So during these life hacks, I've been looking for ways to destroy the Dallas Utility and Water Department. And he's like, sorry, we've been a little bit backed up. We're still trying to catch up from the COVID days. Sincere apologies. I was a little bit nervous. I didn't want you to yell at me. And I was like, man, thank you so much. Drinks and beers on me. So the power of the fan finally got through. Atolo, working in the Dallas Utilities and Water Department, hit me back up to explain some of the issues, and we're good to go.
So threatening people with these unethical life pro tips can work, you guys. All right, so
next I need the Acme Brick people, you thieves. You know, you pay for a house, and they limit you to like a few different color selections, and then what a ripoff! What a mistake trying to build a house. I should have just picked one. My dad said, just pick one and have it already done, and take the options out of it. It's a freaking nightmare.
You should just let
level 1, level 2.
You should just let me pick everything. Nobody judges brick color more than me. And then you people in my neighborhood who have painted over your brick.
Oh, that's my dad's cardinal sin. He told me he would.
You tacky people.
Painting the brick.
Painting the brick.
That's what you have HOAs for.
We have an HOA. Somehow they got it passed. I don't know.
Why would you want to paint the brick?
Because they didn't like the color they chose, obviously. They chose the color. You got to be able to see this. You got to be able to take one brick and then envision it in an entire construct of a household.
My wife loves these black windows. She's like, I want black windows.
Oh, the shaded ones?
I don't know.
Yeah,
they're black.
Shaded.
$17K.
Yeah, they're expensive.
$17K for a black window.
They're great, but they don't age well. They don't age well if the house doesn't age well. That's where you got to really worry about the brick and the stone pattern that you're going to get. Have you had your stone picked out?
We should do a podcast. We should do a podcast.
All right, so you were just talking about Aaron Rodgers. So if you got drug tests at work, bring homemade food for the office with slight amounts of THC. They can't fire everyone.
Oh.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, man.
Somebody else added the caveat. They said, why even work and have to cook? Just put a little bit in the coffee maker.
There were
some butter. Put some weed butter in there.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, we don't drug test up here.
No, we don't.
But
I would pass, though.
There's no one right now that I would do that to. There's other people in the city who work in this profession I would do that to. They throw a big bag of heroin in their backyard.
Oh, my gosh. Where did you even get something like that?
I don't know. I could find it. I'm sure I could. Look, my neighborhood, I could go me or Choppy's neighborhoods with the bullets in our windows. I'm sure I could find it.
Yeah, I can definitely find some.
Yeah. But we don't drug test up here.
All right. If a meeting is getting too boring, or I guess if it's just going too long, all meetings are boring. Let's be honest. Stand up, walk out quickly while staring at your phone. Nobody will stop you, and you'll have time to think of a decent excuse before getting interrogated. This is a technique that I've used. I didn't realize it was a life hack, but yeah, if you need to just slip out of somewhere, just you kind of sit there and you do one of these, so just kind of on my phone, and then and then you start making an aggressive walk away.
That's what I'm going to do for our 14th photo shoot here that they've tried to schedule. I'm not doing another photo shoot.
They want 2 weeks, Sean. 2 weeks.
They want props. They want props.
I'm not doing it. You can superimpose a lacrosse stick in my hand. That's what you can do.
Is that the sport you went with?
I love our photo guy. I love it. I'm not doing photo shoots every 3 months up here.
And it's at 11 o'clock, hour after the show.
I know. I'm just going to stick around. You know what that's going to do? A perfect chance to load all these new songs in. Bumpers.
There you go.
I've been looking for an opportunity. That's an excuse.
There is a good reason to get another photo. During your last semester of college, Peyton, you should have done this. Get your student ID photo retaken. You'll have a more believable ID for student discounts, perks for a few extra years after graduating.
That's a good point. I still have my college ID, but it got stuck to my wallet photo thing. Now it's like all like you can't even see it.
Wait, so what's the point of this?
The idea is that student discounts, you can get that if you look clearly like 4 years ago, freshman you. There are people who aren't going to believe that you're a student.
But doesn't the card tell whether you're still enrolled as a student?
Apparently, so one of the things people said,
just look at the card. Like Topgolf, they do like a student discount night. They just look and if you have the ID, they look at it. Now the only thing is my student ID to get a new one. The first one's free. The second one's like $30 or $40.
But that's an investment you're making for the next 4 years.
It is an investment.
So I remember, okay, so you've said some of these have gotten dark before, Sean. Yeah. A little too dark for your liking. But one of the ones you did like and went, oh, that's genius, was the, I don't remember what the exact hack was, but like burying an animal on, if you need to bury a body, just put a dog on top of it. They'll sniff it out. They'll think it's that. Okay, so similar to that. When planting plants on top of dead bodies, make sure to plant an endangered species so it'll be against the law to dig it up.
Oh! Wow, that's dark.
Really?
But it's a good idea.
Very good idea.
Yeah. So watch out, brick company or whatever.
What's an endangered plant?
They have like certain flowers and stuff like that are considered.
Can't do it.
Oh, that's not endangered though, right?
No, but you can't dig those up, right?
So endangered plants. Here we go. A baseball plant. A wood cycad, whatever, hart's tongue fern.
I've never heard of these.
So if the
stinking corpse lily.
If the cops are conducting an investigation and there's a bed of stinking corpse lilies, they can't touch it.
I guess not. They can't dig it up.
I doubt that.
Probably can have holes shot through it.
I doubt
but
that.
You know,
it's a good idea. You're traveling around in your trunk with the body, and then
you just go around looking for baseball plants.
Yeah, and you have like a little potted plants in your back seat.
Stinking corpse lily would be a good one, because if they would just go, it smells like a stinking corpse over here, you'd say, it's the lilies. It is not what's under it. Starting a new job, make sure not to give 100% on your first day. Always give 75%. That way, if you play it down at 50%, they'll think you're just having a bad day. And if you later start giving 100%, you'll be more likely to get a raise for your improved work effort. That seems like an RJ Choppy special right there.
Undersell, over deliver. That's what you got to do. It's all about perception. If you take over a bad football team, all right, with no expectations, and you have a good year, look at that. You're a god.
Exactly.
You're a god. But if you take over a dynasty and you even fall a little bit, you're a bum.
Was that 10-6 Cowboys team in 2003 that good? No. But it didn't matter. They're coming off 3 straight 5-11. Parcells was looked at as a magician.
Genius. He was a magician.
Didn't matter. They got dog walked by the Panthers in the playoffs by 30.
Oh yeah, no, it didn't matter at all.
Now here, this is one that I'm not sure about. Break off the end of any random key in your possession and use it as a prop/proof as to why you're late for any obligation by telling them my stupid key broke off in the door, had to call a locksmith/landlord. I don't know how easy it is to break a key.
Yeah, it's just simple to break the end of my key off.
You can just put it in the lock and then turn it.
So you would actually break. Why wouldn't you just break it off separately? And
yeah. I mean, you have to get a hammer. Just get a hammer, pop it down, maybe.
Or maybe bend it. You could bend it, I guess, and go like, oh, my key's all jacked up. Couldn't get in. It wouldn't work. So there you go. That's an excuse that you get to use.
Although with DFW security, you don't need any keys. You can still open it even if your locks are messed up.
Bring them up.
Bam.
Looking for a gently used video game console/game/tablet? Wait outside a GameStop, find someone trading in what you want, and tell them you'll give them $25 more than whatever GameStop's going to offer them. GameStop way under offers, but a lot of times they're just like, where are you going to take it?
Right.
You know, you're clearly in here for a reason. So you just tell them when they're walking in, hey, whatever GameStop offers you, come out here, tell me what it is, I'll give you $25 more.
Video game loitering.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Peyton, you just said it. Genius.
Yeah, it's genius because I remember as a kid, that was my thing is before I could get a job when I was like 11 or 12, I would take like 15 games I don't use anymore, take them up to GameStop, and I might have gotten $20 from it. 15 games, $20. And they said, that's all you're going to get.
Give me an old game that you'd be willing to pay $25 more for.
GoldenEye.
GoldenEye still sells for pretty expensive, even the old N64 thing. It would be less the game.
By the way, do they have an
me.
updated version of that?
I don't know. I haven't been in the gaming world for a while, but like a console, I would absolutely do that for. I would hang around, find somebody on a console and say, I'll give you $25 more because GameStop's probably giving you half of what they're going to sell it for, so you still get it discounted from what you'd buy at GameStop.
Like, I wonder, like, could you buy the original NES still somewhere? Like, where are you going to buy it?
I don't know if you can buy it in a store. I know there are a bunch of collectors out there who buy those sorts of things.
I still have the Sega.
Ooh, Sonic.
Lie as badly as you can. For example, act like it's hard to make eye contact, keep a straight face, not laugh. Then when you actually need to cover something up, it's much easier for someone to believe your lies because you're an awful liar.
God.
This used to be an RJ staple, too.
That's a long play right there.
It's a very long play. But the toughest part about lying is keeping up with them.
Yeah.
It's
keeping
impossible.
track.
Can't keep track of them.
At all. Like, I mean.
Any of your kids great liars?
Luca is unfortunately becoming a much better liar than he needs to be at this stage. He's a manipulator. That's what he'll do. He'll just he asks my ex-wife, and then when she says no, he comes to me.
All kids do that.
All kids do that, but it's annoying.
No,
it's annoying.
All three of my kids are bad liars. I guess you wouldn't know, right? Like, I mean, if they were really getting you over, you would never know that they were bad liars. But like, for instance, the oldest, I've told you this before, I can always tell he's bad at like raising alarms. He'll just come up front and start little too peppy, like wants to talk a little too much, and it's like as soon as he starts coming up and being really chatty and you need me to take the trash out, okay, what are you covering for?
Yeah.
What have you been doing?
Because otherwise he's quiet.
Yeah, he's quiet. He hangs out on his own. So we're doing unethical life hacks here. Shout out to the Tolos who sent us some of these. These again are not endorsements. This is just knowledge, information you should have so that you can avoid these pitfalls of society. Take a picture of your luggage with as much cash as possible. So if an airline loses it, you could get extra money as you have photo evidence of money being in the luggage.
Hell yeah.
Take a picture of the cash in the luggage.
Yeah. So every time you fly, let's say you just open it up and you've got an envelope of money and take a picture in it and then put it back in your pocket, fly off. And then you could say that was in the luggage and it got lost.
Well, I love that idea.
That's great.
That's fantastic. So we brought a lot. When you go to Mexico, you're going to bring a lot of cash, I assume. We brought a lot of cash with us.
A lot of pesos?
No, we brought like $300-$400 cash.
Okay.
But we brought like 100.
Some people think that's a lot.
Yeah, well, we brought a lot in one. It's just for tipping. It's just for tipping. That's all it's used for.
It's one night at the Super Bowl bar.
I'm planning on not getting hijacked for water like you did. Getting mafia forced into H2O like you.
Well, I mean, if you go to a restaurant, they're going to charge you for water, I assume. But like this was all for tipping. These were all in ones. I mean, I felt like I was leaving the strip club.
By the way, I meant to ask, did they know what tahine was in Mexico when you went?
They did. This wasn't Phoenix.
Good.
Okay, they absolutely knew what tahine was.
Did they serve your swirly margaritas?
I didn't order any. We were strictly ranchies, strictly ranch waters.
Do you need to trespass for whatever reason? Got to cut through somewhere. Need to go look at something, whatever else.
I did that yesterday.
Bring a dog leash. If anyone asks why you're on their property, tell them you're just looking for your good boy. I think that's strong.
Very strong.
Because even if they're
that gets you shot.
Even if they tell you to get off the property, they're gonna soften a little bit. Like, okay, I'll look out for you, but you need to get off. Like you won't get in trouble at the very least.
But then they're going to follow you and watch you till you find your pretend dog?
They're not going to be that committed to it.
Okay.
They've like Russell Manor, right? Like they've created a moat around their property. They don't want you near them. They're not going to follow you into the normal
My
people
neighbors
world.
would.
Why were you trespassing?
I was looking at, I wanted to see different house designs.
Oh.
So, Amanda, she's such a stickler for all the rules. We're going through these neighborhoods. I'm like, that house is there. Someone's building, still working on that house.
Yeah, you go in.
I don't want to be here very long. I was like, she's like, there's not a for sale sign. Someone's already bought it. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Don't worry.
Yeah, they don't own it yet.
Fine.
They don't own it yet.
It's open. There's no construction workers there. Just walk in.
Walk in, even if there are construction workers.
Yeah.
You walk in.
Yeah.
That's a thing of mine. I want to go in there. And I love going into homes.
I was the biggest wuss growing up about trespassing in areas and stuff like that. Like I was just always certain, like, this is as much trouble as I can get into as being on this property when I'm not allowed to.
Make it fun for her.
Like Troy.
Uh-huh.
Like Troy used to.
Yep.
Used to
go into those homes that are being built, and if the walls are up, no one's there.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Want your roommate to clean the apartment? If you got a roommate, this is actually a great idea. There are some steps involved. Make a fake Tinder account, set up a fake date there. After he cleans up, cancel the date.
Set up a fake Tinder account.
Match with him.
Okay.
And end out setting up a date. And then when he cleans up the apartment to get it ready because he's got a date coming over, maybe even encourage him, like, you should cook dinner for her.
Oh, my gosh.
And then you cancel the date as soon as the apartment's clean.
Do that for your relative.
Gosh.
Do it for your relative.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
You should test some of these out.
I really should test some of these
and report
out.
back to us on it. Let's see here. If you need to miss a class in college, so our college still is out there, Alec Medford. The easiest way to get a doctor's note is having a concussion. This person says their freshman year of college, slept through morning classes twice in a row. They were strict and didn't allow more than 2 unexcused absences. She went to the campus health offices, said she hit her head that weekend, was having concussion symptoms. They checked reflexes, said probably had a minor concussion, excused her from class for 3 days, and the class forgived it.
Wow, that's good.
Or
whatever you do, okay, I figured out my next thing I need to complain about to try to get out of.
Okay.
I got a bill. Do you remember a couple years ago I stepped on a nail?
Yeah.
And I was on crutches for a little bit. So I went to one of those dock-in-a-boxes. Worst thing I ever did. They charged me $800 for it. Okay, fine. Well, the other day I get a bill for $1,000. $1,000. I call them. I'm like, I've already paid this. I paid this like two years ago. They're like, well, we just got it all done. Sometimes the paperwork is delayed. One bill is for the doctor, and the other bill is for like the office. It's the doctor's charge in the office. I'm like, I'm not paying it, and I hung up right in her face. And she calls me back. She said, I just have to let you know, like, you can be sent to collections. And I'm like, I don't care. You guys are crooks. I'm not paying $1,800 for the foot wrap and some crutches. And I don't know how to get out of it. Another $1,000 bill.
My son had
from one of those dock-in-a-boxes.
My son got stitches a couple years ago, like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, I got
Shawn
stitches.
Mendes.
And yeah, right. It was good reference.
Thanks.
We never got billed for it. It was like 3-4 years ago.
What?
It was like $2,800. We've never been billed.
Yeah. From a dock-in-the-box?
Yeah, so you're telling me that I could still be getting a bill 3 years later?
Yes.
Is there not a statute of limitations of this thing?
I know.
Somebody's bought your debt. It's probably in collections. You just never got it.
No, we've never received a bill.
Y'all let me know how to get out of this. I don't know. I cannot pay another $1,000, $1,800 total for stepping on a nail. That's some crutches.
Yeah. We're just starting to get the truckwreck.com fan text sending in their own unethical life hacks.
Well, we got to save it for next week because we got to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on before John Machota all over the Cowboys from The Athletic. Hit it.
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see the Smashing Pumpkins along with special guests Interpol and Rival Sons at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What's your favorite one on there before we roll?
My favorite one on here is that if there's hail in the forecast and you're not going to be able to get your car into the garage, they say that if there's new construction around there, you can park there and cover up your car.
Okay.
Oh, like park in the house?
Or park in just in general some of the undercut, because a lot of times they have stuff up there for the construction vehicles too.
Huh. Yeah, because like a lot of times there's no driveway yet for the house that's got.
Like park in the garage?
Garage or just under some of the things that they have up there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line and the number to call to win the Smashing Pumpkins tickets. We'll have another pair to give away tomorrow during the Expressway. All right, John Machota all over the Cowboys, an update from Stephen Jones, and an update on the offseason on your home of America's team next.
But let's get you over to Q.
by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, Thursday edition here with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt. He is fist pumping because I'm trying to figure out how many times we've had John on.
He's never answered my calls before.
Have you hit him up?
No, I've never called him.
If I wake up from the nap and I need to figure out what happened with the Cowboys press conference or everything out of practice, he is the best news by news Twitter account, in my opinion. And he's John Machota from The Athletic here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, John. What's up?
I appreciate you guys saying that. That's the whole goal there, you know. A lot of competition out at the start there, just trying to get stuff out as quickly as possible. So thank you for saying that.
Still not as good as Ari Myrov, though. That's the one I go to.
I knew there was no chance that we would get through this interview without Bobby mentioning his name. So.
I love the tricks that John has. He's going to be the one that gets you like the first Cowboys running out of the gates at training camp, right? We're all football stars. I know all his tricks, but I'm too lazy to follow him around on the field and do them. He's the one that's going to get the overhead view of all the fans rushing into AT&T every single Sunday. Those are the things. He knows what the fans eat up, and he delivers on his Twitter account. And yesterday, you were out there with Stephen Jones. Your biggest takeaway from Stephen yesterday was what?
I wouldn't say that there's anything huge that he really revealed. I mean, I asked him about their confidence level and being able to, re-sign that main four with, Trayvon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, Dak, and Micah Parsons. And, of course, he's going to say that they're confident they can do it. I'm just interested in that whole aspect of it because that's a lot of money. I mean, that's almost half your cap that you could be tying up into four players, and that's fine if all of them play well, but it'll just be an interesting shift because – let's be honest, it's been such a big deal, Dak's contract getting $40 million a year, and now that's turned into one where it's barely even inside the top 10. And now you're going to talk about giving Dak another deal like that. Trayvon Diggs is going to be one of the highest paid corners. CeeDee Lamb, one of the highest paid wide receivers. Then Micah Parsons, I think as long as he keeps doing what he's doing, he'll be the highest paid defensive player. And that's a contract that's in, the mid-30s. So that's why I think Aaron Donald's around $35 million, $32 million, somewhere in there. And that's a lot of cap that's going to be tied up in four players. And if you draft well, then things will be fine. But it's going to be a small margin for error.
Which one, John, do you think will be the easiest to get done, and which one do you think could be the most difficult of those guys?
I think CeeDee Lamb will be the easiest to get done, just because of the fact that I think he's proven that he is one of the top 10 wide receivers in the league. And if you're in that class, I think it's pretty easy to slot where that money will be. And I think that they view him as that. So I don't know, like the whole thing with Dak is he is he's one of those top 10 quarterbacks. And so if you're in that class, then obviously you're the next one up. And it'll just be interesting because of the fact that it just wasn't smooth the last time they got the contract done with him. And so whenever Steven talks about how, it might just be one of these things where you just wake up and it's done. Many of us that cover the team don't believe that because that's not how the last contract went. And so, agents play a role in this. Todd France is not taking deals. Micah Parsons' agent, David Mulugeta, he's not taking any deals. So because of what we've seen from the Cowboys in the past that, they're going to kind of let everything play out. And sometimes that's not in the best move, but because of that, I think probably CeeDee Lamb or Trayvon Diggs. But yeah, one of those two I think would probably be the easiest, and I don't think any of them will be easy.
And there's no issue when you do sign them, all four of them, that you're not going to kill your depth because that is a problem with the salary cap?
I mean, that's totally possible. I mean, I'm trying to think of really a team that I would say maybe the Rams, that the team that they built that won the Super Bowl. They were obviously paying a lot of money to Aaron Donald and, Matthew Stafford and, some of those guys, obviously Jalen Ramsey and that. But I would say, it can be done. You're just going to have to draft really well because you're going to need your draft picks to, be guys that are major contributors that aren't going to be making that top dollar. And so that's fine if you keep having, one really good draft class after another, but you really can't afford to have like that Tristan Hill draft class. Every one of them is going to have to be pretty solid. And if that's the case, which as long as they keep Will McClay around, I do think that that's realistic that can happen. But my thing is that there's always injuries, obviously, in the NFL, and if a couple of those guys get hurt, that's a major blow to the rest of the roster because you just have so much money tied up in 3-4 players.
What did you think about their draft class, John, either personally or based upon all the people that you spoke with, including Brugler and anyone else for your work with The Athletic?
Yeah, so as it was going on, it wasn't one that I necessarily loved in the moment. I totally understand all their picks, and they deserve the benefit of the doubt, but I was fine with Mozzie Smith just because of the fact that it's been so long since they've put that type of an investment into the defensive tackle position. And I just think with what they've done in the offseason, adding Stephon Gilmore, their defense is just so good. Clearly the best defense on paper since I started covering the team in 2011. So that I get all that, makes total sense. I'm not going to act like I'm an expert. So I do lean on Dane Brugler when it comes to a lot of these prospects. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm just, pouring through all this tape of Luke Schoonmaker, but I just when
you're not Wolchuk, you're not a poser,
right?
Kidding, Zach.
No, but it's there's so much of that goes on during the draft, and the thing I complain about the most when it comes to everybody jumping in and acting like experts when it comes to those a month before the draft and then during the draft is that really something as small as a character concern or a medical issue completely can wipe you off a board. And so you go from being a guy that, people think, oh, that guy should go in the first round to where, oh, no, we're not interested in the first round or any round. A guy that I always go back to, a perfect example of that would be Ron Leary, who doesn't get drafted at all because they thought, the doctors saw that he had a degenerative knee condition. And so that's a guy that when he was with the Cowboys, he played pretty well, but he goes completely undrafted. And so, we're just watching tape of what they do in college is only maybe half of it, I would say, and maybe that's even too much. And so that's why I these guys like Dane Brugler, he's doing that all year round, and he's talking to people in the know on the medical side with the teams and things like that. And so, Schoonmaker I thought was a little bit early, but then you can easily make the argument, okay, well, he'd probably be gone in the next, maybe 10 picks or something. So what are you going to do there? And you needed another tight end. So I get their reasoning behind it. I just wasn't blown away by that pick. I did like DeMarvion Overshown. I thought, with Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator, I think he's a good fit for kind of being a chess piece that he can move around and use in a bunch of different ways. And so I thought it was a good, solid draft, like a B-type draft. But, when you have some of these drafts where you get a Micah Parsons, a CeeDee Lamb, a Trayvon Diggs, it sets the bar so high. But I just, it's not a very sexy draft. It's one that when you cover rookie minicamp, no one's really hanging on, how did this player look in practice and things like that. It's just kind of, let's see how everything fits together.
Talking with John Machota from The Athletic. John, when you look at what Steven said yesterday about the offensive line, obviously they've continued this best five, idiom for the last few weeks. This is the first time I think that Steven has flat out named the best five. When we look at the fact that Matthew Bergeron was in play for them, the guard at 26, there's clearly some fluidity at left guard. What is it? What do you think their plan is there at left guard? How do you think that combination of those five is going to look?
Well, if all five of those players that Steven named can stay healthy, I don't think there's any debate that that's their best five. It's that you don't know how long Tyron Smith will stay healthy. It's Terrence Steele coming back from a knee injury. Obviously, Zach Martin, getting up there in age a little bit. So if you lose any of those five, that's where everything starts to fall apart. And frankly, they should prepare for at least one of those guys not to be there, especially if you're Mike McCarthy, because in your time as Cowboys head coach, you haven't had all of those guys together at any extended period of time. It's always been musical chairs. It's always been trying to find another guy that fits in. And so, they're going to give Chuma Adoga every opportunity to try and win that left guard job. I think they would love for that to happen because of the fact that then you would have three tackles that you could kind of feel really good about. And if Tyron was to go down, well, you still got Terrence Steele and Tyler Smith to play the other, to be your two starters. I think that's what they would prefer. But if it gets to a point where we're going through camp and, let's say Edoga isn't really running away with it. Let's say Josh Ball isn't really doing much that impresses them. TJ Bass, who they signed after the draft. Let's say Asim Richards that they drafted in the 5th round. None of those guys are really making them comfortable, I think there's still a chance that Tyler Smith ends up being your left guard and Tyron Smith ends up being your left tackle and Terrence Steele is the starter at right. But now if one of those guys can win that job, or let's say if they had drafted Matthew Bergeron, I think they would ultimately love to keep Tyler Smith at left tackle and be like, hey, that's where you're going to stay for the next 10 years. But I'm sorry, you just don't go out and make the moves to get Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore to try and play musical chairs on the offensive line. I mean, this team is built to make a deep run and win now. So if with that being the goal, you got to put your best 5 out there. And if Tyron Smith is healthy, well, then you just got to figure it out. And maybe that means Tyler Smith plays left guard.
Cowboys insider John Machota joining us here at 105 through the Fan. We have heard a ton of speculation or really kind of wishing, hey, bring Zeke back. Bring Zeke back. What is the likelihood of a Zeke return?
I continue to say I think it's 1%, and I only put it at 1% chance because of Jerry Jones. If Jerry Jones wasn't the owner, I'd say there's no chance, but there's always that small sliver that Jerry could feel like, hey, we are kind of missing that physical runner. I like the story of us possibly bringing him back, and Jerry likes the whole marketing side of Zeke. Obviously, Zeke is a very marketable person in terms of people know about him, the feed me Zeke thing, the jumping in the kettle, Zeke holding out on the contract and Jerry saying Zeke who. I mean, there's just a lot of those things that there's a lot of people that don't know a ton about the Dallas Cowboys that know who Ezekiel Elliott is, and Jerry loves things like that. And I do think that there's a chance that they look at this roster and go, you know what, we are missing that guy that, on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 in a big game that we just hand the ball to and feel really good about. And so if you're not adding Zeke, maybe it is a Leonard Fournette. Maybe it is they try and make a move for, Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry if they become available. Now, I would say in any of those cases, it's going to have to be a very team-friendly type deal where that player feels like, hey, I'm the missing piece to kind of put this team over the top. Then maybe that happens. But ultimately, I just think Ezekiel Elliott ends up signing somewhere else. And it might not be until training camp. But if he had played for any other team, let's say he had been with the Jets, I do think that he would be a good fit on a team-friendly deal with the Cowboys. I just don't see Ezekiel Elliott taking a team-friendly deal to return to the Cowboys. I just don't see that.
You think the Cowboys right now are better than last year?
I do. I just think the defense is continuing. The pieces they've added in there, being able to get Dan Quinn to come back, I just think the defense has a chance to be special, to be the best defense in the league. And if you have that, just, the margin for error completely changes on offense. You don't have to be the offense that we've seen from the Cowboys over the last decade where you feel like, well, the offense plays well, then we have a chance to win. I don't think the offense will have to play well all the time with how good I expect this defense to be. And so because of that, I do think it's a better team on paper. And then also I just think that the NFC is just there for the taking. They lost some pieces, but you can look at Philly and losing both their coordinators and Hargrave. I mean, they've had losses. San Francisco, same thing. They don't, you don't really even know for sure what they're going to have at quarterback. And so the NFC is absolutely there for the taking. And so, and I put them right in the mix with those teams.
Is Bobby Belt a Dallas Cowboys homer?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
what about a Dak Prescott homer?
It is funny. I would say between him and Hellman, they definitely defend Dak at all costs. Like, this is the thing. Like,
he's great.
I would say this. I think anybody that's around the Cowboys that covers them on a day-to-day basis would say that, even though I guess as reporters you're not supposed to admit these, but I think we're all rooting for Dak. To be honest with you, he's a good dude.
Yeah.
You want to see him have success. And this, when I say this, isn't just he makes time for us and stuff like that. I mean, he's got a genuinely great story. You'd like to see him be successful, and so I mean, I think we all kind of we all root for him. We want to see him have that success, and but I would say Hellman and Bobby are probably two of his biggest fans for sure.
In your face, Sean.
Your all-time favorite past Cowboy that you covered?
Oh, that's a good question. That is really good. I mean, I'm big on social media, and Des just always provided something. So, there were some times where I'm telling you where Des got real mad at me and really got like screaming at me from the sidelines. Before a preseason game, during a training camp practice, to where I was pretty nervous. I mean, he was pretty fired up about just some stuff I tweeted, which it was accurate, but he didn't like the way I put it out there. But I mean, at the same time, it just he was always so interesting to cover, and I don't know, just like he would always provide you with some content that, let's be honest, when you're on Twitter and stuff like that, it's probably going to get some traction, and it's rarely going to be boring all the way up until being up at the facility on his last day being there when he drove away. They're just, I didn't get to cover T.O., and I'm sure there was a lot of that there. So I would say Dez's entire time with the Cowboys was always very interesting for me to cover.
Incredible work as always at John Machota. We now have the ultimate full green light to have you on nonstop. So expect phone calls to bother you at 8 o'clock all the time. Thank you, and we'll see you soon in person.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, John Machota from The Athletic, the Diamond Factory Hotline.
And he's balanced as F, and he just told you, I'm not a homer. So in your face, I'm genuinely not a homer. I get told I hate the team all the time.
You have your favorites.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Have your favorites.
That's fine.
All right. The radio station's attempt to take over the AAC for the Stars Western Conference Finals. Where do we stand, and who can join us? Stars Fever next. But let me get
Contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Now the 1-2. And that ball is hit high and deep into right center field. Harris racing back, and it's gone! Into the Rangers bullpen. Home run number 2 tonight for Adolis Garcia. Give him 13 on the year, and the Rangers lead 4-2.
Rangers still lose. You matched up well, though, toe-to-toe with Atlanta. A lot of Braves fans there. We know they got a bullpen problem, but I want to focus on Adolis a little bit. I want to start throwing some MVP love his way. And I wanted to check out some of the odds from DraftKings as of 2 days ago. Okay? Now, he's on a tear right now, so this does not take into account the 2 additional home runs he hit last night. The MVP in the American League. Would you like to guess who it is as of 2 days ago? Ralph James Choppy. As he's wearing the shirt, 2-0 curveballs are why I have trust issues.
It's fair. The AL MVP favorite is Shohei Ohtani.
It is Shohei Ohtani. Plus 100.
Even money.
How about the second?
The second is going to be Mike Trout.
It is Mike Trout. Is he balling again? He's balling again.
Kind of doesn't he always? I don't think his batting average is not very high. That's for sure. Because we know that. Let me see what he's got here.
Trout on the year. I got it. 275. 9 home runs. His on base is 364. The OPS is 870.
That's not. He's not having the same kind of Trout year. 870 is okay, but if you go by his career numbers, I would be willing to bet, and I will bet that's far below his career. Yeah, his career OPS is 1,000. 998.
It's okay.
I mean, my gosh, this would be his lowest OPS since his. I mean, not even his rookie year. He only played 40 games. He was a September call-up back in 2011. Other than that, he's at 870, which is at least 100 points shy of every other year he's played except for one.
Third highest odds for MVP is Vlad Jr. 312, 7 home runs. OPS is 901. He's 33rd in the league with runs batted in. And then I'll just go through the rest. Aaron Judge, Matt Chapman, Yordan Alvarez. You got Devers, Julio Rodriguez, Kyle Tucker. No Adolis Garcia on this list.
No Marcus Semien.
See, Semien should be the favorite on the team.
He leads the American League in WAR.
Yeah,
wow, Adolis leads the American League in home runs and RBIs.
Yeah, Adolis should not be on there over Marcus Semien.
No, it should be Semien, but Adolis should be on the odds.
Semien should be on there. Adolis not going to be on the odds. He won't be on. He would have to do this he won't be on the odds till July. He just won't because he came from nowhere, and that's just the way it's going to work. Vegas is not going to put him on the odds until about July. Semien is the guy that is the one that should be on the list. His WAR is fantastic. He's having a really, really decent, good start to the season. Almost a 300 hitter. Pretty good OPS. Not a great OPS, but a pretty good one. He's the guy that really is the one that should be on there.
All right, now let's get to, we're going to take you behind the curtain, behind the scenes for the 105.3 The Fan mission that is trying to be accomplished right now for the Western Conference Finals. Game 1 of the East is this evening. Tomorrow night, Game 1 in the West. But next week, the Stars are going to come back home. And I think Zach Walchuk right now seems the most desperate to get this done. Bobby's always in. Derek Holland is always in. But, man.
Stars, baby.
You got Broadus. You got Corey Majors. Peyton is always in. The guys wanted to get a suite at the AAC for all of us. So we're looking up different prices. We're seeing if food and drink can be included. And the first initial wave came back with a number of about $300 per ticket. $300 per ticket, and everyone's talking about this on the group text. Then the hookup weighs in. That would be Ralph James Choppy. And he's like, I got a guy. I got a guy. You guys can keep throwing away money, you can keep spending money, but I actually got a guy. So RJ has his exchange of text messages, and then yesterday, Derek Holland is saying, yo, man, it's in this range. Let's just go ahead and do it. So upon further investigation,
Upon further investigation, the number Bobby saw was not even ever available. And you can't even buy suites online.
Well, maybe update your website, DallasStars.
That was regular season numbers.
Yeah, I was thinking 300 because I would have liked, if I was going to go, I'd like to bring my wife for the electricity and the atmosphere. And I was like, $600, that's steep, but maybe that would be my cap. I am out.
It's $600.
Per
person.
Each. Yeah.
So what did you find out, Chop?
So I cut that to my guys like, hey man, if we wanted to buy a suite for the for games 3 or 4 or whatever one, just about how much would that run us? And he goes, you know what? He goes, I'll check in the morning when I get in. And he did, and he came back with a number that was about double what we had initially thought.
Yeah. So I said on the group text, press pass it is.
Pass it is.
Walk in free and everyone for themselves. Find your own spot. Like when you run in the Cowboy games, that little walk-up area. What is that?
Party pass.
Party
pass.
Standing room only. And then Wolchuk not letting it go.
No.
He is keeping up the fight. Wolchuk goes, well, let's just get 6 and 6 in the regular seats.
Yeah, like they just have 6 open seats in a row.
Yeah, he wanted 12, and Choppy's like, we're not finding 12 seats together, dude. He's like, well, 6 and 6 then.
Yeah.
4, 4, 4.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he is just about it for some reason.
You might be able to find 8 sets of 2. Right? You might be able to find a bunch of 2-seaters.
You could.
Yeah.
You can't find a set of 12. And I highly doubt you can find a set of 6 somewhere.
But look, there's Stars Fever taking over the station because Broadus was in, Corey was in, Bassick was chiming in. And my suggestion was going to be, why don't we just get a bar? Why don't we just make it a Tolo party? Don't keep it amongst us.
Yeah.
7:30, right after G-Bag is done. Maybe it's Rangers baseball. Like we just go down the street here somewhere and have 20 or 30 Tolos roll out. Why keep it so, exclusive with us in the suite? Make it a public thing.
I'm down. Publicly drink with listeners. I'm always for that.
Because these are Tuesday, Thursdays.
Might end up spending more money than I would on the suite if I do that, though.
Right. These are Tuesday and Thursday games.
Thursday games.
So, I'm already kind of leaning against that. And then 300, 400, 500 a ticket. I'm out. But maybe someone wants to host us. Maybe we can throw it out there like that. But the station is trying to dive in head first into Stars Fever. And you have other ticket prices, Bobby?
Yeah, so WFAA had wrote something the other day, just kind of setting it out there, how much it would cost on average, the cheapest ticket for you to go to one of these games.
And by the way, let me give them their props. Stars Kraken finished with strong viewership games 6 and 7, on par with last year's New York Ranger games. Game 7, Stars Kraken, most watched West playoff game since 2016.
Damn.
Now, a lot of this may be coming from Seattle because the Kraken played in 3 of the 5 most watched playoff games so far this postseason.
Yeah, now look, they had a game 7 in the first round against Colorado.
Champs.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big draw. But Seattle has proven to be a really good hockey market. Like they have gotten good ratings. So Seattle is bringing some of this, but the Stars fans have we've seen the numbers here in town. They've been really solid, so that's good. I mean, I think the NHL, if you were to hook Gary Bettman up to a lie detector, there are 4 teams that he would like to switch out of these conference finals. He would probably want. I mean, he might want Vegas in there because they've got like this weird allure to them. But there's no way he wants Carolina. There's no way he wants Florida. He would want his ideal Eastern final is probably Rangers Bruins.
I mean, yeah, the high temperature in each one of these host cities will be 95 degrees in the middle of the playoffs.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, that's probably not the most hockey enthused area. But WFAA had taken a look at
the PGA and NHL would trade host cities.
They should. All right, it's
what
they got
need.
a frost delay.
Yeah.
They took the average ticket price on the cheapest end, not of the whole arena, but on the cheaper end from SeatGeek, Ticketmaster, Vivid Seats, and StubHub. Game 3, you're going to go for about $186 a ticket. Game 4, you're going for about $184. Now, I went to SeatGeek, and I looked at what are the best values according to SeatGeek. So not the cheapest, but like, hey, this is the best bang for your buck given how these tickets are selling and where they are. Game 3, You can sit in section 116, row E, an amazing deal according to SeatGeek for $502 a ticket.
Woo! Wow.
And then game 4, you can sit section 122, row L, much better deal. 404, $404 a ticket. And the cheapest ticket going for a potential game 6 right now on SeatGeek is $230.
Wow.
And it'll be a packed house.
It will be. It will be.
It'll be a packed house. What are you trying to sniff at? What are you trying to leech on over there?
Look, I've raised my my bankroll. My it's $350 is my limit right now.
Ooh,
We're
big
up there.
dog.
Which the suite was gonna be perfect. I was like, that's right around my range. It includes drinks, food, parking, everything. And then I got heartbroken. But
yeah,
I'm trying to go again. Trying to go to my 3rd playoff game this postseason.
Nice. We are trying to go to Game 5
in Vegas.
I've got 2 tickets already. I have the tickets.
You have game tickets.
My buddy I went to high school with.
Wow.
He's got 6.
Wow.
He has 6 tickets for games 1 and game 5.
That's dedication.
And he's like, they're yours if you want them. So now it's about finding a flight.
If you go, we better get content.
And that's
heavy Vegas content.
That's gonna be expensive. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get the I'm gonna get the go ahead.
Okay. Go
We'll
ahead
see.
from who?
From the missus.
It's your money.
It's
Bobby, teach him.
yeah. Let me teach you like I have to teach my wife routinely.
She's not.
Okay.
What is this? What do you got? Is it same Facebook page too?
We're not doing the same Facebook.
Are you
page.
asking permission?
We're not doing the face. I don't know. I'm not even comfortable.
What are you
I'm
talking
not
about?
even comfortable spending the price.
Who the big dog around
I'm
here?
not even comfortable. I don't spend airline tickets that don't have at most a 3 in front.
Is it just more than the allowance Sarah gives you, or what?
That's exactly what it is. No, the tickets are like $600 a piece.
Woo!
Plane tickets. I'm not doing that.
I'm hijacking below the belt.
Damn it!
Because of a brand new quarterback list from Dan Orlovsky. Bobby reacts to it in Below the Belt next. But while you can't believe everything. The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my...
Shut up, Bobby. Exactly. Shut up, Bobby. I'm hijacking Below the Belt.
Damn it.
Here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And the reason that I'm hijacking it is because of a brand new quarterback list that just came out.
America loves this.
From Dan Orlovsky.
Orlovsky. Can't wait.
My man.
All right. We got We got three different categories. I would like you to tell me which one he put Dak Prescott in.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Number one. Have you looked? Has anyone looked?
I have not looked. I know this needs to be genuine.
Good. Quarterbacks you win because of.
Oh, no.
Number two. Quarterbacks you will win a lot with. And number three.
Hang on, win a lot with.
Yep.
All right, number three.
And number three, they got a big season of answering questions ahead.
Oh, the boys from 105.3.
Oh, I didn't know I had the Super Bowl interview, even though my PR guy told me and lied.
And he was tagged in tweets all morning, and I didn't even see it. Didn't have any clue.
Yeah.
Hey.
I stopped, Peyton.
Chop. Easy answer?
See, the wording of these is going to be tricky because there are quarterbacks that you win a lot with that will be in the big season of answering questions.
Yeah, there's
going to be, because of the wording of it.
Yeah.
Like Dak has questions to answer, but you also do win a lot with him.
Okay.
So I will say Dan puts him. I will say he puts him in category
by
number
the end of the
3.
show. All right. And then the category you would put him in?
You win a lot with Dak.
What did he put him in? What would you put him in?
I'm guessing he can't be this aggressive trolley. He put him in you win a lot with, I'm guessing.
And where would you put him?
I would say you win a lot with Dak, and I think depending on the day and the consistency, you win because of him.
Okay, so you would agree. Right now, you think you agree with Orlovsky.
I think we would have a different... He would wiggle with that definition, but I guess.
Quarterbacks you win. Look how hard it was for me to say.
It really made me feel sick.
Quarterbacks you win because of, according to Dan Orlovsky, this upcoming season.
Okay.
Josh Allen.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
No.
Joe Burrow.
Yes.
Lamar Jackson.
Well, he's not wrong. With that team, for them to go to the play, hang on. They're 45-16 in his starts. That's because of Lamar.
It is because of Lamar.
That is not a good team.
Keep going.
Trevor Lawrence.
I disagree.
Justin
Sorry. Trevor Lawrence was not good last year.
He got much better in the second half of the season.
He got better late, but he got a pass for the first half of that season.
I agree with you. I'm against Mike Bassett when it comes to Trevor Lawrence being God.
Who was after Lawrence?
Herbert.
Well, hang on. If you win because of Herbert, why don't they win because of Herbert?
They'd be 1-16 without him.
Fair. Maybe you're right. But sooner or later, Justin Herbert actually has to win games.
I agree. The final two quarterbacks that you win because of this.
There are not this many quarterbacks that you win because of, right?
Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. Those are the final two.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Rodgers is left to be seen. You have one because of him in the past. I don't know if they still do. I would not put Lawrence on there. I would not put Herbert on there. I think that's about it.
And then Rodgers is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Rodgers is going to be interesting.
So there's 5, I think, that are clear. Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen, Hurts. Doesn't mean Lamar is the best player, a top 5 player, but I think with that team, they do win because of it.
Quarterbacks you'll win a lot with this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay.
Fair. Still question. There's questions with him, though.
Here's the
I think everybody in this list, by the way, you're about to say Jared Goff. I think everybody in this list you win a lot with, but also has questions to answer.
Number 2 is ridiculous. Number 2 is absurd, in my opinion.
Justin Fields?
Mac Jones.
Yeah, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of.
Number 3, I don't know, even if Devontae Adams would agree. Jimmy G.
Okay.
I mean, he has won a lot of games, but there's questions.
Number 4, Jared Goff, Choppy's boy.
I agree. I
think if he's not on this list now, we have big problems.
Jared Goff's better than Dak. Right?
I don't mean Goff. I just mean in general the names we're already seeing populating this
Dak's
list.
Better than Jimmy. Dak's better than Mac. Dak's better than Tua.
Kirk Cousins.
Okay, that's a no.
I always say Kirk is Dak and Dak is Kirk. Next.
The white Dak Prescott. Is that what they called Kirk Cousins? Or they called Dak?
You brought in skin color. I did not, but I won't disagree. Geno Smith.
He better be on this list.
Quarterbacks you win a lot with.
He better be on this list, Sean.
In 2023, YouTube numbers have jumped up.
Now, hang on.
Watch a Bobby meltdown.
There
a Bobby meltdown.
Geno Smith.
That's what we got to call
it. This time last year, Geno Smith was a punchline.
Yep.
And you can't have 1 year where he won 9 games, mind you.
9.
That he is a quarterback that you win a lot with.
Right. And Dak Prescott.
My opinion. Okay, fair.
Dak made the list. Dak made the list. Quarterbacks you will win a
barely
lot with.
No,
they're not in order.
So he doesn't rank them.
No.
But even still, that means he puts them on a tier with Mac Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo. He's a freaking moron.
They're not in order because Mahomes is like second to last. I don't know what he went by. It's not alphabetical either. So.
I think the only guys on this tier, first of all, I think Lawrence and Herbert need to be on this tier. I would not put Mac there. I would not put Jimmy there. And I would not put Geno there. The other guys you can put there.
I would put Tua in the big season of answering questions ahead myself.
I would too. I think you could put all these guys in the big season. I mean, Jared Goff has questions to answer. He had a good year last year. Was that a one thing? Jimmy, Mac, even Dak. I mean, there's a lot of guys in this list, this tier, that could be in either one of the 2 or 3.
Should we take these as quality tiers? Because if that's the case, he has all of these people, including Mac and Jimmy, above Deshaun Watson.
I think these are pretty soft categories. QBs you win because of, QBs you'll win a lot with, big season of answering questions. Let me get these out of the way. Matt Stafford answering questions. Desmond Ridder, Justin Fields, Jones. Who the hell's
Daniel
Jones?
Jones.
Daniel Jones. Oh! I thought Daniel Jones was better than Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
I thought that's what me and Dan were arguing about at the Super Bowl. I thought he had him ranked higher.
What did Choppy tell you last hour? You forget your lies.
You forget your lies. Daniel Jones, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, who I'm buying a lot of this offseason, and then Kenny Pickett. Big season of answering questions ahead. What? What's so funny about that?
This can't be a quality tier. But which, by the way, you say they're not ranked because Mahomes was second to last on the list. With Orlovsky, you cannot put out of the possibility that he is putting Mahomes second to last out of the 8 because he's an idiot and he's trying to stir stuff up all the time.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine he genuinely, like the way he ranked Daniel Jones, he's now telling us he's got Tua and Mac and Jimmy and all these other guys above him. Like but nobody, we can't ever keep up.
How can this list infuriate you?
Wasn't this?
If I told you this was from anyone else, you wouldn't freak out like
That's
this.
not true. I would freak out. I would be like, this list doesn't make any sense. Because here's the other issue. You remember how I didn't. I just sat there stewing quietly. When you tried to debate him at Super Bowl, and he had talked about what his list was supposed to mean, and he kept shifting what the definition of that playoff list was even supposed to be. At first it was how good they were. Then it was, well, what they've been this season. Then it was that, like, he kept shifting it, and that's where it was like, okay, we can't pin you down on what this even is. This seems like the same thing. Like, stacking these, I can't even tell if this is supposed to be about quality or just about the state they're currently in.
Right. I think it's the state. Meanwhile, other lists, let's get the 25 under 25 while I call out someone on the list, Micah Parsons. Man, Micah, we love you. Stop being lame. You're being LeBron lame. After he got called out yesterday by Jason Tatum, deservedly so. The entire internet is making fun of him.
I was in Philly.
Micah Parsons, a Warriors fan apparently first. I'm sure also a Mavericks fan. Then went to Philly and supported the 76ers. Now, that he said was for a hometown tie. Tyrese Maxey, right? From here. But then yesterday, Jason Tatum saw Micah Parsons in Boston and was like, what are you doing here?
What's up, gang, man? Good luck tonight, man.
Yo, last time I seen you had a Philly jersey on, bro.
I was in Philly.
So
now,
for tonight.
I'm with you tonight. I was with Ruben. You know how Ruben get.
Nah, I feel that.
Yo. Hey, I'm going to need a 0 today, too. I'm about to go get a Celtics jersey.
Yeah, I'm going to need a 0. Get me a free jersey. And he's wearing a Boston Celtics Jason Tatum jersey after representing Philadelphia. The new Drake, the new LeBron.
The new Drake.
The new bandwagon fan, Micah Parsons.
Yep, the new
lame
Drake. That's what he is. And look, if he's a Sixers fan from his youth, no self-respecting Sixer fan wears a Celtics jersey.
No.
Period.
No. What, you got a Brunson jersey too? Or you got a Julius Randle jersey as well?
He might.
You want to represent the Knicks?
He might.
So that's Micah being lame.
He's like Holland. He's got the Reggie Bullock jersey. He's like everybody on there. So did you want to run through this PFF list real fast?
Is this the
just
25
names?
under 25? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just names really quickly. You can feel positive about this. This is one of the good people at PFF, Trevor Sakema. Most everybody there sucks. Trevor's good.
Simmer.
The Cowboys have more people on this 25 under 25 list than the rest of the NFC East combined. At number 25, Trayvon Diggs.
By the way, they have the most in the NFL on this list. Only Atlanta has this. Atlanta and them have the same amount.
And Atlanta has 3 players in a row, 22, 21, 20. But 25 is Trayvon Diggs. Number 16, Devontae Smith, Philadelphia Eagles. Then you get down to number 10. That's Andrew Thomas, the tackle from the Giants. So those are the only other NFC East representatives, Thomas and Devontae Smith. Number 9, CeeDee Lamb. And then the number 1 player under 25, according to PFF, is Micah Parsons.
Nice.
The soon to be $40 million man.
So he's ahead of number 2, Justin Jefferson.
Oh.
Number 3, Tristan Wirfs.
Diggs should be ahead of Jefferson based on what we've seen.
Number 4, Jamar Chase.
Wait. Did you say
he's the Jefferson stopper?
Did you say Trayvon? Oh, Trayvon Diggs should be ahead of Justin Jefferson.
Number 5, Sauce. Number 7, Patrick Surtain. Rashawn Slater, who was taken.
Yep.
Was he right after? He was taken right after.
Yep. Those are the 2 guys they were thinking
of. They would have done well with either one of them. And then so he was at 8, Lamb at 9, Waddle at 11.
And where's Diggs compared to the other corners?
25. He's last.
25.
Let's see. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 17. Trevor Lawrence is 18. Garrett Wilson, 19. Drake London, Pitts, AJ, is it Terrell or Terrell?
Terrell.
And then Chris Olave.
Does Ron Washington think these Rangers are for real? Hear from Wash on The Fan next.
Well, let's get you over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official.
in studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a Thursday. We're all doing it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Here
we are.
On Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, where last night the Texas Rangers lost a tough one. The bullpen strikes again as they drop 2 of 3 against the Atlanta Braves. I'm still viewing it as a litmus test, and the Rangers more than passed. They should have won the series. You're going up against a heavyweight in the National League, arguably the best and hottest player right now in baseball, in Acuna, and you kind of gave things away. Happened again with the bullpen. Yes, it is a part of your team, but to me, it's still a measuring stick because those detractors, the Ranger detractors, are trying to say, soft schedule, easy schedule. Well, there you go. Taking on the Atlanta Braves. You did lose 2 of 3, but you know that you should have won the series. Off today, Colorado tomorrow. Ron Washington was in town, by the way, and he blew up 105throughthefan.com with everyone who wanted to hear what their beloved former manager had to say. And KMC yesterday with Derek Collin asked Wash what he thought about these Rangers.
Their makeup is tremendous, and that has a lot to do with Bruce Bochy. After getting destroyed the night before, you've seen them bounce back. That's when you can tell if you got a team or not, when they don't get destroyed by one day, when they can play each day for the day that it is. And if you look at this team, and I've been looking at it from afar, I've always said, this year, the best thing that the Rangers has done in acquiring people is acquiring Bruce Bochy. He's a winner. He brings credibility. He brings accountability. And the young kids that you guys had out there last year and maybe it started the year before, you're starting to see them believe. And when you start to believe in, you can be dangerous. And I think the Texas Rangers are dangerous.
Rangers are dangerous. Then he was kind of asked about, like the Chris Young vision, and Wash took it back to the old glory days featuring Derek Collin and company, and Derek is listening right now, hitting us up on the text messages. Here's Wash with the vision that these Rangers and those Rangers may share.
It wasn't me. It was the group that was willing to follow the plan and the vision that we had. And I owe a lot of my success to guys like Derek. I owe a lot of my success here in Texas to Michael Young. I remember in 2017, I was having problems trying to get these guys on board with what I thought good baseball would be. And I went to Michael Young and I said, Michael, I know how to win. I just need somebody to back me. I know I'm new. I know I'm a novice. I said, but I do know baseball, and I just need someone to back me. And Michael said, what can I do? And after that, we started putting our plan in place, and everybody fell in line. So, you just want to lead, and you hope that you can get them to follow. But I think when you got an organization and you want people to follow you, the guys that are the most prevalent in the organization have to have the same vision that you have. And Michael Young, for me as a player, had the vision that I had, and it worked.
Ron Washington right now, Choppy, sounds like the perfect coach for the NBA.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he's like in today's modern sports world where it's about managing personalities and not X's and O's. It's, Wash is the perfect skipper, coach, manager, whatever you want to call him depending on the sport. He is he's the blueprint. He just is. He was a fantastic motivator. He was great at putting things into perspective.
You just hear some people. You can just hear when people are likable.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
Bochy, you hear it. He's just so likable.
Win the series for Wash. It was just let's win the series, and if you lose the first 2 of a 3-game series, it's hey, let's just not get swept. It's like nothing's the end of the world, and I think a lot of players appreciate that because especially in baseball, played 162 of these things, and in certain markets. Not so much here, but in certain markets where it is do or die every day. You get off to a 4-10 start. I mean, they're ready to fire the manager and panic, and then the manager's job then is guys, we've got 150 of these left.
Yeah.
chill. We'll be okay.
Because isn't Kelvin Sampson getting a look, you said?
Kelvin Sampson getting a look. He got an interview with Milwaukee. Now, he was an assistant with Milwaukee, and he was assistant in Houston with the Rockets. So it's not like he has no professional experience to where
skins.
He doesn't know what the day-to-day ins and outs of being a coach at the professional levels like. He spent 6 years in the NBA as an assistant. I think that works wonders as opposed to a guy like, Matt Rule, who went from college to the pro.
Yeah, and stiffed me at Texas Live.
Yeah, and may not have had a great idea on how to handle that.
Nah, he was cool.
Kelvin Sampson, I think, does. And the players allegedly love Sampson. They love him. So I think it'd be an interesting hire.
There was actually, it's interesting you bringing up that point about Wash being the good fit for present day NBA. One of the things about Wash, though, that I always really respected, obviously from afar, we're not in there, we can't know this, but it always seemed like from afar he was really good at laying down the law when he needed to. And I always will think of an 08, he's pulling CJ Wilson off the mound after a bad outing, a bad relief outing. And CJ's annoyed and tries to flip the ball to Wash, and Wash catches it with one hand and grabs his arm and puts him back and hands him the ball and goes like, hand it to me, do not flip it to me. And so Wash was really good at really laying down discipline when he needed to still.
And speaking of managing situations, the truth is coming out from the Golden State Warriors. Right now, initial reports are Steph, Clay, and Draymond are trying to stick around and be together again and not break up the dynasty. Steve Kerr admitted the other day that the Draymond punch kind of ruined their season.
There's no hiding from it. The incident with Draymond and Jordan at the beginning of the year played a role in that. It's hard for that not to impact a team. And so, we feel like we have a great group of people on the roster, on the coaching staff, in the front office. We have a way of doing things that we're very proud of, but those things were definitely challenged this year. Anytime some trust is lost, then it makes the process much more difficult. And there was some trust lost.
And this is something that people brought up that could haunt them throughout the season. And I remember talking about Jordan Poole just never letting it go. When you get in a fight or argument sometimes with people, you got like that card that you have saved. And if you ever use it, you got to realize there may not be any coming back from it. Or when you put your hands on someone or when there's a physical altercation, there's just no coming back. The relationship is forever fractured. And that's what happened with Draymond and Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole could never get over it. I don't blame him. But Draymond said in order to reacclimate himself with the team, I think this is really a team chemistry lesson. Draymond had to shut up. He felt like he had to be more quiet up until February. Then he could be himself again. Well, by February, bad habits had formed. It was too much to fix in order for him being an extra voice, an extra coach in that locker room. By the way, I have changed my mind on Draymond Green as a Dallas Maverick.
What was it you did or didn't want him here previously? I can't remember.
Never.
You never. Now you do?
I'm in.
No one's dying.
I'm in.
No one's dying.
I'm in.
For the 10th overall pick?
I'm in on it. For the 10th overall pick, I have to look at his age. I got to look at some numbers.
No.
I know, Jerry. I know. I can't stand him, but I do recognize his value, and I think the Dallas Mavericks need a ton of it. But the Jordan Poole situation, they're now admitting, and Jordan Poole was asked, like, what's your relationship with Draymond? And he's like, non-committal with an answer. It fractured them. It messed things up.
Of course it did.
And a lack of trust. They never figured out who leaked it within the organization. So everyone was scared and everyone was on edge. Everyone was walking on eggshells because they know they have a leak in the building.
Yeah, they do.
Never found it.
Now, smart money is probably on some intern, some low-level employee making that they're barely paying a pittance to in the Bay Area, which is the most expensive place to live. And TMZ is like, hey, we'll give you $150,000. Oh, okay, cool. Like, that's the easy money there. You know, like pay your people better.
Yeah,
they won't have that problem.
Less than $10,000 is what they paid for it.
No,
I just looked it up. Apparently, it was less than $10,000.
How much would it drive you crazy to know and that you can't find? Right? It's like it's like the bug in your house you can never catch. And Steve Kerr even got ticked the other day before they were eliminated. Shams reported like a lineup change, and Steve Kerr in the pregame presser was like, "Oh, I guess Shams and his best friend here in the building got the info. Awesome, thanks, Shams. Appreciate it."
Constant fight.
Shams' best friend's Kay Adams.
No, he won't pay her any attention.
I know,
no, it should be his best friend.
Should be his best friend.
Yeah,
it's
too much of a nerd to do it.
It's a constant fight for professional sports organizations. That when stuff starts leaking in any league at any it does create a lot.
I heard
of issues.
McCarthy is like through the roof paranoid.
He hates it.
It's a huge thing for him because it feels like you got backstabbers, you got traitors. Why are you stabbing us in the back? Why are you leaking our information? What are you doing?
Right. It's like, who in the world leaked the watermelon smash into Tom Pelissero? Who could have done that? Which one of you? Which one of you?
All right, man. Jack Harlow kind of stepped in it. The other morning on ESPN, he's promoting White Men Can't Jump. Have you seen that, Peyton?
The original?
No.
Billy Ho?
Can you name an actor?
Either of them.
This isn't Jimmy Chitwood, is it?
Oh, my gosh.
That's Hoosiers.
Well, okay, I saw that.
You saw Hoosiers?
Yeah, I've seen that. Come on.
Name who?
Yeah, Jimmy Chitwood, played by Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. Who was the other actor? Who was Billy? Billy Ho.
Billy, it's right on my tongue.
Is it?
Is it acceptable age-wise for him not to know?
No, nothing's. No, I don't
Don't ask
believe.
RJ. He'll say everything. He'll say no to everything.
Look, I mean, I wasn't alive during when The Godfather came out. I know every character in that one.
White Man
You're
Can't.
also 27 years older than me, Chop.
I still wasn't alive.
White Man Can't Jump is so good.
It's very good.
I almost would it still hold today? Like we all watched it like today.
Yeah, I watched it a couple months ago. It was good.
So Jack Harlow is promoting White Men Can't Jump, and they were asking Vince Carter for his favorite all-time dunk, and he's like, probably the Frederick Weiss one,
which is where he made tea.
Yeah,
in the middle of the Olympics.
Made tea in the middle of the Olympics, and then things took a turn.
It's a lot happened behind. It's an interesting story. So if you get a chance to kind of look up Frederick Weiss's, his story about the troubles he went through over that dunk. He tried to commit suicide twice over that, and blackballed out of France over this. And he was working at a bodega for a long time just because he couldn't get a job. He couldn't, a lot of things. So I'm glad he's doing well now. And he's actually in the media now doing stuff. So shout out to Frederick Weiss. But man, it was a rough road for him.
And on the court.
Wow.
I mean, way to suck the air out of the room.
Yeah.
It's a good line by Harlow, but yeah.
Yeah.
You stepped in it, man.
Young Harleasy.
Then they were kind of chuckling behind him. I was like, dude, come on, stop.
man.
That's sad, though.
It's very sad, and it's cool that like Vince like recognizes it. And, like has kind of befriended him, I guess.
Could not get jobs. Blackballed from jobs?
Why was he blackballed from France? Why was he blackballed? Like what?
They're like, you're an embarrassment. We won't let you run our bodega. He had to go work a bodega, and now he's working in the media, according to Vinsanity. But is that Vince's best dunk?
I think so.
Like in game, probably. Like I mean, I still think obviously the dunk contest stuff was absurd. But
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize this. He was actually drafted.
Who?
Frederick Weiss.
By?
He was in the 1999 NBA draft.
The Knicks?
How did you know?
Because I'm a sports talk professional.
First round.
He watches more basketball than you.
15th overall pick. 15th overall pick in the first round of 1999. And that dunk happened, what, in the year
2000. Why is
Sydney, right?
Why is J.J. Redick attacking Greg Abbott? And the Dallas Cowboys will start off 1-0 on Sunday Night Football. We'll tell you why next.
Let's first head on over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course,
Segment brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan on DFW Sports Station. I have week 1 lines of the NFL season, who Vegas thinks is going 1-0 and 0-1. The Dallas Cowboys line against the New York Football Giants. I thought I heard you guys while I was out. Odyssey app split on who would win this game. Bobby, you had the Giants. Choppy, you have no belief in the New York Giants
None at all.
or their head coach's neck. So you guys split there. Pretty even throughout the rest of the predictions. What do you think the spread is?
I know what it is. It is Cowboys.
Let me guess.
All right.
Cowboys minus 4.5.
2.5. Not favored to that degree. 2.5.
This was interesting because I saw this from my guy Bo. Home dogs, week 1 in division since 2012 are 88.2% against the spread.
Wow. Home dogs in division?
Yeah, so division rival, week 1. So week 1, home dogs within the division since 2012 win almost 90% of the games against the spread. Not outright, but against the spread.
Here are the other games with the Lions. I'll just fly through them. Lions at Kansas City. Chiefs -7 to open up the season. Packers at Bears. Chicago -2.5. Bengals at Browns. Cincy -3. Thought it might be a little bit more with the Browns hate. Buccaneers at Vikings. Minnesota -7. Texans at Ravens. Baltimore -9. Arizona at the Commanders. Washington -3.5. Titans at Saints. Saints -2.5. Eagles at Patriots. Filthy -3.5. Carolina at Atlanta. Falcons -3. Jacksonville at Indy. Jags -3. Thought it might be a little bit more. San Fran at Pittsburgh. 49ers -3. Thought it might be a little bit more. Raiders at Broncos. Denver -1.5. Rams at Seattle. Seahawks -4. Miami at the Chargers. LA -3. Monday Night Football. Buffalo at the Jets. Woo. Buffalo at the Jets. Bills -1. Most likely Super Bowl matchup to happen.
Kansas City and Philadelphia.
You are correct, sir. 19-1.
That's the least likely. You're not going to get a rematch. Rematches just don't happen.
Cowboys did it with the Bills.
What?
Cowboys did it with the Bills.
That was probably the last one, right? I can't
so.
think of another one.
Yeah.
Your Cowboys Super Bowl odds, if you are a believer. You don't even have to pick the winner. Just get there. Bet online. Dallas versus Kansas City is 37-1. Dallas versus Buffalo is 49-1. Dallas versus Cincy is 53-1. And then you got Miami, the Jets, Baltimore, Chargers, and Jacksonville. So Kansas City, the two first most likely Super Bowl matchups. Then Philly versus Buffalo is on here. Philly, Cincy, San Fran, Buffalo, San Fran, Cincy, and then Cowboys, Kansas City is the 7th most likely Super Bowl matchup.
I feel like there's you said the best odds was 19-1. That was Philadelphia and Kansas City.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a really good chance to make some money on this because
you just said it will never happen.
No, not on that one. Just on these odds in general. Like,
Yeah.
let's just say you do $10. $10 bet on 19-1, still going to pay $190. So that means you could think of 18 combinations and still make money. You still be in the positive with 18 different combinations at $10 a piece.
Like Eagles Jets is 37-1.
So if you hit, let's just say you pick 10 combinations of who you think it is. Like if you think Kansas City is going to make the Super Bowl, or better yet, there's probably 3 AFC teams that are above everybody else. And there's probably fewer NFC. There's really a chance here there's a chance here to do some math work, come up with a formula, and find a way to figure out how many combinations you need to actually make this work.
Yeah, way too much math for me. That sounds like a Kevin Hagelin problem. All right, last night, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat go into Boston and make Shaquille O'Neal look right. Shaq picked Miami against Vegas. Vegas is starting to sweat a little bit because they gave the Heat no chance. But before the game, the guys on TNT we'll start off with ESPN. Yesterday morning, J.J. Redick, who already said Ja Morant deserves no more than a 16-game suspension, he decided to throw the governor of Texas into the topic.
In our country right now, gun culture is pervasive. It's pervasive. We've got mass shooting after mass shooting, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. So I get why we're so sensitive to this right now. But there's no consequence for Greg Abbott telling his constituents that they should go buy more guns, and then we have mass shooting after mass shooting in Texas. There's no consequence for an elected Tennessee official to send out a Christmas card holding AR-15s with his young family, and then there's a shooting in his very district. There's no consequences to that. So why are we trying to lay down the hammer on a 23-year-old who didn't break a law?
Because you don't have to break the law to get punished by your work, JJ. And this idiot, Michael Williams, who has been the biggest Bobby hater, angry, ruthless individual, couldn't understand this analogy either. JJ Redick played for what I think you could argue is like the most image-conscious sports program in the last 30 years with Coach K and the Duke Blue Devils. Coach K wanted you to conduct yourself in a way that attracted the Grant Hills of the world. All the other future recruits, the Jay Williams of the world, the JJ Redicks of the world, right? You want your program to recruit based upon the winning and the image. Ask Coach K if he'd be cool, JJ. With JJ Redick is either positioning for the Grizzlies job or trying to send a message to other NBA players, I'll have your back, in case he gets another NBA job since he interviewed with the Raptors. He also doesn't understand that when you work for a private entity, it is their rules. The NBA is in the image business. This is horrific for the image. Go and give the middle finger to your boss at ESPN right after he told you not to do something in a memo 2 months ago. See what happens, JJ. So that was my reaction to that. I don't understand why the Duke Blue Devil, the image-conscious Duke Blue Devil, doesn't understand why the NBA would drop the hammer.
I mean, I think you're right in terms of it feels like angling. You're trying to angle as pro player and looking for look. Daryl Morey yesterday stood
or is he
up there.
just trying to make like a societal point?
I mean, there's one of two end games here. It's trying to endear yourself to players and look like I got the players back, or it's you want to create an even stronger presence. You want to go viral. You want the Dale Hansen signature under you that then daytime talk show hosts want to interview you for your rant.
I mean, look,
that's what it feels
like. At the end of the day, I mean, even though it is a permitless carry state in Tennessee, just willy-nilly taking your gun out like you're in Tombstone is not totally above board. Like, you know, there still are laws on the books. Like, even though like you brandish a weapon, you could still get criminal punishment.
Really?
Now, it may not be a felony. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, right? You know, in the state of Texas, there's. I have to go back and look at my notes because I wrote it down yesterday, but it's still not totally legal.
And someone's bringing up a good point, Sharif. Look at the network he works for. Forget about Duke. No one is more image conscious and afraid of controversy than ESPN. Like, this is too dumb of a point from someone who went to Duke. It's too dumb of a point. And I think JJ Redick is obviously a bright dude based upon his basketball commentary. Pat McAfee's about to find out. Pat McAfee, I know he probably got all these assurances and he's above the rules and invincible. McAfee's about to find out, going on over to the 4-letter, what you're able to get away with, curse, and say.
Here's the law in Texas. This is according to Google, and I assume Google's never wrong. Brandishing a weapon, just in the state of Texas, for example, can result in a deadly conduct charge.
Wow. So if I take out a handgun on Twitter, I record a video or Facebook Live and I'm holding it, that can be a charge?
Now, if you're in because you're in public. If you're in public, then yes. But if you're at home, then no. And now the question is, and this may be where Ja gets out, I do believe the vehicle is an extension of your house.
Ah, okay.
Right? Because you could carry without a permit in your car.
Yes.
So I do believe that's his out. This is an extension of his home.
Yeah.
So he would not have committed any crime.
Unless that's not his car.
Perhaps. I have no idea. I don't know what the rules are.
I have
no idea what the rules are.
This goes back to the whole free speech thing that people got wrong years and years and years ago. You cannot say whatever I cannot say whatever I want on this radio station. Now I can, I guess, but there will be a punishment. And you cannot do this is a problem with a lot of Pepe's generation, probably the Memphis Gen Zs.
Yep.
They just think y'all think you can just do whatever the hell you want in any old workplace. No. Leave. Get out.
Think the other day.
It's someone else's rules. It's their business.
We got to stand up to people, Sean.
We joked.
Did you stand up to Spittle yesterday?
No.
Yeah.
We joked about the other day how you had texted me on the side and you were like, chill with the F-bombs on Twitter. I can do that on Twitter. That's legally my right. If Gavin Spittle comes up to me and says, stop doing that.
Yeah.
And I go, okay. And the next day I do it again on an Instagram live and I'm all over the place. It doesn't matter that it's legal for me to do it. I'm in trouble here at my job.
Exactly. And Charles Barkley, last time on TNT, was not happy with JJ Redick.
First of all, I got to say something, man. We got some idiots, some fools, some jackasses on television that really just piss me off. Talking about Josh should make a stand saying he didn't break any laws. He didn't do anything wrong. We're in a state where you can carry your gun. Those guys are just freaking idiots. And I only say freaking because y'all won't let me say what I want to say.
We don't pay for it.
It pisses me off when I hear guys say that, yo, man, when you're making $100 million a year to play sports, your life changes. There are certain rules and regulations you have to live by, plain and simple. You can't do stupid stuff. That's the trade-off. Now, if you want to do all that stuff and give all that money back, more power to you. You can make that stand. Say, you know what? I want to do what I want to do. I want to flash my gun and make videos and do things. Okay, that's fine. But you can't make money on the NBA doing this stuff. I just hope that he grows up and realizes, yo, man, first of all, you're not a thug. You're not a criminal. You're not a crook. You're a guy making $100 million a year to dribble a $200 million to dribble a stupid basketball. And you hit the lottery. We all hit the lottery to do something. There's people out there work 9 to 5, 8 and 9 hours a week, gonna make $25,000 a year. They would kill to be in our situation. And, Kenny's right. At some point, it's not your friends. Bill Parcells used to always say, and I love it, he says, yo, man, you just an unlucky dude. Bad stuff happen around you all the time. You're just an unlucky dude. No, man. You got to look in the mirror and say, yo, you know what? Maybe I'm the problem.
Bam. Charles on TNT. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. We may have a cupcake to the face bet payoff if Corey Majors is willing to take it. Next. And he's usually willing to take it. Crosstalk next on The Fan. Dang it! I said myself.
underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It is now time for Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece featuring Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin, and new best friend of Jason Kidd, Michael Bassick.
Jason Kidd was at the Ranger game last night.
He said, "What's up to you?"
He said he just waved at us walking by, like I'm assuming walking to his car. I'm going to be honest. I was just shocked that Jason Kidd, one of the 10 greatest point guards of all time, head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, in the 8th and 9th inning was just walking the concourse. I just assumed that he would park underneath kind of where the players park and everything like that to make sure. But he took a few pictures with like fans and everything. It looked like he was walking out to like Texas Live to like go get in his car and go home. I don't know where he was headed or not headed.
But he like made eye contact. Where you think he waved to you?
I mean, he was just kind of waving to us. Obviously, Dana knows him, I'm assuming, pretty well from covering the Mavs quite a bit.
Makes sense why they lost so late in the game yesterday.
Oh!
Because that's what Jason Kidd did during the regular season.
Yes!
They all lost it.
We got it.
Ask you a quick question, Sean. I know you use your laptop, but you've seen that computer right in front of you, right? Consistently asking to be restarted. Do you ever think about just clicking that button?
I have never noticed the restart.
Never?
No, I usually go on here. There's you all's prep or something on here. I exit out, and I don't look anymore. Would you like me to restart it?
So yes, please.
Okay.
So are you saying that all you do on the computer is exit things from the computer and don't do anything else on it?
Nothing. I've never used that computer.
Yeah, I use it for fan text only. And it'll ask me to restart it, and I'll say in 4 hours, and I'll leave it up to somebody else.
Well, at least then I get it. You're in the middle of the show.
Don't you have a laptop?
Yeah,
So you use both?
No.
No.
How's that work? Let's reverse this on you.
I use my laptop for pre-show and prep and stuff like that. In here, I use the regular computer.
Why?
That's insane.
You have everything already on your computer.
It really is insane.
Isn't it?
It really is insane.
No. It gives you access to so many more things. Like, look how much of your workspace is now taken up in front of you because of your laptop. Whether if you just had the keyboard, you'd have more workspace available to you.
The seat that Choppy and I have actually has more space.
That's true.
Sat over where y'all are, like whenever I filled in for Sean, I'm like, man, how does he even do this? It doesn't make sense.
What are you doing with the space? Like, are you preparing a meal? Like, I don't.
No, I have like different sheets of paper and stuff like that I might need.
Who needs
Who
paper?
still has paper? I got new paper for my taxes. They keep rejecting them. I got to send them in finally.
Well, don't you have
Property taxes?
No, my taxes.
Is that because that one person like tried to file taxes on your?
So every time they got filed in my own name.
I remember.
Somebody filed taxes in my name, and so I sent them in. My accountant sent them in. And he goes, they rejected it. All right, I got a PIN or whatever. So I do it again. They rejected it again. They want you to mail it in, sign an affidavit, all this crap.
All right.
Oh, what a nightmare.
I got two challenges.
All right.
One is for Corey. One is for Mike.
Okay.
You get to choose, Kevin, where we should start.
I feel like Corey.
I have the Corey. I'm challenging Corey, and Bobby's going to challenge Mike.
I pick. Is it golf?
Nope.
No. Okay,
Worse.
I pick Corey then.
Okay.
Worse than seeing Bobby play. I want to see that happen a lot.
All right. There's a cupcake back here.
Oh my gosh.
From Kroger.
That cupcake looks.
It looks scrumptious.
It's Kroger, baby. So
It's
you
Kroger.
know
It's Kroger.
it's there.
It has been
I
sitting
feel like
there.
it should be in a refrigerator. I don't know
like
why.
6 days.
I know that it's frosting and cake, but I feel like that should have been in a refrigerator if it was going to be eaten again.
Even
Not for
better.
our purposes.
Not for our purposes. So I would like to challenge you to a Ja Morant suspension bet.
Okay.
The loser takes the cupcake to the face during crosstalk.
All right.
Based upon the number of games that Ja gets suspended.
Oh, okay.
Between me and you.
And the other day I went like 10, right?
Yeah. But I'll let you
over under 15 and a half.
Where would you like to set the over under if you're willing to accept?
And are we playing Price is Right rules?
You're not playing at all. So,
oh my gosh.
What are the
Kind of
prices?
feels like that meant you didn't have an answer to that question.
No, it's an over under.
I think 16.5, Mike, is a good over-under place to start.
That they just, like J.J. Redick, say we doubled it up from 8 to 16.
I do wonder if people will start fighting for the other side, where J.J. Redick's like, come on, man, like, what are we even doing here? I do wonder if that might help. Because at the moment, it's just a bunch of people going, hey, dummy. Hey, dummy, stop waving your gun around. And everybody that has guns is like, I don't want to say anything yet.
So would you be willing to bet the under on 16.5? I'll bet the over.
Yeah, I'll take the under on that. That works for me. I'll take that.
Okay. Loser cupcake to the face.
All right, that sounds fine.
The Kroger cupcake. Deal. That's done.
By the way, our cupcake sat out all weekend in our house, and we amped up the AC while we were gone. It melted. It melted everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. Came home, dog was lapping it up and everything. I was like,
Wow.
this is dangerous.
All right, challenge number 2.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm not trolling. Was dead serious.
I'm serious on this one. This is not the golf.
Deadly serious. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about hoops. And, I was talking about people throwing temper tantrums when we play horse.
Okay.
And I was like, Bobby would throw a tantrum too. He throws a tantrum about, board games. He looked me dead in the face and he goes, I'm not playing. This isn't any golf exaggeration or fun. I'll smoke anyone in this freaking building when it comes to horse.
Yep.
I'll kill anyone. And I was like, not only will you not beat me, but you definitely won't beat Mike. And he's like,
Are we using the same size basketball, you and me?
Regular men's basketball, right?
Yeah, it's a hands joke, Mike. Yeah. He's making fun of me.
I'd take Reggie
So
in
then I
this,
said,
too.
show me your shooting form. And he wouldn't do it. He said he had
Reggie
He hemmed and hawed.
No,
Yeah.
he wants me to do an air shooting for. It's like, no, like I'll do it if I got a ball. I'm not just gonna air shooting for him and then like open up to the tree. I'm very serious about this, so I will show you if I have a ball in my hands.
So
But I'm not
Mike,
just gonna
he's
do it in the air.
deadly. Did you say Reggie's good?
Yeah,
Reggie hoops. I did forget about that. Reggie might beat me.
Okay.
He's getting a little older.
He's
though.
breaking down, yeah.
Okay,
Definitely
so you're giving Reggie a W.
Reggie might.
And Mike?
I think I could beat Mike.
I'm
I don't
getting
know.
older. I'm way older than I was in high school, but my junior year in high school, I was getting recruited by colleges
You would
to
beat
play
me.
basketball.
You would beat me then. I don't feel
All right,
like I hear
shut
you
up
talking.
then.
No,
All this
listen.
talk.
I'm beating him.
Wow.
I'm beating him.
Wow.
Okay,
I'm
but
beating
what?
him.
But what?
I'm saying high school era, whatever. I don't feel like, just from the way he talks about things, I don't feel like you're on the court very often anymore.
Are
you?
Yeah, I'll shoot once a week.
I play with my son.
I've never heard this.
Not just because it's like
I play
on
in
the
my
weekend.
Oh, we're
backyard
talking
with
about
the
Billy Ho.
boys
That's why.
quite a bit.
What's that?
I play with my boys in the backyard basketball quite a bit, but I can't. My back and stuff won't allow me to play
Can't dunk on 'em.
basketball anymore up and down the court because
But
my
horse?
Yeah. The other thing too about horse is what we could also do is I used to do this in spring training, which was fun. We would have a 3-point competition, but no time. Obviously, we don't have racks of balls.
Yeah.
But you would shoot 3 in each spot. So 3 from the corner, 3 from the wing,
Yeah.
3 top key, 3
21.
wing. So you see what your percentage of making 15 is.
My question on this is, I feel like Bobby's kind of like one of those guys that practices trick shots that nobody can make, and
Yeah.
he's got
No,
that
no,
in
no,
his
no,
bag
no.
that he's like, I will show you. Oh, it's a behind the backboard layup.
No, I'm not doing it. Like I won't do a whole bunch of the I call this or this skip on your left foot. Like no, it's straight jump shot.
I'll do that stuff though.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean you got to.
I do that with the kids all the time. I'm like, no, sorry, I said 3 dribbles.
Okay, so we're set. Cupcake and horse.
I
What's
do
the
want
When do we
wager
do
for
this?
horse?
Is this an Oxnard game?
I mean, that's between
$1,000
them.
Could be.
Oh my gosh.
Bobby will bet that. No, it's do
Don't do that.
They have a court there outside.
Yeah, that's what I
right?
say. Is this an Oxnard game?
Yeah, let's do it for Oxnard.
Oxnard contest.
We'll set up for
Now I
Oxnard.
like it.
I'll see you knock.
Where's the court?
See you in Oxnard,
Like
sir.
when
the high school or whatever, that school is that we were talking about?
when Zeke would come in at like 3 a.m, like that court right there.
Yeah.
Like
No, I do want to know what is the payoff? Punch to the stomach? What are we doing here?
I'm not setting.
What do you guys want to do?
Stomach. I don't want to pee blood for a week.
Yeah.
Well, it's not you that's competing.
We'll
here.
come up with something.
What a hell of a punch.
I get to sit in for him next to Bouchel for the pregame.
Yeah.
So Jason kicking fake waves
He's
with
like,
you.
we're finally going to trade Martin Perez on this show.
Oh my gosh.
No, maybe Mike does the morning show out there, and you do the morning
Oh
show.
my gosh, that'd be
And
great.
you do the morning show and the afternoon show.
That'd be brutal. But that'd
Mike
be
would
great if I
love
didn't have to get
that.
up and do the morning show.
Mike would be all about, hey, yeah, if he won,
That's
he'd be
a-
like, I get the day off.
That's
Awesome.
a 2:45 wake up.
I like that.
All right, we'll do that. We'll do it. That's the best.
Mike could be on the
Person
golf
works
course at
from
8:45.
5:30 to 2 p.m. and the other one has the whole day off.
Yeah.
We just gotta get that.
Oh my gosh.
We just gotta get that approved.
That will launch Mike into another level of competitiveness.
Yeah, he'll be reverse dunking. You can't dunk. Throw his back out to get the day off.
I will be practicing every day for 30 minutes a day.
And if you lose, my tease will be Mike's out today because coming up in maybe the second hour, he's going to be like, I don't know. I wasn't listening. What did you say?
Here's one of my teases for Mike Likes.
Now I kind of want to see Mike getting up at 2:45.
Based off of Ronald Acuna Jr., could Michael Gallup be our Ronald Acuna Jr.?
I love it.
What?
What do you mean?
Yes.
I don't know.
Well,
what you
that's
mean.
a tease.
I know. But I want him to blow this up.
What do you
I'm
mean?
I'm not waiting around.
What do you
I wanna
mean?
know. I don't want to wait.
That's
I
a
wanna
great
know now.
tease. For
I wanna
what
know now.
time?
12:45.
12:45. All right, we're back tomorrow morning with a Dallas Stars version of High Low. We'll have a dark roast and the Golden Knights color analyst to get you ready for Game 1 in the West. KMC next on The Fan.
the app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and making his return from where? I don't know where he's been.
From parts unknown.
From parts unknown.
What wrestler was that?
Anthony Bourdain.
There was a few. I know they said that about the Ultimate Warrior, Abdullah the Butcher. At one point, Cactus Jack. Cactus Jack was from Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. My point is that Joey Erickson, a.k.a. Slim Scotty, a.k.a. Joey the Jet, is back with the show for one day only.
One day only? What happened? Who's here tomorrow?
I don't know. Where the hell have you been?
Well, I did make my debut in an adult softball league game last night. 1 for 3 runs scored, got the walk-off win. Our name is, by the way, I did not have collaboration with this, the Wichita Window Lickers. Don't have any idea what that means, but we are 1-0, and you can't win them all.
Any questions?
Unless I did not. I just showed up, and I balled out, so that's what I do.
I love the confidence though. In the
we beat a bunch of
middle-aged
men. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I like it, man.
As a middle-aged man, I can certainly
How
understand.
far are the bases away in softball?
I want to say 45 feet.
Something like that.
I think so. 45 feet. That's
Might
way
be
too
35.
close.
Yeah.
60 feet.
It's
I think
not
it's
very
maybe
far.
60. Yeah,
I think it's 60
maybe,
feet. Like in women's softball, I believe it's 60 feet. I just didn't know in like men's softball leagues what the bases were apart. It has to be 60.
60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 60 feet. And it's 90 feet for regular baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. 60 feet is a breeze.
Play baseball.
Is that statement to Joey or to all softball players?
Joey's a guy.
Oh, you're talking to men.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what about women? Are you telling them to play baseball too?
Either one.
Okay. Just play baseball, is what you're saying.
I mean,
Mike's just promoting the sport.
That should be MLB's
Kevin.
campaign.
All he's doing is promoting the sport.
Do you think a big advantage of softball, though, is you can pitch every day? Like, that's pretty dope.
You can pitch a whole
your
tournament.
best pitcher every day.
I think the advantage of softball in men's league is it's slow pitch. One, right? Because women's, they throw it hard. Right? They're trying to get you out. In men's softball, they're just trying to lob it up there and hope you don't kill anybody. Right?
So true.
And then you only have to run 60 feet. And that's why they do it. Run 90 feet.
How do people even score runs? It's wild. You have an extra fielder in the outfield, right?
They have like stupid rules in men's softball. It's like if you hit 2 home runs, you're out.
And if you hit one right back at the pitcher, you're out. Like if it's too close to like the, I guess, area of grace for the pitcher, the opposing pitcher had a like catcher's mask on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Very interesting.
I remember showing up one night. My buddy was like, "Hey, we could play a softball game," and I was like, "Yeah, sure, I did."
And usually the softball pitcher pitches the ball and then runs backwards as fast as he can.
I rocked one over left center field. I was trotting. I got to second base and turned to see my dugout, and they were like, "You're out." And I was like, "Oh no, that's frustrating."
All right, so we'll keep.
Do you want to be on a softball team, dude?
Not really.
Dude, we should start a softball league.
I'll update you next week.
A softball league?
Yeah,
Not
the whole
even a
league.
team?
Yeah, the whole
We
league.
have kids.
What do you mean? They can play?
Oh, Brandon can play.
Yeah.
We don't have time.
Noah,
Let the kids play.
Noah would be a great catcher.
No, it can't.
He'll play in the dirt. Right? Like at this
Struggling
point
to crawl.
Yeah, at this point he'll play in the dirt.
Let's do this.
Uh-huh.
Let's have a KNC masterpiece. We are the refs and the umpires of. We go around and we ref and umpire sporting events.
I love that idea.
I can't skate.
So it'll be tough on the hockey front,
Well,
maybe.
we can wear
the goalie
spikes.
Okay.
Maybe dig into the ice. Make sure we have our footing.
Or you can be that dude that's in the box that stares at the net. No, you get the guy that pushes the horn.
The net stare.
That's fair.
Net stare. Thanks, Mike.
Or I could be like the replay guy. I like to judge things.
Yeah, be
So,
that guy. And
you
if we
can
get
put
to
me
see,
on that.
If we could see Mike on skates, that'd be fun too.
Ooh, that is a great point.
Another back surgery.
Now, not that I want to change the subject because I'm really enjoying this, but can you go ahead and fire off cut number 5, please?
Please don't be the Rangers.
It's not the Rangers because they lost.
Harley tries the opposite side. Dadonov sails one the length of the ice. No icing as Johnston's there. Johnston to the backhand. Score!
Still such a beautiful goal.
The series starts tomorrow for the Western Conference Finals between Vegas and the Stars. So I saw an article on the Dallas Morning News, and I was like, let's expand this out even further. The Bandwagons fan guide to the Western Conference Finals. You know how this works.
All right.
We're a front-running city. We love to get involved in things that are winning. So if you haven't been paying attention to the Stars for even this part of the playoffs, let alone the regular season, what do you need to know? Like, what do we need to explain to the people along the way? And diehard Stars fans, here's my next question for you. Are you willing to accept these bandwagon fans? Because I've always thought that hockey needed to be more open to taking fans however they can get them. And I know they sell at the AAC all the time, but it's different from some of these other sporting events because you see the same people a lot. And you just need to expand your fan base however possible.
Here are some questions I have real quick, Kevin.
Okay.
Most of these new bandwagon fans are going to be rich people that are buying tickets in the lower bowl. All right? Those are the people that you're going to be like, I just got phased out of this because I don't have the money to buy lower bowl tickets. They sit around the glass. Joey, what's your job around the glass? Is it always hit the glass, or is there an etiquette you have to deal with here?
Well, if you're the one guy with the bang sign, you just do it constantly.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, me too. I don't mind if you bang on the glass that much. I get it. It can be annoying to some people that are watching, but hey, you paid for the tickets. That's your glass.
All right.
Do whatever you want to.
And if nothing else, when
They're
the opposing
flexible for a
players
reason.
are there. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I just want to ensure that like they understand that rule and that people don't get, hey, stop that. No, dude, this is time.
We need home ice advantage.
Yeah, you get a chance to make something happen in the arena. So for those people, I just wanted to confirm that and stand up every once in a while and cheer your team on.
Let's see how young Joey is. Joey, what would Sir Mix-a-Lot do if he was sitting on the glass?
Oh,
no chance.
Yeah. Is he the big butts don't lie guy though?
He is.
Okay, so I know
He
that.
also had a follow-up song called "Put 'Em on the Glass."
Put him on the glass because he's from Seattle.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
What does he mean by them?
Is he really from Seattle?
Kevin, let's get to number one on your bandwagon.
All right, so my quick question is, you have to know, let's just cap it at 6 Stars players. Who are the 6? Because, like, after that, there's like, oh my gosh.
Who are the six to pay attention to?
Yeah, or like, who are the 6 that you need to tell the bandwagon people about? Like, you know, when you go to a party and they're like, oh yeah, and this is Louise and this is my cousin Jim. And at a point, you're like, why are you telling me everybody's name? There's no conceivable way I'm going to remember all these people. So let's go with 6.
First off, you got to know Otter.
Okay.
And you got to know his nickname is Otter.
It's a simple one.
And you got to know the difference between him and Wedgwood.
Agreed.
Like, you just got to know what's his number, and then you can kind of go from there.
Wedgwood has black pads.
Interesting.
That's one thing to know.
Look at that. Yeah. And so it's white pads for Ottinger.
For Otter, yeah. It'll be easy to notice. He's got all the crap on.
And you don't even have to say Ottinger, ever. Like, you could just say Otter, and everybody's going to know what you're talking about.
Okay, yes.
I'm going to go with number 4, Miro Heiskanen.
I think Miro Heiskanen.
It's important to watch. He's not going to score a lot of points sometimes, but
I'll argue he's in the mix.
He does, though.
Playoff MVP.
Would you say that Heiskanen is the first or second most important person to know on this list of players?
I would say second, just because it does feel like a lot ebbs and flows with the goalie.
Okay, so pay attention to Heiskanen because this dude's ice time is going to be high.
It's the highest in the playoffs.
He's going to be the difference maker for your defense.
All right,
okay?
Concur.
All right, Mike, now it's up to you.
Well, over under 1 goal for Robertson in this thing.
Okay.
All right.
Robertson on the list as well, even though he has now reached a season high 8 games without a goal. Now, I will point out, obviously, he came through clutch in the game before that when he was putting together all of the assists, but he has struggled. But I still think you have to know the name of Jason Robertson, or if you want to call him Robo.
Okay. Yes, Robo is perfectly okay. I get, Kevin, do you want to guess here? I mean, I know you see this list, but what's the person that would be next on your list?
You know the person I have to put on there, and I might argue that he should at worst be number 3. What's the theory I've been espousing all throughout the playoffs? Old guy without a cup. That would be.
Oh,
there's others.
Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, there's 3.
He didn't wear a cup.
That's
important
true.
Ones.
I'm going to go with Joe Pavelski.
Okay.
In this situation, I think Joe Pavelski is another person who is in the mix if obviously the Stars continue to advance to become the playoff
So he's
MVP.
like Beltre. He doesn't wear a cup when playing hockey.
I think it's more that he doesn't have a Stanley Cup as opposed
But
to
I see
the
what your
athletic
question
cup.
was. Yeah, I see what your question was. So
we
he
wear
must-
cups in hockey, right?
Yeah.
Football players don't.
Yeah, I think. Do they have a whole pad that goes over their stuff there?
Yeah, it's it has
belt
Velcro
pad?
and stuff, but that's for your socks and whatnot.
So
but-
you must be saying then that Pavelski's the captain of this team.
Yes.
Based on what you just said.
I mean, he is the most.
Wow.
He
stripping Ben from the sea
No.
already.
Whoa, who's the captain?
I mean, I know who the captain is, but
Is he not on this? Oh wow, you're saying
who's the
Controversy.
oldest player without a cup
Gotcha.
that has like been there? It's Pavelski. It's not. I know who you're talking about, and let's see. Do you name him?
Well, I think I got to go Hintz next.
Whoa!
Because that's your
pick.
leading scorer right now.
great pick.
Like, that dude's
And he was your first round MVP.
Yeah, he's Conn Smythe
I think
candidate.
he's in the mix as well. I
For
would
sure.
agree
So
with
that how many do we have now?
That's 5.
That's 5.
You have room for one
Crap.
more.
This is bad.
Do I need to
because
play the highlight we came back with one more
I know,
time?
so it has to be him.
This is the young. He's the
Happy
kid.
birthday.
Number 4.
So all of you guys are like, oh, you can't leave out Jamie Benn. And all of a sudden, what are you going to do? Who's the 6th person on the list?
Wyatt Johnston.
Wyatt's Cafeteria Johnston.
Yeah, somebody said after game 7, they said, hey, did you see the cafeteria scored a goal? So they're trying to make that catch on.
From the 817, gotta yell stars during the national anthem.
Yes.
And has that
That's
carried?
been happening at the Ranger games.
I was going to say,
lately.
has that carried over to all sports in DFW? Is that we yell stars? Because I hear it at Cowboys games too.
Now, I will tell you, be prepared, because doesn't Vegas do the same? Oh, not with Star, but don't they scream out night
But
during
it's a different night,
the
you
national
dummies.
anthem?
It's spelled different.
I hear you on that. I'm not here to argue for that, but I've seen these teams play at least once before.
Do they also yell out gambling and corruption?
Because
that should be in the national anthem.
Oh my!
If
good
that's because Las Vegas is the city
Corey,
of gambling and corruption.
is okay. What does that have to do with the original?
The
national
seedy
anthem,
city,
though?
Kevin. It's definitely
that
seedy
is
I've never
city.
thought about it. This is the night versus the stars.
Yeah.
They're both together in the sky.
But it's
Who will
like it's a
prevail?
medieval kind of night. It's not NIGHT. It's K.
It's gonna be dark in
But
there.
Mike, is this the star, the shape star, or
Stars just gas.
So there's stars in a shape.
You want to throw out your more specific, bold opinion that a star is not a shape?
It's not a shape. It's a ball of gas. It's a.
But you're familiar with the concept of the shape of a star,
yeah,
right?
we made up like, hey, look, that's a star. We're like, no, it's not.
So the
But-
Cowboys star is like not a thing. It's just a.
Yeah, they made up like a shape, and they're like, "Hey,
okay.
look at these 4 or 5, triangle things that we put together. We're going to
Aren't
call
all
it a
shapes
star."
made up? Didn't we just make up the names of all shapes?
Everything's made up, man.
Yeah, but true. That is true. But we're like, "What's that?" And we're like, "Oh, that's a circle or a sphere or something like that." Mm-hmm. So we're like, we named that. When we looked up at the sky, I don't know who did it. Let's just say it was Adam. He seemed to name a whole bunch of things.
Galileo.
And Adam looks up, and God's like, hey, you can name a lot of things. What do you want to name that? And he probably said it in a different language, as far as I know, because I don't think they're speaking English at that time. And he goes, that's a star. And like, all right, we're going to name that a star. And I don't know, did God say draw it? And he's like, oh yeah, here's 5.
Draw it? That feels unlikely. Like gets down in the dirt.
Yeah, he's decided that circle thing glowing would be called the star.
Well, he couldn't have known that. That's what the shape of it was. All right. So somebody said, you better not leave Ben off this list. Well, if that's the case, who are you bumping then? If you go Otter, he's about to draw a star for sure. If you go Otter, Haskin, Hintz, Johnston, Pavelski, and Robertson, who are you taking off that list for Jamie Benn? Like, I hear what you're saying, captain, my captain, but
I would take off Pavelski.
Robertson would be mine.
Because
and that is crazy.
Yeah.
But based on playoff performance, I hear you.
And I say Pavelski, I know what he did, man, and what he means to that front line. And that's one of the reasons I'm taking that first. And Robertson might be a good option too there, because he's Jamie Benn in it right now, not showing up in the playoffs when we need him the most. And so, but like That's where I'm saying Ben, because he is the guy that you drafted. He's been with the team this long. He is your captain. He means something. And if you saw Sean Shapiro's article in D Magazine, there are quotes about there's nobody else I've never played for a captain that's like this guy. A guy that will, he won't ask you to do anything that he won't do. All those things. He's a good captain, and that means a lot to this team.
From the 5-6-1. Do you have your picture of a star?
No, what would you call that?
Scribbling. Yeah, that's scribbling, Mike.
Is that supposed to be gas? It's the star?
Close.
Okay.
That's the night.
Okay.
So I've taken a black pen and I scribbled sideways.
That's the night.
And it's dark.
Yep.
And I've made the shape of night. So that's what we did with a star. We made up something and said, that's a star.
Yep.
Now we have, not binoculars. They're not strong enough.
Telescopes.
Yeah. Thank you. And now we can look at stars closely and go, that shape that we made up is definitely not a star. I just made up the night, and I would say that looks like the night. It's dark. It's black. And you're like, all right, that kind of could be the shape of the night.
Of nighttime.
And so I could put this on a helmet, and I'd be like, yeah, that's the night. And now have I made a shape?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
You just made an idea.
And the star is an idea. The star is a thing, but that shape is just a completely made up shape.
You know what, Mike? I got a text for you in just 1 second, but we'll read one more hockey text from the 561. Better late than never to our Fairweather Stars fans. Know this. Pavelski is our heart and soul. Otter, Miro, Wyatt, Ben, Sagan, Hintz are your must-know players. Man, even all of them ahead of, maybe Robertson did get phased out. And then...
Y'all just wait. Wait.
Man, here we go, from the 817. Really enjoying Mike's metaphysical moments. Should that be an occasional segment where Mike has intense thoughts about, I don't know,
but
any of this?
Mike likes it. He sprinkles that in. So I think just let Mike do that whenever Mike likes it, Mike likes it,
That's a good point.
He's looking out at the sky right now.
I'm just trying to see if the sky has a shape, and then you make it. You probably need a blue pen, then a black pen. Black pen makes the night. Blue pen makes the sky.
Oh my God, we're the KNC masterpiece.
What a day!
It's gonna be one today. Coming up next, ranking the NFL divisions by how good the starting QBs are. Plus, are the Cowboys a fun team to watch? We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
Before we do that, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic. Guys, they're open on Saturday. So here we are Thursday. Man, I want to get to Men's Tea Clinic. I want to try out.
105.3 The Fan. I want to run an exercise with you guys right now, ranking the NFL divisions by how good the starting quarterbacks are. Plus, if we get to it, are the Cowboys a fun team to watch? Now, do you want to start at the top, or do you want to go with who you think your worst quarterback division is based on starting quarterbacks or projected starting quarterbacks?
I think I'm going to take a guess, Kevin.
Okay.
NFC South.
I like that pick.
The NFC South, I think you might be able to argue by a far margin, is the worst. Here's the current lineup, or the current assumptive lineup. Desmond Ridder for the Falcons, Bryce Young for the Panthers, Derek Carr for the Saints, and Baker Mayfield for the Buccaneers. You are correct.
Thank you.
They are, in fact, the worst in all of the lands. You want to go to the next worst?
NFC North?
Well, would it be the AFC South? Hold on. You got
No,
Trevor.
You're right. I mean, Trevor's the only one, and then it's just a bunch of, I guess if you want to put Tannehill as still the starting quarterback, which I assume they will.
Yeah, and they got
It's not good. I would say you're right. AFC South over the NFC North.
They are the next worst in all of the land. CJ Stroud for the Texans, Anthony Richardson for the Colts, Trevor Lawrence for the Jags, and Ryan Tannehill for the Titans. Now, clearly this could change quickly. I'm not saying it will, but if Stroud and Richardson, you were both like, whoa, then all of a sudden you already feel like Lawrence is good and you might have something on
if
your
Richardson
hands.
turns out, Kevin, man, that could be a very interesting division where it's been traditionally very boring. It's been a boring division where you're just like, who wants to win it? And let's just see what Trevor Lawrence's growth is like.
Now, you said NFC North.
I think the North will be this one, the third worst.
If I told you
I'm wrong,
you were wrong, what would you go with next? One of these divisions is
obviously
really
I'm
tricky.
horrible at guessing, and I would be bad at this, but Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and Deshaun Watson, it can't be them, right? Like, that's way better.
Yep.
It can't be Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers. That wouldn't make any sense.
That's fair.
So, I would ask this. Gino.
right,
who's San Francisco's quarterback?
I mean, I'm going to put Brock Purdy there.
Okay. I still think that's pretty good. Matt Stafford, do you have?
And Kyler Murray?
Oh, is it Kyler
because he's
Murray,
hurt.
though?
All right.
Yeah,
fine.
I would say the NFC West, because I need to see another season of Geno being what Reggie said he would be.
So the NFC West is 6th, and this might be the trickiest division to figure out because it's Kyler Murray, like you said, Mike, but it's going to start for, I don't know, like half the season for Colt McCoy. It is Matthew Stafford. It is Geno Smith. And with the 49ers, you said Brock Purdy, and you definitely might be right. Or it could be Trey Lance, or it could be Sam Darnold. So there is a lot of fluency, and I think that's what hurt them and pushed them down the list.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
How good do you think the NFC East is?
Better than the NFC North.
Okay. You'll be upset to know.
What?
NFL.com swapped those spots. So let's go through this. Tell me what you think, because I'm on your side, Mike. Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, and Kirk Cousins against Dak Prescott, Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts, and Sam Howell.
Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
I know you like Justin Fields. He's done little to nothing in the NFL so far.
He's
in
struggled,
fact,
for sure.
I do think he's going to have a much better year this year. How good of a year? To be determined, but I do think that he finally has enough to be an average starting quarterback, and maybe he pushes past that. But he's been one of the 10 worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL the last 2 years. Jordan Love doesn't look like he can play in the NFL. We'll find out
But even
this
if
year
he
some.
can, we don't know that.
Right.
I will say Jared Goff was shockingly good last year.
Understand, I will say that I think Dak Prescott is better than him.
Agreed.
And I think that Jalen Hurts, as much as I didn't like him at this time last year, is better than Kirk Cousins and considered arguably, I struggle with this, but I understand why he's considered a top 5 quarterback. So I don't see how.
Jordan Love and Sam Howell is almost a push to me because you're projecting on both of them.
And the Giants quarterback did make the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I think he was fine. But,
right. But I would put him better right now than Fields. Fields has maybe more potential. I get like the potential, but if why am I drawing a blank? Giants quarterback, white dude from Duke.
Daniel
Jones. He's to me way better than Fields is right now.
But just even if you do have Fields better than Daniel Jones, it would be like slightly better in this moment. And I think the gap of Prescott and Hurts over Cousins and Goff is bigger than that. So I'm telling you, NFL.com put it like that. I'm with you. There's no way that I think that's the order. All right, so you're down to the AFC East, North, and West.
You guess, Corey. I'm horrible at this.
I agreed with you.
That's fine. You agreed.
All right, let's see.
You're not NFL.com.
That is true.
I feel like if you have Mahomes, you're in the best category. Like he's the best quarterback.
And they have Herbert, who's usually right in the borderline of top 5 quarterback. Like he's maybe a little bit outside of it.
I would say North should be third. Okay. Because you have Lamar, who I think is good, still has some things to prove in the playoffs. Joe Burrow, who I think is really good.
He's number 2.
Once he wins the Super Bowl, that's you can kind of cap that with him. Deshaun Watson has to prove that he wasn't, as bad as he was last year and that he's passed a lot of things. And Kenny Pickett's miserable. So I would say that they need to be third because I like the AFC East a lot. And again, I would rank it this way, Kevin. I would say AFC North is third.
Okay.
AFC East is second. And AFC West is still first.
Okay. Number 2 is right. NFL.com has the AFC East at second. Now, they have flipped your 1 and 3, and so I kind of want to make this comparison again. They've got the AFC North at number 1. That is Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson, and Kenny Pickett versus Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Justin Herbert. This probably pivots a lot on your thoughts about Lamar Jackson, because I would make an argument Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert, different quarterbacks, but fairly comparable.
You want to comp him and Russell Wilson?
I think Lamar Jackson is a good bit better than Russell Wilson.
Okay.
I think Russell Wilson might fit with
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, and even then, I think Deshaun might be a little bit better. But I'm not sure. This year will tell us a lot, right? Because Russell Wilson might storm back with Peyton, and you're like, oh, well, never mind. Last year was just an anomaly.
Yeah. I guess the thing is, I think Patrick Mahomes is better than Burrow.
Sure.
I think that you could say Watson's a hair better than Wilson in kind of figuring that out. Lamar Jackson is better than Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Garoppolo is better than
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett by any means. And I don't even like Jimmy Garoppolo that much. So, yeah, and I think that Mahomes outweighs it so much.
That's a good point.
All three of them are very difficult quarterback divisions. That's why the AFC has the best quarterback group right now, man.
Sure.
Look at this. The whole chart here has the AFC, except for the South, up at the top 3. You say,
man,
so.
That is a good point. I hadn't even kind of thought about that until this moment. Is AFC has 1, 2, and 3. That is kind of shocking. And then I think you can make an argument that maybe the AFC East is better than all of them, depending on what Aaron Rodgers does, because Josh Allen, Tua, Mac Jones, and Aaron Rodgers.
And with all that, Mahomes and Andy Reid still sit at the top of the AFC. With all the great quarterbacks over in the AFC right now, those two are you have to get through them. Good. And Mike said that the other day. I can't remember about which quarterback you were talking about. Maybe it was Trevor Lawrence. I can't remember. But you're right. Good luck. Good luck in the AFC trying to.
It's Herbert.
Herbert. Okay, yeah.
Because he has to deal with Mahomes his whole career in his own division.
Yeah.
And then all the other quarterbacks.
No matter how good he gets, he has to deal with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, who have won Super Bowls. And I'm interested to see what Patrick Mahomes' career is going to be like after Travis Kelce retires, because that is that's a cheat code. Those two together are they're on the same page. There's a lot to it. Mahomes is still really great throwing downfield and everything. He has a guy that he can really rely on. So that's an interesting grouping that you have to deal with. I can't see putting Patrick Mahomes even in a group third unless all those quarterbacks are rookies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or they're
that's the
three
way I'd
like
go about
Daniel
it.
Jones
Yeah,
clones or
yeah,
something
exactly,
like that.
yeah.
All right, interesting point right there.
And when it comes to Jared Goff and Dak, I don't think, for me, it's not as easy just to say that Dak's clearly better. I can look at numbers and start to go, okay, I see it, because like touchdowns and interceptions are close, but not. Dak's better.
Bobby Belton here?
Yards, he's better. I think that Jared Goff just kind of found himself as a quarterback, and I'm very interested to see if he can do it again this year. This is a dude that went to the Super Bowl, and if you want to give McVay all the credit there, that's fine, but somebody had to pull the trigger in the most boring Super Bowl we've ever seen. But like the dude was a good prospect. He was a top prospect when he was coming out of college, and he's been a good quarterback. Dak was underrated coming out of college and has lived up to as high as you possibly think his ceiling could be.
Sure.
And now he still has another step he has to get to.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, it happened again.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 8th and 9th inning next. Coming up in the
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has a Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Cut 8.
Oh, my gosh. So sad already.
Joey.
Burke with the one-strike pitch. Swinging a ball hit high into the air, deep right center field. Garcia going back to the track. This one is gone. Into the Rangers bullpen, an opposite field home run for Orlando Arcia. It's his 4th of the season, and it gives Atlanta a 6-5 lead.
I know, Mike.
So, the Rangers battled, man. They were able to get to Spencer Strider. He looked after 2 innings. I was like, I don't know if we're going to score today. And the Rangers were able, obviously, Adolis Garcia hits the solo home run, and the back half of the lineup, 5 through 9, is able to get a couple more runs in the inning, and you're like, wow. And then you have, for the most part, you have Nathan Eovaldi settle down and just, from the 3rd inning, pretty much through the 7th inning, throw great. Nathan Eovaldi, his interview was great at the end of the game. He said this, and I get what he's saying. And he said, man, I knew I messed up the bullpen when I walked the 7 and 8 hole hitter with 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Yep.
He was like, man, and then he got the 9 hole hitter out. Nobody scored in the 7th inning. It upped his pitch count a little bit to close to 100. And then the bullpen had to come in against the top of the order. I totally get it, but still, it doesn't matter. 6 outs. You're up by 2 runs with 6 outs to go. Please just get 6 outs. But I understand what he's saying. You walk Acuna to start the inning off. He steals a base. Now there's nobody out. He's going to probably score with their lineup up with runner on second and nobody out. But unfortunately, they scored 2 runs and tied the game in the 8th. And then in the 9th inning, were able to hit the home run to take the lead and get the win.
That Eovaldi, that version of him, and not necessarily that inning, but Kevin, that's, I think, what I expected more of from him. I'm not sure where your expectation was for him coming into the season, but the 3 straight games where you were getting nothing, I was like, no way did I expect that.
Yeah.
But about 3 runs, I kind of feel like that's what I can get out of him. And in a big game moment, I can trust him later in the season too.
It's just,
but
Mike, I know you're going to expand on it.
No, go ahead.
It just really irritates me, and I know I told you in the opening, but the Rangers have a great record. But I don't know if you get the same thing I do. Is people ignore, hey, you beat both of the World Series teams in series, and you swept one of them. They're like, oh yeah, because you guys played Oakland and Kansas City a lot. I'm like, oh my God, shut up. Do you actually watch this team? You got the Braves.
They're 11-5 against over 500 teams, or what you consider quality teams this year.
That's good. You went up against a universally accepted top 5, if not maybe top 3 team in the Braves, and you had it. You had that series to win.
Right.
It was there for the taking, and then they blew it.
I think what's just weird about this, Boo and I, we don't do every game together, Steve Buechel, but the game you lost 12-0. I haven't done all the games, but I swear that's the only game the Rangers have been blown out, or the Rangers look, they just lost. The other team just played better. There's probably another one I'm just forgetting. It feels like every loss I've done the post-game show on, the Rangers had the lead going into the 7th inning. I know that can't be the case. I'm just forgetting every loss that I've covered so far, but it feels like every loss I've covered, the Rangers were winning late in the game. And it happens. It happens in a major league season. Whoever, the Atlanta Braves, the other day they blew a game to the Blue Jays.
Yep.
It's going to happen. You're going to have probably 10 blown saves by your closer in the 9th inning in a season. That might be a little bit high, but I'm going to go high on these numbers. And then you're going to have a lead going into the 7th inning. And probably out of those, let's just take out the closer in that situation, you're going to have maybe, and I'm going to go high on this number, 20 times where you cannot close out a lead in the 7th and 8th inning and pass it along to your closer to finish out the 9th. That's 30 games, but that's way high on that number. The Rangers are already at a dozen, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, I was going to say they're halfway there. So I don't go back and check, but That's not good.
But Kevin, like, I know you're frustrated by this, and I don't think that you expected this team to be a World Series like defeater early in the season. But here you are, and expectations change. I get that, but dude, this isn't the Mavericks where they don't realize it, or they're like clueless, and they're like, oh, everything's fine. Yeah. Like, I don't know that Chris Young has he admitted with G-Bag, look, we still have some things to do?
I think he did on Monday say there's work to be done in the bullpen, which is like vague enough that you don't call out all your pitchers, you know?
Yeah, and Boch is still in that process. He's kind of in that process where he sees it. He knows. I think Bochy recognized that probably first thing. I need Will Smith. I need some relievers that I can trust.
Yeah.
And that's not saying anything, but I understand you pounded your fist a second ago. I'm like,
agitated.
I'm not that agitated because they recognize it. They know they have to make a move, but it's so early. Mike's been telling us it's too early to do it.
Mike,
I'll say that. Can I say this real quick?
Yeah.
To be 9 games over, are they 9 games
I
over
believe
500?
that is correct.
To be 9 games over 500 with the way the bullpen is pitched is amazing.
It is astonishing.
Because you just feel like with a 3-run lead in the 7th inning, you're like, I don't know. And usually you'd feel like, yeah, we're going to win this game 90% of the time.
And that's why I said, I know logically you don't trade for another month. But the first thing I said when I came in here, I was like, I don't care. I'll pay the premium. Let's just do something.
5 games, by the way, Mike. And I don't know, but they lost to Baltimore early 7-2.
Okay.
Is that a blowout, would you say?
That's pretty emphatic.
If you're down 7-2, let's say in the 7th inning or 8th inning, that's a non-competitive game.
Then Baltimore 7-2, Chicago Cubs 10-3, Kansas City 10-1, Arizona 12-7, Atlanta 12-0. That's it for blowouts.
So
everything else has been very close.
5 of your 17 losses have been like, hey, you got beat. They played better than you. You could have played bad, but they played better than you and beat you, and you didn't really have a chance to win late in the game. And then the other 12 losses, they feel like you were winning. I know that can't be the case, but it feels like all other 12 games you were winning after 6 or 7 innings. And I know, like, it's kind of a joke, but it's like, high school games are only 7 innings.
And you did lose 5-0 to Seattle, too. So I'll throw 6 in there.
That's another one. But you just look at it, and I was driving home, and I heard Jared Sandler mention this name through a phone call. And you have to wait on this. This is where I'd love to go with, yes, let's make a trade today. But I can't even trade for this guy today. I guess I could. If I throw Evan Carter in a trade, I can get Emmanuel Clase today. If I want to trade a future, probably 10-year center fielder who probably will make an all-star team or two and I think could even do better, you could probably get Emmanuel Clase back.
Just don't look at social media if you're the Rangers then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Because
but I'm sure social media is very calm and collected.
No, they're not, Corey. They're like me right now.
Cleveland is not having a good year. It doesn't mean they're going to have a bad year. They're going to wait it out. That's not a bad team in Cleveland, but they've gotten off to a slow start. And I heard Jared Sandler talk about this, and I like it. And this is just a name that we know because he was a Ranger, traded for Corey Kluber. He's one of the best closers in the game. He's not having his best season. I will say that he's not having a great year. He's 1-3 with a 2.95 ERA, and he does have 14 saves. I mean, there's good things, but there's also bad things. He does have 3 losses on his record right now, and most likely he came into a tie game or he had a 1 or 2 run lead and gave up more than 1 or 2 runs and got the loss and a blown save in that situation. I didn't know how long he was signed to, but he is signed through 2028 on a very favorable deal. His last 2 years are at $10 million apiece with $2 million buyout. So if he were to get Tommy John surgery, you'd be like, well, we're just going to pay you $2 million and buy you out. So we save $8 million. That being said, if you want a closer who signed this year through 2028, you're going to have to pay a premium. And you're going to have to wait for Cleveland to be out of it to even think about doing that. So that gets really tough. I'll just throw this out, and it goes into another topic that I might have not given myself enough time here for. If you wanted Emmanuel Clase, and I'm not saying today, but maybe a little bit later, what do you guys think of Luis Angel Acuna and Jack Leiter for Emmanuel Clase? Because that's probably something that they would consider, but you'd have to make that type of offer to get it done.
I'm not saying that's not a fair deal. I have still romanticized Jack Leiter despite the evidence in front of me. I would probably say no, even though like I am well aware of how things have been going for him.
Here's the other thing for me right now. The bullpen is not one guy away. So I don't know that I'm like, I got to figure out how to add this thing over time.
Well, you still would have Foscue and you'd still have other people to trade. But if you want Emmanuel Clase on a 5-year deal where at most he makes $10 million at age 29 and 30, and he's only 25 years old right now, and he's proven, you know that he can get the job done in pressure situations. You know he can close you to the playoffs. You know that he can close playoff games. You're going to have to pay a premium for that, and he's impossible to trade for now because Cleveland's going to go, hey, give us till the All-Star break to see if we're out of this. And if we are, we'll think about it because we do have him under a great contract, but we are a lower market team that struggles with, finances. But I'm just bringing up, if you want one of the best in the game, maybe he does become available, but you're going to have to wait till the All-Star break, and you're going to have to think about giving up, like, let's say Jack Leiter, Luis Angel Acuna, and maybe even one more just prospect to get it done.
I'm going to take this person's word for it from the 214. We need a chance to totally check this on the fly. At 8 of the last 11 losses, we've had the lead in the 7th inning or later.
I think Bobby Belt tweeted out something like that.
So let's say you even win half of those.
Yeah.
All right. You're 30-13, and I know we're not in this spot. You're a game and a half back of Tampa. You have the second of having the best record in all of Major League Baseball, and you would also have the biggest divisional lead in all of baseball. That is freaking wild, and that's why these discussions are taking.
I'm going to talk about Michael Gallup based upon watching Ronald Acuna Jr. this series, and then I'm also going to talk about Jack Leiter and the positive news on Jack Leiter at 12:45.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you're watching the Twitch, Corey's disappointed because I told Joey no when he said we're coming back in 30 seconds. And Corey goes, are you suggesting we just don't do the segment? I was like, yeah, just don't talk.
I'm cool with protests. Let's do it. It was peaceful.
What are we protesting?
It was silent. I have no clue, but you said don't talk, and I was like, all right, I don't know what we're protesting. Let's do it though.
Silence is violence, Corey.
Well,
got him.
That's when you see something going on and you're like, just let it happen. If you're just silently protesting, like that's a legal right.
As long as you're not infringing on anyone else.
Yeah.
All right. It's time for My Buddy is an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they ESPN? I need a ruling on this, gentlemen, because I know y'all were in on the draft lottery. Do you think financially it was a wise move for ESPN after, there's been frequent discussions of layoffs and whatnot, and they flew Brian Windhorst to France for a 70-second interview with Victor Wembanyama, and then I'm assuming he flew back? I don't entirely know his itinerary.
You think Brian Windhorst is still in France?
Not really.
Just hanging out at the Louvre?
Yeah, I would like that for him, but probably not. I think so.
Sounds good to me.
Well.
But do you think that was a smart idea for ESPN to send him over there?
They got miles.
It doesn't sound like it, but isn't ESPN and Disney the same? Like, are they really hurting for money?
I don't know. It feels like ESPN talks about they're having 3 different waves of layoffs, so it kind of feels like a little bit.
I feel like they have miles, international miles too, so they probably use those to get him there. Do you think Windhorst needs a 5-star hotel, or do you think he's like, hey, look, I'm good?
Yeah, I think he has to get it upgraded now, because now when he looks like at his itinerary, he's like, now what are they thinking here? What does this mean?
Yeah,
Doesn't LeBron just book it for him?
Probably so. He's just like, let me take LeBron's jet.
That's very fair.
I feel like yes, they're idiots for the optics of it all. Like, did you really need that interview? Did it work? Was it worth it?
You can probably do it over the phone, right? Like, hey, we're going to Zoom you in here.
And it wasn't a great interview. I mean, part of the reason it was 2 a.m. over in France.
I guess he got upset when the Mavericks went 10. Did you see that report?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Windhorst, I don't know if it's on a podcast or a video thing, but he said Wemby kind of, when he saw the Mavericks come up at 10, he was like, my God. He actually was like, that would be
play with Luka.
It'd be really cool to play with Luka, but he knew that the odds were very low, and he thought if the Mavs don't come up at 10 here, that could be exciting to see if they could get the first pick.
Well, to go along with that then is the draft lottery an idiot, because this is the 16th time the Mavs have been in the draft lottery, and for the 16th time they've failed to move up.
No, that's not. We're idiots for believing that it could change, Kevin.
I didn't believe.
You did too?
Nope.
You were sitting here all day and you were like, there's a chance. You kept feeding me percentage numbers.
I know. But when push came to shove, I said I would take the G-bag punishment if we got number 1.
Yeah.
All right. I got another question for you. And if y'all have your own, my buddy's an idiot, 877-881-1053. Oh, my buddy's an idiot. He said he would take Daniel Jones over Dak in a heartbeat. At what? Being the quarterback? Oh. Yeah, that is a bad take.
Is that who said that?
One.
Who would say
buddy.
that?
What is yours?
He wasn't my buddy. Then I went on G-Bag Nation yesterday, right around, let's say, 5:15ish. I'm driving on I-30. I'm driving on where you pay the toll, so you can kind of get by some of the traffic. But eventually, before you get to 360, that toll lane ends and you have to merge back onto 30, and it takes a while to get back onto 30 around 5 o'clock because of traffic, and Arlington has decided to never finish that highway and make it a cluster F. Yeah. Well, I'm stopped on the toll spot waiting. There's probably 20 cars in front of me that have to wait to eventually merge back onto 30. Well, there was a dude in Outlander, and he was about 3 cars behind me, and I see him start screaming at somebody. I'm looking through my side view and rear view mirror, and I'm like, he's mad. And then I see people start getting their cameras out because they're going to record this person going crazy. Then I can see he's threatening to open up his door.
Oh, dude.
Then the threat becomes real and he gets out of his car on the highway. And I thought, my God, he's about to kill somebody and he might kill me. And I'm being serious here. At this point, I'm like, my God, what do I do? I'm stuck. I'm stuck in traffic. And I talked actually to the police officer who's at the stage at Bally's about it. And he said at that point, there's nothing you can do. You just have to get down, duck.
Oh my gosh.
But luckily this person, he is a psycho. He got out of his car in the highway, but he didn't have a gun. At least he didn't show a gun or go after the person with a gun. And then I thought, well, the other person might have a gun. He might start shooting out of his, I think he was in a truck, but I'm not sure. But that person at least didn't get out of his car and didn't shoot. Then that person was raging mad, got back in his car, drove to like the left lane, which was pretty much everybody knew there's nothing you can do there. We all are having to merge from our right lane to get on. And he pulls up right next to me. And I was like, crap. At this point, I'm going maybe 5 miles an hour. And he's wanting to jam right into like in front of me. And I just decided I'm just going to stop my car, go in front of me. Please do not.
So there's not like an incident or anything like that.
Luckily, but a dude got out of his car on the highway.
That's terrifying.
Like, I know it wasn't like on 30, it was right next to 30, but I'd still consider that the highway because we can go 70 miles an hour on that.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was
Holy
dude,
cow.
Please. Like I've gotten mad in the car too. In fact, there was a BMW who cut me off and almost hit me. And he was zigzagging out of traffic when we were going like 70. I was like, okay, I wasn't happy about that. I was mad. In fact, it scared me. I was mad that person almost hit me. But I wasn't going to go chase them down and get out of my car. And I don't know, like, I understand road rage. I understand I get mad in my car too at what people do. And people have probably been really mad at what I've done to them. Like in a car by cutting them off and, not meaning to, but I messed up and people get really mad. But anyways, it was a scary moment yesterday for about 10 seconds when I thought, what do we do if this person does pull out of a gun? We're stuck in traffic. There's nowhere we can go.
Holy smokes. Yeah.
Mike, I'm glad you're here today, buddy.
I know.
Don't do that, people.
Yeah. Hey, and I don't know about you, Kevin. You're actually an aggressive driver. I'm very aggressive in the left lane. But for the most part, I'm just like, look, just go. Like, I don't get mad anymore. I don't know how I let that all go. But I stopped getting mad because I was like, there are crazy people out there that I'm not carrying a gun in my car, and it's probably for the best because I would probably need a lot of classes to help me like cool down if I felt like I needed it. But I'm not gonna get out and try and get in a fight with somebody. I got too many things at home to deal with. I got kids.
Yeah.
I got a wife. How mad she'd be if I died because I was getting into a road rage incident. She'd be like, that idiot. And then I'd be on my buddy's an idiot, Kevin.
Which we don't want that either. Is from the 469. My buddy's an idiot. He thinks John Daniels was a good general manager. The second he got fired, we got a lot better. I definitely think there was a time where he was really good general manager.
He got to the World Series twice.
Yeah. And then I think he just went way too hard in the analytical direction and factored nothing in about like actual baseball. And that was his downfall. And that's why he got fired. From the 817, I have a buddy who's an idiot. He thinks Gary Payton is the greatest basketball player of all time. Now, at first,
he was great.
At first, I thought it said the greatest defensive basketball player of all time. And I was like, I don't think that's an insane opinion. I certainly think there can be a discussion about that.
They called him the glove for a reason.
Yeah. But then I just saw it just says greatest basketball player of all time, and that is kind of wild.
I will tell you this. When I played NBA Jam, when I was the Supersonics, Kevin, I was more likely going to try to score with Sean Kemp and play defense with Gary Payton. I was not trying to score with Gary Payton and his jumper. That was miserable.
Okay.
But I could dunk from the midcourt with Sean Kemp.
That game was awesome.
It was awesome. And then Shrimp, I'd be like, all right, time for him to start shooting, baby.
Now, I'm not sure where this falls.
Luckily, the Mavs got Herb Williams out of Deadly Shrimp. Hell of a trade back then.
Yeah, so
I feel like we're about to go through this whole process again, unfortunately, in my life.
And it sucks because I want to blame Mark Cuban for contemporary things, but the Mavericks do have a lengthy history of making poor decisions. Did Becky Hammon, is she an idiot? I guess is my question. She got suspended for 2 games, and I believe her team, the Las Vegas Aces, were stripped of their first-round pick because she, quote-unquote, said something inappropriate to a pregnant player.
Oh.
Now, she claims that she did not and that it was a monetary move. And so some people are speculating that she's like, well, you're useless to me now or whatever. And she said all she asked was, are you pregnant or something like that? And they were like, well, that's a violation and that's inappropriate, which I don't know if you're running like a sports team. I could see why you might want to know that.
Seems like something important.
Yeah, but they said maybe that was inappropriate. So she says it was strictly a monetary thing, is they could get 3 players for the one gal in question, Dierka Hamby. And she's like, I didn't do anything wrong. But they still lost their first-round pick, and she got suspended 2 games.
How far into pregnancy do they allow players to play? I'm very curious about this.
I'm sure they allow them to play as long as they want. It's just now you have to make the determination, can they physically play at a high level?
Well, and
I also pregnant
wonder
at, let's say, 6 months. I'm just guessing off of like women and seeing where their belly is at that point, and if they can physically still keep getting up and down the court.
Wasn't Serena like a couple months pregnant or something like that when she won a Grand Slam?
That's interesting.
I think she was.
And I'm also curious as like doctors, if they're like, hey, it's not good for the baby to be
like
elbowing.
Sprinting and jumping. Like they might be like, this is now the time where you need to kind of stop doing that.
Stop
you still
catching bows to the
exercise, but
stomach.
not that.
Yeah.
It just seems like catching
At least
a bow.
tennis, you feel like you could control it more. In the NBA, I'd be like, hey, but like you could get smashed into the ground.
Exactly.
Or you could get yeah.
So I don't know the answer, and that's why I was asking that question if anybody knows or has a thought there. By the way, from the 214, hey, hold the phone. John Daniels didn't do that. That was Nolan. The moment he left, we stunk, but now we're back.
Look, if you want to even go joint credit, I think I would at least listen to that. But if you want to tell me it was all Nolan and no JD, that is just
all I'm saying.
That is
Kevin,
factually inaccurate.
Is while Nolan was here, World Series, he leaves, no more World Series, and then the Astros is where he goes. Astros World Series.
Well, he's not there anymore.
I know, and they suck this year.
But didn't they just win the World Series?
Huh?
Didn't they just win the World Series last year?
Isn't his son involved with them still?
He got fired.
He might have got out of there too.
Well, I mean, then they're cheating. Like that's the only explanation at this point.
That's
and then, I mean, there's been proven facts that they did that.
Ted Cruz even admitted that.
So you're saying we should bring Nolan back? I think a lot of people ate his hot dogs yesterday.
Yeah.
There's long lines at the hot dog stand.
Yeah.
By the way, the crowd, I didn't mention this, the crowds, I want to say the DFW Metroplex right now, whether you're a Braves fan or a Rangers fan, and I found that there's a lot of Braves fans here, is, man, it was packed for a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday series. It was pretty stinking awesome. The environment, it stinks that you lost, but man, the atmosphere was just great for those 3 games at the park.
Which is great to hear because you have a marquee opponent and the Rangers are becoming a marquee opponent. Now, Mike, I think you will like this start and then you'll hate where it goes. Are Lakers fans idiots?
They're just fake.
So this might actually feed into that. Here's the statistical data across all the states. Out of 50 states, the Heat, Celtics, Lakers, and Nuggets are left in the NBA playoffs. Out of 50 states, how many of the states do you think are rooting for the Lakers to win the title?
42.
That is high.
46.
That is still too high.
38.
It's 23. Because 19 are rooting for the Celtics.
Yeah.
But that is wild that almost half the states are rooting for the Lakers, and then the poor Heat Nuggets each got 4. Because, like, basically, if you live in that state, or like the Nuggets, all states connected to Colorado.
Oh,
are the
so they got
only
Utah?
Ones. Yeah, they're the only ones that are rooting for them.
It's impossible for them to ever go through pain because if it looks like it's starting to be bad, a man named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar says, you know what? Hate Milwaukee, want to go to LA. Looks like it's getting bad. A man, Shaquille O'Neal, says, you know what, Orlando? Screw you going to the Lakers. Looks like it's getting bad. Oh, well, LeBron James says, I want to go to the Lakers. Like, there's no, you'll never have to suffer as a Laker fan. Your suffering will be like 2 years, and then the best player or the second best player in the league always is like, I'm going to LA. Like, I'm going to go play for the Lakers, so they'll never have to suffer. If you want to be a fan that never really has to suffer, be a Lakers fan.
And I think suffering is part of being a fan, so just don't be a Lakers fan. But on top of that, Kevin, you're pointing out states that are rooting for Denver. They're all empty states. Like, there's 8 people in Montana.
The big rectangular states.
Yeah, it's just those states that everybody's like, yeah, well, these are the Passovers,
or
right?
Serbia.
Like, yeah. This is,
I mean, probably
the whole state
they
of
have
Serbia,
not made it as a state just yet in the United States.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and actually,
Rome wasn't built in a day.
I believe Montana is Celtics country, believe it or not.
What?
And, yeah, I don't
How
know.
the hell did that happen?
And Idaho is Lakers country.
Is
At least
Indiana,
I get it. That's
is
closer.
Indiana, who are they rooting
Indiana is the Celtics.
Because
The
of Larry
states
Bird.
all around them are Lakers states, which is strange to me. And New Jersey is rooting for the Heat, although that might just be backlash to the Celtics. I'm not entirely
so
sure.
weird. That makes sense. They hate the Celtics.
Yeah. And then they're like, so whoever's playing the Celtics.
And I wonder if they hate the Lakers too. Like a Philadelphia fan probably hates Boston and LA.
I could see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you want the Mavs to keep the number 10 pick? If so, here are the names to start scouting. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Supply. PUC 10014.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KJ Adams. Grady Dick. Wow, he did it again.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want the Mavericks to keep the number 10 pick? If not, tell us what you'd rather do. But if so, we've got some names to start scouting out. And Mike, I was excited to learn that you've already scouted at least one new player.
Okay, so after Wemby, who's considered a center, I don't know if he'll play center in the NBA, but obviously at 7'5", that's where they put him. Well, I didn't watch a lot of Duke basketball. They weren't a very good team, so it's not like I don't watch a lot of college basketball, but you feel like after a season you might have caught like 4 Duke games just because they are on ESPN. And I can't remember really going into a Duke game, watching it, and then being intrigued with a player. So I wanted to look at this kid, Derek Lively, who's a 7'1" center. The Mavs need tremendous help in protecting the rim and rebounding.
They do.
He's projected more in the late teens, early 20s, but well, let me look up this kid, and the Mavericks might trade down in this draft. Maybe they love him so much that they would take him at 10. I wasn't impressed at 10 at all. He's not, to me, unless his workouts were amazing. He's kind of weak at 7'1". He has a great ability to block a shot. Rebounding, he can get pushed around pretty easily to not really get rebounds. He's moved around
for
easy.
His size.
Right. At 7'1", you just expect you're 7'1". You're going to get 8 to 10 rebounds a game. I
agree with that.
So Derek Lively, I did watch him this morning, and there's some things to like in a development standpoint, but would not consider him at all at number 10.
He has no offensive game right now. I know people will get it's the same thing we talked about with Hardy, even though he fell way down, is Lively was at the top of the recruiting class. And I know that's hard for some people to break away.
He's literally number 1.
Yes. Because I know some people were like, hey, is he going to go back to Duke? And everyone's like, no, because he was number 1.
Yeah.
So somebody will end up picking him.
They did show AAU stuff that I watched, and he did make 3-pointers in AAU, but then they also showed how bad of misses he had. It's like he's intriguing because he showed the ability to make threes at AAU senior year, but he didn't make, I think he made 2 3-pointers his whole time.
Yeah.
So
something
there's
like that.
There's potential there, but I probably can't reach that far at 10.
Now, go ahead.
Have you?
And he's the number 2 center in this draft.
Have you watched or scouted Anthony Black from Arkansas?
I watched him play quite a bit at Duncanville. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I watched him play quite a bit at Arkansas. I'm fine with him at 10. He can't shoot to save his life.
Okay.
Maybe it's his hair is in his way. He does have a lot of ability. His ball handling skills at 6'7". They're really good. I can't put him at Luka standards. Luka plays slower, but his 6'7" dribbling ability and seeing the court and stuff like that is very high level for his age.
Defensive,
solid.
Yeah, okay.
Has the ability to be a really good defender. High energy guy. Good attitude guy. He just struggles with shots, like making threes, and at times finishing at the rim.
Okay. All right.
He can dunk.
I'm just watching him. I was like, man, if I'm not asking him to shoot 3, if I'm not,
he has to develop that.
Then can he and Hardy on the court be a good team together, or a good tandem with Luka? Because he looks like a guy that can cut to the basket with a lot of speed and size. Right. And that could be something that's, I just think, more beneficial than what Powell does.
He would be a good pick at 10. I mean, he's not, he's more of a guard.
More guard, yeah.
Or wingish than he is anything of a power forward or a big guy.
I'd rather have him on the court than Dwight Powell.
What? No.
Oh.
Sorry, that was not at you.
Sorry.
From the 682, I just always feel bad breaking people's hearts and dreams. Keep 10. Can the Mavs package Hardy and Josh Green for Hardaway and Josh Green? If it's Hardy and Josh Green, I think maybe you could do something with that.
Hardaway's a move down thing, just so people understand. This would be like this. we'll give you the 10th pick in Hardaway, and you give us the 22nd pick.
Exactly.
Like, that's how you would have to move Hardaway. You'd have to go negative in the draft just to get rid of him.
Now, I know Bobby has brought up Cam Whitmore out of Villanova. Personally, I still think that the Mavericks are going to be interested in Grady Dick out of Kansas, hence the highlight. The person I'm interested in...
I watched some Cam Whitmore, by the way.
Okay. You like?
Yes. He ain't going to be there at 10. In fact, I could see him going 4. I'm not saying he will go 4, but I will be shocked if he gets to 10.
So, obviously, you got plenty of time for things to change. Early mocks have him around 8, but he's got a lot of variation, just like Taylor Hendricks out of Central Florida. Like, if you're looking for a big, now you might consider him more of a power forward, but like, we have a general lack of big depth on this team. Is Taylor Hendricks is another person that I've seen go anywhere between 4 and 10. So if you're interested in somebody like that, I think Taylor Hendricks, Grady Dick, Cam Whitmore are all potentially viable names for the Mavericks, because the way I think about it, I don't know if you're in the same spot, is Wemby, Miller, Scoot go 1, 2, and 3 in some variation on 2 and 3. I think the Thompson twins will go in the top 10. And so there's
Walker. You say Walker in there? I'm sorry. Out of Houston.
He's supposedly going way ahead of 10.
He's another one that has vacillated in these mock drafts. Walker can go as high as 4.
Okay.
But I like NBA Draft.
Doesn't have him consistently in the top 10?
They have him at 12.
Okay.
And so
interesting.
he's over the place.
I think the Thompson twins, one of them might be there at 10. And I'm not saying that's good. I'm
Osar, I believe. I think Amen is the higher.
I'm struggling with what I haven't watched a lot of them. I did watch a little bit yesterday in between jobs. And I'm like, I got to see more of this, because this is not as impressive as like, hey, these two twins are top 5 picks. I'm not so sure about that. I will see a guy I'm really intrigued with. I don't think the Mavs will draft him because of this, because they do want they want to have Kyrie back. Will he? Sure. I hope. Here's what I hope. I hope by the draft they know if Kyrie wants to be back or not.
Okay.
Because let's just say he's trying to get to other teams. I do think that puts guards in play in this draft. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If you're staying at 10.
Of course, yeah.
I still am really intrigued with Cason Wallace out of Richardson. I think he is to me, in a weird way, I think he can be the modern day Joe Dumars to Luka. Luka doesn't want to play defense. This kid, Cason Wallace, wants to play great defense. He doesn't seem to want to have the ball to score 30 a game, but he can I think he can develop into a really nice 20-point scorer. You have Hardy. If you have Hardy and you have Kyrie Irving and you have Luka, it doesn't make tons of sense to draft him at 10.
Right.
But if you know Kyrie's leaving, let's just say you're getting a big guy for Kyrie in a trade because he doesn't want to come back to Dallas. He wants to go to another team. I do think Cason Wallace, his premium defensive skill set with ball handling and scoring ability, I think he would be the right type of mindset to play with Luka.
What do you think about a Marcus Smart comp on that?
I think that's a decent comp.
I like
Hopefully
that.
he doesn't, flop as much, even though it does work.
I mean, Marcus Smart did also win Defensive Player of the
I
Year.
know,
But
I know.
Wallace is somebody that just college, holy cow, the highs and the lows for him were quite astonishing. But he was another super highly rated person coming out of high school. And I think that is somebody that would be more likely than like Hendricks, for example, or Whitmore, or potentially even Wallace to be available at pick number 10. And somebody did ask this, and I appreciate the question. So if we trade the pick, we don't have to give it to the Knicks. No, that was just if that's how it fell. Like that's your pick to do with what you like in the weird NBA way.
Now the pick goes to 2024. It goes to the Knicks, still top 10 protected.
Yep.
Which means you cannot
For how
trade
many
your
years?
2024
Forever?
first round pick, and I believe you can't trade your 2025 first round pick.
That is correct.
You can only trade your 2026 first round pick, and I don't know how many more.
You can't, though, because didn't you already trade off your 2027 pick?
I think it's 2029.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty
battle.
sure you traded your 2029.
Okay, so you still have,
unprotected.
okay. So
Oh, never mind.
basically, Corey, you
The
have to
battle
wait
liquid.
them out
Gotcha.
for 2 years of being terrible and then they would get a second-round pick. Oh. But that means, Corey, okay, hold on. I saw the look in your face. That means you would have to be in the top 10 for the next 2 years, which means you'd be awful for the next 2 years.
But I get top 10 picks for the next 2 years?
You do.
Like, technically, that should make me a better team.
I think unfortunately, if you do that, which I'm going to tell you this, I think there's a 33% possibility the Mavs are picking in the top 10 again next year.
I mean,
I think there's a 66, 67% chance, which is way higher than 33. So when people take me for, there's a third of a chance you're picking again around 8, 9, or 10. I do think that's how bad this team can kind of look on a piece of paper if things go really bad this offseason. I think you start getting into the Portland Trailblazers, Damian Lillard teams. And you're like, yeah, we got Damian Lillard. Well, guess what? You keep finishing somewhat as one of the worst 10 teams in the NBA. And I think that the Mavericks are at a crucial spot right here where we're goofing off about it. But I do think, Kevin, that there's a possibility we're in this situation again next year.
And I totally understand. I just want to answer this one person from the 682. What you're saying is the Mavs are completely effed until 2030. I'm not saying this is the likely outcome. But let's say you pick whoever you want. Walker, Whitmore, Hendricks, whoever. He turns out to be a hit. Because there have been plenty of excellent draft picks between 8, 13. And then Green and Hardy continue to develop. But that's a lot of ifs. And that's why we were always pushing for Hardy and Green to play more. Green for multiple years. So you had a better idea of what you had. But yeah, if Green, Hardy develop and Hendricks turns out to be a badass, then you'll be just fine.
I think Hardy's going to develop.
That's a lot of ifs.
I do think Hardy's going to develop into something.
Which would be great.
Green still is too inconsistent for me. Hardy needs to get his conditioning right. Like once that happens, I think then you'll see a bit of a better. You have a scorer. It's not Jalen Brunson. When it comes to your ability to score, I do wonder: is Hardy a better defender than Brunson?
Not necessarily, but
he has the ability because he's a little bit taller and longer.
Hardy can be a better scorer than Brunson if, just hear me out before this sentence is over, if you went on absolute optimum, maximum potential. But like Brunson has clearly proved it way more at the NBA level.
Just think about Brunson and Hardy real quick on this. Brunson would be going into his junior year at Villanova. Hardy's going into his second year in the NBA.
Okay.
Like if you think about the development of Brunson, how long it took, because you go all 4 years to college, and then it takes you kind of 3 years in the NBA to find yourself. That's year 6 of Hardy in the NBA.
Okay. All right. I do have the other question, too, calendar-wise. What's next? Is there, because will we find out about Kyrie first, or will we find about who's drafted first?
Drafted.
Okay.
Think about Jalen Brunson. We found out on draft night the OS situation.
Yeah.
If you understood what was happening,
gotcha.
You're like, OS, the Knicks are trading everything because they know they're getting Brunson. Nobody would ever do that. Nobody would quit a draft without knowing what they were getting. And they knew it was over. They had Brunson that night. We didn't know from fan perspective behind the scenes, but as it was falling apart, we're like, crap, we're done with Brunson. He's going to the Knicks. Now, I don't think a team will do this like Phoenix because they can't financially. They'd have to trade Booker and like Kevin Durant, and they're not. But we won't know on draft night about Kyrie Irving, but we should have a decent idea through the rumors if he wants to sign back with Dallas or he's strongly looking at other teams.
And then somebody asks you if you can trade up. Theoretically, no, but that happens all the time. And you get that weird thing where they stand up with the Mavs jersey and you're like, I'm never going to play for the Mavs. Yeah. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who is the active NFL player you most want to see win their first Super Bowl ring? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan. Fantasy Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to talk about Derrick Henry. We go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip.
I'm going to turn on my mic now. Dip those biscuits. Gosh. That's it. I quit. I'm going
And we start with...
What are you doing, Joey? Sorry.
That's okay.
Lamar Jackson.
That's your guy?
No, I was wondering.
That's probably going to be my answer is
Trevor Lawrence.
I could see that being your answer. Who's the active NFL player you most want to see win their first Super Bowl? Now,
Dak.
before you get angry.
Dak.
I know, before you get angry, I did remove. Stop it. I did remove Cowboys from my thought process, or else I was like, literally anybody on the Cowboys roster who's never won a.
Zach Martin.
You picked Tyron ahead of Zach Martin?
I'm just picking them all. All the guys that have been here for a minute, all the Jamie Benn types.
Right, real quick, if Zeke wins it, I'll be kind of mad.
I'm not rooting for Brandon Cooks.
Just because when Michael Finley won it for the Spurs, I was like, F me. Like, I rooted for Finley the whole time. Then he goes to the Spurs and he wins a championship.
Yeah.
And good for Michael Finley. I get it. Like, the Mavericks didn't want him anymore. But it just kind of stinks when a guy leaves and you're like, I hope that they don't win it.
Yeah.
I hate saying that, but I kind of don't want Zeke to ever win it.
Okay.
Mike, you didn't want DeMarcus Ware to win one, did you? I'll say it. I didn't want him to. I was like, you left. I don't want you to leave and win one somewhere else. I didn't want Napoli to win with Boston.
Even though it really wasn't right. It wasn't Zeke's decision. It wasn't DeMarcus Ware's decision.
I didn't want Napoli to win with Boston. I wasn't like, hey, good for him. I was just like, no, screw that. Should have won one with the Rangers. Back to the question at hand.
Whoa.
Oh, this is interesting. Is it Trevor for you? Mahomes?
He has two.
Oh.
Even though I'd root for Mahomes over Trevor Lawrence. Let's say if it was for a Super Bowl.
This is for somebody who doesn't have a Super Bowl.
I'll lean to Trevor Lawrence. I have two really awesome cards of his that I'd like to go up a little bit more.
I think Derrick Henry's a viable answer, but mine would be Lamar Jackson.
Because you're really hoping he proves everybody wrong.
God, because earlier today somebody was like, well, there's no question Joe Burrow is like way, way better than Lamar Jackson. And I have time, but I have of course wrote it all down. I was like, based on what? And I was like, Lamar Jackson had a better QBR than Herbert last year. He's 14 months older, yet has already been to the playoffs 2 more times than Herbert. Plus, he has an MVP. Plus, their touchdown to interception ratio throwing is almost identical. Not even fact. If you want to tell me you like Herbert better than Lamar, that's fine. But they're like, it's not even close. People despise Lamar Jackson. I think all of that hate is just so unwarranted. I would love to see him get one, and I hope he puts the Super Bowl ring on his middle finger to everybody who doubted
Look
him.
at you.
That would be really weird if he said, fit it for my middle finger.
Yeah.
I would love it, though.
I'm having a hard time with this because I'm at a point now where I really like Justin Jefferson, but it's too early in his career for me to be like, he needs a Super Bowl. I just think he's such a good player that I'm like, yeah, I really like that dude.
Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins.
Devontae Adams spent too much time destroying our Cowboys' hope with Aaron Rodgers, so screw that. Who was the other guy you said? Who's the next one?
DeAndre Hopkins. Khalil Mack?
Khalil Mack.
We discovered
he can go. He
after
can go.
he got drafted super high.
He got drafted high, and we were like, hey, don't forget about this guy.
Joe Burrow?
I can see Burrow. He's been there. I can see that. I'm okay with that one.
Jalen Hurts?
Screw that.
That was a test.
I can't believe you even
That
brought
was
that
a
up.
test.
So I guess
to see what you would say.
It is the combination. I'm going to go with the combination of Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen because I don't care to see Josh Allen necessarily. I'm not rooting for him to do it, but I do like the idea that he could overcome this. Hey, isn't he the same as Dak guy? He's the reason that Buffalo's terrible and never winning the Super. He's the reason Buffalo's there. He's it. But I really like Stephon Diggs, so I'm going to go with Stephon Diggs. That's my guy.
I'm sorry if I did accidentally say Lamar and Burrow. I definitely meant Herbert. Lamar and Herbert, not Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is the second best quarterback in the NFL. So yes, Lamar and Justin Herbert was my comparison. All right, Joey, Is there somebody in the NFL you would like to see win their first Super Bowl ring? Somebody from Minnesota, probably.
Yeah, I'm a big Kirk Cousins guy.
Pavelski.
Probably not. Obviously, I would like Dak to see. I think D-Hop's a good answer.
Yeah.
I feel like he's been just around, and he's kind of got the short end of the stick a few times with his QBs and whatnot.
That's an interesting.
Maybe Myles Garrett.
Ooh,
I think that would be an interesting
local
one
kid.
too. I mean, obviously it is the Browns.
Yeah,
but
we don't really.
Be so
come on,
happy
Derek.
about that. Who's the Cowboy you would most want to get their Super Bowl ring? I get it that they all would get one, but who would you be most happy for?
I would be very happy for Zach Martin. Okay, don't get me wrong here. I would be very happy for him, but man, would it be a huge shoulders can finally just relax for Dak Prescott. Like everybody's still clamoring. They think Tony Romo could still get out there and beat Dak in a competition, and I'm like, no, come on, what are we doing here? Like that would be the big sigh of relief is for every text that we've ever seen, Kevin, of there's no way you're gonna win with Dak, and you're like, how you can't so definitively say that, and they're like, no, I can, trust me. Like, all right, but that would be the dude, that would be the guy for me, him or DeMarcus Lawrence.
Now, let's talk about how much people are pumped about Daniel Snyder leaving the Commanders. The way I phrased that might have been awkward. So here's the deal. There's a few different kind of shady things in this Josh Harris bid, including we talked about they probably went over the number of partners they could have.
Yes.
But also they put an earn-out clause in this deal, which is crazy. And if you're like, what the hell does that mean? All right. So here's why I think this is crazy is Josh Harris has said they believe that the franchise can unlock, quote, significant revenues based simply on the fact that Daniel Snyder is gone. And you're like, hey, good for him. Make some money. Here's the thing. Daniel Snyder apparently gets deferred payments based on the franchise, quote, reaching specified financial benchmarks once he's gone. So think about it. The idea
in the first year,
I think it's
or for
just
the entirety
first
of the ownership.
I haven't got. Oh my God! I hope
that would
it's
be
just
miserable
in the first year or two, and not the whole time. But think about it. The idea that once Daniel Snyder's out, that they'll make a lot more money, and so built into the contract is if and when you make a lot more money, I would like some of that money. And they're like, sounds good.
I don't like that at all.
It's crazy.
That
right?
doesn't make any sense to me. Why he would keep making money off of them finally making money? I don't like that.
Kevin, did you compare Daniel Snyder to Mark Cuban?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Is that?
I couldn't remember.
Okay. Well played, Mike. Well played. So to go along with that, you might like this. You might like this story better.
Wasn't me.
The Bowie Bay Sox, the Baltimore Orioles AA affiliate, they're hosting essentially a Josh Harris night. As part of the promotion, fans wearing Commanders gear can get half-price tickets. If your first name is Josh or your last name is Harris, you will receive free admission.
Interesting.
As will anyone wearing a Magic Johnson jersey.
What if you just bring your Bay? Because these are the Bay Sox. Is the Bay still a thing? Can you do that?
Absolutely.
You can say Bay.
Okay.
Is that my? That's
you ever
my
call
Bay.
your girlfriend your Bay?
No.
Okay.
But it's acceptable.
Thank you. That was the young person.
I remember pitching like 6 or 7 innings in Bowie and having a 7-1 lead. And then the bullpen didn't secure the lead and we lost. And I can remember not being happy about that.
Was Jonathan Hernandez pitching
Seems
out
relevant.
there?
No.
Yes.
I can't remember who it was. I can see his face and everything. White dude. He was nice. But he wasn't good at pitching that day. And that really stunk.
Was he good at pitching in general?
He was all right. He never made the majors.
Okay.
I'll look up my Akron Arrows team and see who it was.
Okay.
I'll
Just needs to get
personally
slapped
call him
more.
out. No, it happens, right?
Yes. And then, by the way, there's not going to be a vote for the Commander sale next week, which we told you maybe last week would probably be the case. I don't think the next regular meeting is until October.
So that would be interesting too, because does that mean this sale process is going to trickle into the regular season? Are they going to call some sort of special owners meeting to see if they can get this approved for the sale of the Commanders before the regular season? I don't know. And finally,
is Jared Camp.
I wanted to, okay, was not good at pitching that particular day. Were you curious, Corey? Probably not, but I'm going to tell
100%.
you anyway. Okay, yes. Why the Giants are playing road games in weeks 2 and 3 of the NFL season.
Kevin, I was looking at the schedule recently, and a thought came to mind. Why are the Giants playing road games so early?
You know what?
Back to back.
Corey, I'm glad that you asked. The greater New York area has a large population of Jewish residents.
Okay.
Many of these Jewish residents are fans of the Giants. Supposedly, the Giants requested that these be road games because of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and it might be Kippur. I've always thought it was Kippur, but I've heard some people say Kippur, so I apologize.
Jared, text him.
They fall on those dates or within those windows,
Wolchuk.
and you're not supposed to be like going
Doing
out
things.
and doing things.
Gotcha.
And so they thought a lot of their fans who like might normally come to the game would be shut out because of their religious holidays. So they were like, can you make these road games?
And they did.
They did.
Wow. The NFL's awesome for doing that, man. That's really nice.
I did think that was super
Considering
cool.
how they screwed everybody else over in so many different ways with this year's schedule.
You know, frequently they screw over a lot of people, and I can't argue with you about that. But that's
on
why
this one?
That's why this felt relevant. The NFL did a good thing.
Yeah, I'm proud of them, man.
Isn't that going to be their motto as we get close to Christmas? The NFL, remember, on Christmas we try. And the NBA's going to be like, we have no response.
Oh my gosh. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we got Fergie Jenkins coming up at 1 o'clock. We have the Boz, Brian Bosworth at 1:30. But coming up next, who are the core four of the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
The latest from studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Who do you think are the core 4 players for the Dallas Cowboys? Now, this always gets a little tricky, and we developed this when we were talking about the Rangers a while back, is players that not only are good now, but you believe will stay and be good for this team for a while. And we've been talking about this for the last week or so. I just thought it was really interesting, too, since Stephen Jones was like, CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, yeah, we can get all of those deals done. Yes. I thought that felt particularly relevant to figure out is there a consensus about who the core 4 of the current Cowboys are?
The 817, Troy, Emmett, Michael, Woodson.
Okay.
I would let all those guys play right now. Do they all look like they could play right now, though?
Actually, that is probably true.
Isn't that insane?
Except for Troy, because he's like, you got to have Zeke. He's the best.
What do you mean? He knows how easy it is to hand off to a good running back.
Yeah.
Great running back.
I know, but that doesn't fit for Zeke.
With an offensive line.
Yeah, that doesn't fit.
But they all physically look like they could still play the game, which is insane to me.
I get that. I just don't want Troy because he's like, we got to make Zeke the starter.
Because a lot of athletes, after they retire, they're like, their bodies, they're like, all right, I'm just going to let it go or whatever. And those dudes were like, no, I'm going to stay in championship form. All right. I just saw PFF release their list of best receivers in the NFL. And do you know who the third receiver was on their list?
Didn't you pick third?
Mm-hmm.
Would I say CeeDee Lamb?
Actually, I'm sorry. Their top 10 wide receivers under 25.
There you go. That makes more sense for CeeDee Lamb. I'm assuming Jefferson and Chase are the other 2.
At number 10,
okay,
Chris Olave.
Oh, yeah.
Number 9, Drake London. Number 8, Garrett Wilson.
All rookies so far, right?
Guys who had their rookie season last year. Amon-Ra St. Brown at 7. Devontae Smith at 6. T. Higgins at 5.
They haven't waddled it yet.
Jalen Waddle at 4.
They waddled.
At number 3,
C with a D.
CeeDee Lamb. Can you guess who the top 2 are?
I would say
you just guessed
Chase and then Jefferson would be my.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I did not know we were going to go down the.
So
is Chase second and Jefferson?
Yeah,
one?
Chase is second, and I would think that those dudes would be neck and neck, and maybe the injury for Chase last year probably kind of slid him back a little bit.
Is it crazy if I say I think Jefferson has created a little bit of space? Yeah. Not a lot of space, but I think he's created a little bit of space.
I completely agree, and that's on a team where he's the focal point, and with Joe Burrow's group, it's like, man, there are a lot of good receivers that you can go to here. T. Higgins is a fantastic second option to have there. I mean, he was ranked 5th on that list. So, that's a good grouping right there.
So is CeeDee Lamb?
I think so.
He's a lock.
I think that CeeDee Lamb is a lock for you in your core 4.
Okay. Who comprises the rest of y'all's core 4 then?
Micah.
Well, first of all, do you agree CeeDee Lamb's a lock for the core 4? I do.
I think so. I know Micah Parsons is.
Micah Parsons is a lock as well.
I do think Dak. Doesn't he have to be? He's going to be the quarterback for the next 5 years. No matter what anybody says, like Dan Orlovsky. I heard him the other day on ESPN. When I say the other day, like in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Well, if Dak doesn't do it this year, I'm like, no, they're going to work out a contract thing. They're not going to go into a final year at $58 million because then they can't really compete at that number anyway. So he's going to be the quarterback, I'm going to guess, through at least 2027. It could be longer than that, but maybe injuries or lack of performance at that point, maybe they do the Tony Romo, Dak Prescott situation. But I think he's a core 4 guy because he is a good quarterback and he is your quarterback for the next 4 years.
Agreed.
He's off my list.
Oh!
I totally get everything.
CeeDee and Micah are on?
CeeDee and Micah are definitely on.
Okay.
I totally agree with everything you just said, Mike. In my list.
Obviously disagreeing now.
Yes. We're now is time for the battle. And you know what? Chiafalo's going to disagree with me on this too.
Oh, I'm with you then.
Diggs is my third one. So Micah and CD and Diggs are my top 3 right now.
I agree with those 3. I also have Diggs on there, and that's what I thought one of the things is, look, I know Stephen Jones will just say what he said yesterday. It makes way more sense that he was like, hey, can you keep all these players long-term deal? He said, it's not daunting. I think it's doable. It's part of managing the football team and the cap. It's certainly doable. It would have been a way bigger story if he was like, I'm telling you, Diggs, Micah, CD, no way we can keep all of them. Because then you'd have 8,000 stories up today as like, which would you rather trade for? Or like, is CD Lamb going to the Jets? Like, those would be all the stories this morning. So it makes sense that he would say that. But I'm also putting Trayvon Diggs, who's already first-team All-Pro, as part of your core 4.
They have to be. How young do they have to be? Because
that's up to you.
That
is up to you.
Do whatever you want.
Zach Martin.
So you have. So do you have a list? Do you have Dak, CD, Micah, and Zach Martin?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think Zach Martin.
And I struggle with DeMarcus Lawrence would be my 5th.
And I certainly think that Zach Martin and Lawrence and Dak are captains on this team. They have JV been like love as they have been through it all, as you've gone through it. But Kevin, I'm looking more into this core as I go further, and I'm putting one Tyler Smith as my 4th option. So, and I look at that, Kevin, that is the last 3 drafts right there, I believe.
Yeah.
And
Mike
that
and
Lamb,
CD.
Parsons, Diggs, and Smith are all out of the top 2 rounds in those last 3 drafts. And that's kind of where most of them were first-round picks, and Diggs probably could have been.
Yeah.
But that's where I am, that's the group that I'm looking at right starting today and saying I need maximum out of those guys. Look, if you get the maximum out of Dak, that's great. But those are, for me, they're no longer that. They are your veterans that you need to see something. But these are the 4 that I think are going to have created a new culture in Dallas Cowboys football. And you could add Dan Quinn as part of that because of the way that he approached what they do on defense.
And we found out Corey hates anybody over 25 years old.
From the 682, right on
like Tom
cue
Cruise.
with you. Oh, did you say Tom Cruise? That's 33.
33.
I think that's Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo. Leo.
It is really weird who gets a pass in society and who doesn't. Hey, like, Leo, you date a continual string of women who could absolutely be your daughter's age. And they're like, that's fine.
He's like, how am I supposed to stay young?
Yeah,
if I don't drink the blood of the young.
Oh my gosh.
He's a vampire.
From the 682, Micah, CD,
far.
Trayvon, and then Tyler Smith. So they're with you on that. But what's really of interest to me is you see some difference. From the 469, Micah, Trayvon, CD, and Dak. Another one, Micah, Trayvon, CD, and Tyler Smith. From the 214, Micah, Trayvon, CD, and Zach Martin. So, but you don't quite have the consensus on all 3 with Trayvon. And then somebody texted in, Micah from the 682, Micah and CD are the only surefire ones, and I believe those are the only ones that we have on all 3 of our lists.
Yeah.
And so the rest of mine, I totally get Zach Martin. I really do. He is, I would argue, he is the best or second best player on your team with Micah. I just wonder, is he going to play for more than another 2 years? But if you put him on your core 4, totally get that. It felt, for me, impossible to leave Dak out just because in addition to being the quarterback, to a man, it feels like everyone tells you he's the leader. And so that's why I couldn't leave him out. But I know there is a lot of anti-Dak sentiment out there.
I did see one, Kevin, that came in. It said Steven, then actually it said Jerry Jr., then Steven, then Charlotte, and then me, Jerry. So that was...
Oh, great.
He says, I think that's from Jerry Jones. He says those are their core 4.
Well, my response to that text might be, do you not see how maybe that could be a problem?
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's the core 4 right there for the Cowboys.
And it's not nothing against...
Oh, that he didn't include Will?
Well, or that he didn't include anybody outside of his family. It's not those specific family members, but surely even like the Rockefellers or whatever had a dud in there, right? Where they're like,
Well, not Joe Rockefeller. He can't get the job done.
You know, a lot of people thought that Joe Rockefeller, they knew him for his richness and famousness, Kevin.
He probably did have a lot of money.
But he worked really hard. It was after retirement that he really became a big deal he lived the high life. I actually learned this because Carter was Rockefeller for Wax Museum on Tuesday.
Look,
so
that's a worthy family.
My Carter, not our Carter.
At one point, I believe the Rockefellers owned like 8% of all money in America.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Thanks a lot, Big Oil.
You know, I don't know what was not the downfall, but like, I don't know what lowered that number. And from the 817, anyone watch the Niner game? Pollard, here's the issue with that. I do not believe that the Cowboys see Pollard with this team beyond 2023. I think now they could change their mind.
Because of the Zeke situation?
I think
because they
it's
screwed
a
up.
Smart thing to do.
They screwed up with the contract
sure.
with Zeke.
Here's what I think is going to happen, Corey.
And they were right on Murray.
Yes.
As much as they got criticized by Michael Irvin and others, they were right to let to let DeMarco Murray go.
Yeah, and my only question in that moment was, would a franchise tag for the 1 year have helped you out? I don't know, but like, here's what I think is going to happen with Tony Pollard. Hey, you're coming off the injury and running backs. Like, we would love to keep you. We'll give you a 3-year deal for $21 million or something like that.
I'm in on that.
Okay, but
I think
once my point,
once
right?
it gets to 10, done.
And that's where I think Tony Pollard's like, well, that's not the market.
Yeah.
And so he'll go out and he'll get a contract that I think will be poorly thought out by whichever team signs him long term. I think the Cowboys say they want to keep Pollard because they're like, well, sure, I want to keep all players at my price. I think they're going to be like, yeah, we want to keep Diggs 3 for $70. You know, well, yeah, we want to keep Pollard 3 for $21. Like, I'm sure they want to keep all of those people at their prices.
With my list specifically, does it seem natural that Mozzie would take a spot in the future in this area, or do y'all feel
just based on your progression?
They've nailed their first round picks.
Do one technique defensive tackles make core fours?
I do.
They don't think he's just going to be the 2-down guy, but just based off of that, I would say probably not. But they seem to think, just give it a second, he'll be a 3 tech. But then who's he bumping out? Because
Diggs.
I know Chiafalo.
Because I
don't think he's here
I am teetering on the Diggs one, because I do agree. A lot of people are like, look, he's not premium cornerback. He's really, really, really good though. Like he is. Really, really. Yeah, I said 3 reallys. So he is at that level. And if you're saying he's not Revis for 3 years, I get it. Like there was a year where
General Revis.
Yes, General Revis. Revis Island.
You know where that's from.
I do. I'm just like, what are we even doing?
So, but like that's where I am. Is I could teeter on Diggs a little bit here.
And then somebody did ask, is Zach Martin the best lineman in Cowboys history? I'm assuming they mean offensive lineman. My answer is probably no either way. But if you wanted to argue that, he's to me now a surefire Hall of Famer. I always thought Larry Allen was the best offensive lineman in team history, but I don't begrudge anybody who says Zach Martin. It might have just been like Larry Allen, partially because I was younger at the time. He just felt like a different type of human being, or at least as an adult, I can relate to like Zach Martin's a different type of human being, but I'm an adult and I can understand why he's so good.
Did you know that David Diggs, who was in Hamilton, he played the French guy. He was offered the role of the Thing in Marvel's Fantastic Four.
What?
He said no because all those movies end up being pathetic. And they should be better because I like the Fantastic Four.
Everybody likes Fantastic Four, and we want a better movie, Kevin.
Sure, I agree with that. I just wasn't entirely certain how he got from point A to point
B.
B.
Let me explain to you. Diggs was trending on Twitter for some reason, and I went to look why, and there's just a bunch of things about multiple different Diggs. This is his eyes.
And
Diggs eye.
Okay.
Diggs.
So in case you're curious, that is how we got from point A to point B. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm probably not going to follow up on the people asking Rockefeller questions. I can't say I won't for sure. I probably won't.
I have a poster on Carter's wall that he made for school. It has lots of answers.
Can you take it down and bring it in for a
If
day?
you push the button, Carter will say the stuff from the poster. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes
Can you
I'll
bring it in for one day?
Not this Carter, my Carter. I push the button and then like he'll start talking and he'll get halfway through it and I'll push it again and then he has to start all over and I just think it's hilarious.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. That's what we're doing right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, the Boz coming up at 1:30 and Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins coming up at 1 o'clock. Coming up next, though, it's time for the combo platter. It is I Love Reese's Day. So give us a sports opinion, and then we're going to try this out. What is the best Reese's candy? Because they're a shockingly large amount. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. Joey has now informed me that I do believe this could be a very divisive combo platter. It is National I Love Reese's Day. We're going to expand one more option. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite Reese's candy? Or do you think peanut butter-based candies are gross? Because that's what Joey said, and that is what my wife said last night as well.
I'm not a huge fan of peanut butter.
What the hell is going on?
And chocolate products.
Sounds 2 for 4.
You have a marriage on the brink of separation.
Yeah.
And it
Because of the
sounds like
candy thing?
you have a radio show now that you guys are not KNC.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, that is technically
K&M.
Yeah, it's well.
Who's to say I might get bumped out?
Hey, Kevin, look at my mouth.
Oh my God. Please don't.
What's in your mouth?
It's peanut.
I'll
Oh,
mark
it's,
that.
yeah.
I love, and I mean love, peanut butter.
Yes.
Okay, I too like peanut butter.
Peanut butter candy.
Crunchy peanut butter is fantastic. That's the best
What?
peanut butter there is. Creamy peanut butter
What?
is stupid. Y'all all know that. I actually do love peanut butter.
Chocolate and peanut butter go, I don't even know, hand in hand. Doesn't explain how delicious.
That's where I draw the
chocolate
line,
and
Mike.
peanut butter.
I am not a huge peanut butter and chocolate fan together. I feel like chocolate is great.
Do you like jelly and peanut butter?
Yeah.
Better than chocolate and peanut butter?
Absolutely. I'll take a peanut butter and jelly sandwich any day over the week.
Mike, your thoughts on what Corey just said?
I like peanut butter and jelly too, but a Reese's peanut butter cup dominates. Like if they said Reese's peanut butter cups are the best thing you can eat for your body, I would have the best looking body in the world.
From the 214, the Rangers will not figure out their bullpen before June 1st. And this is where I was interested if people were going to make a distinction. I can barely eat a 2-pack of regular Reese's cups, but I can eat an entire bag of those miniatures. And then from
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought there might be a difference there.
Interesting.
The chocolate to peanut butter proportion is different. From the 903.
I can't believe, I honestly, like, are you guys from England or something?
When Jess told me that, I kind of knew that, but when she hammered it home last night, I was really sad.
What?
Well, that is gonna. Damn it.
Oh, dude.
Whoa.
That is
Handfuls and handfuls, Kevin.
That is gonna cost me. RJ is gonna text me maybe a high five or something. Is sports opinion from the 903 Stars Hurricanes in the Cup final, and the best Reese's candy is the Take 5.
Those are awesome.
Agreed.
What's in the Take 5?
The
Pretzel.
Pretzel.
It's good.
With peanut butter.
It is good. Yeah, it
Think some
needs the
nougat?
pretzel. It needs the pretzel though, because that's where the saltiness
You're
comes
telling
from.
me, I feel like if somebody has a Reese's peanut butter cup, they would say it's great.
That's good.
99 out of 100 times.
All right.
You're the 1%er.
Yeah.
Although I know Joey's gonna
So
chime
that's 2%,
in.
That's 50% right there.
Crap.
There's no way. There's just no way. Like, you two are just weirdos.
You're a weirdo. Here's the. I asked you this, Kevin. The fast break is interesting. It's an interesting approach to this. I think the
We
one
work with
with
two weirdos.
the one with the potato chips. I think the one with the
I
potato
haven't
chips
tried
is good.
that one yet.
And it's not because, hey, I love this peanut butter and chocolate combo. It's because, hey, now there's a salty thing added to this mixed here. Here's the thing,
Hook'em
Mike.
72s says, I don't think I've ever met a person who doesn't like Reese's peanut butter cups.
Well, come meet me.
Yeah, or Joey, or my wife.
Say that to the peanut allergy people.
Okay, but that's not why. That's fair.
Valid.
That's fair.
That
but
makes
that's
sense.
not why you don't like that.
They would
but you know what? They would like it. They would blow up in swelling and have trouble breathing, and then they'd go, I don't know. It still might be worth it.
Oh my gosh.
I might just carry an EpiPen with me everywhere.
Corey, I had no idea that opinions ran this deep. I'm going to just read you off a few. From the 469, those two people make me angry.
For the 817, Joey is dumb. For the 817, is it too late for my buddy's an idiot? Because Kevin, your buddy's an idiot. And then from the 682, you should get a divorce, Kevin, and then kick Corey and Joey off the show. First of all, I don't have the power for the second one.
That's a fact.
And my wife said she'll stab me if I ever ask for a divorce.
What?
I don't know if I should have said that on air.
Dude.
But that's a thing.
Wow.
So, hey.
Are you afraid? Kevin, blink twice if you fear for your life.
She said I should not be afraid because all I have to do is not divorce her. My follow-up question, what if I get divorced because you said you would stab me? And she said, that's dumb because I'm not going to stab you unless we get a divorce. So maybe I should be concerned. But we go on. For the 682, Stars beat the Golden Knights in 5. And whoever thinks peanut butter and chocolate candies are gross are trash people. Oh my gosh!
Yeah. You're trash people.
What do you like chocolate with?
Insult our fans.
What do you like peanut butter with jelly?
I like chocolate with chocolate and caramel. Chocolate and caramel are my two favorites.
Just
together.
give me chocolate.
What about a Snickers bar because it has peanuts?
I would rather have a Milky Way than a Snickers.
So chocolate covered M&Ms. Chocolate M&Ms with peanuts. I don't know. I just said something that I regret.
You know what, Mike?
Because regular M&Ms are trash. Peanut M&Ms are where it's at.
Okay, and that I will. You've seen me on the plane every time we go on a flight.
Yeah,
I will
M&Ms.
I will have peanut M&Ms, and it's not the chocolate.
So you cream the peanut. And then you put chocolate on it.
The hell?
That's what you
It
do.
is the middle of the day.
That's what you do to a peanut. You blend it and it creams it. It turns it into cream. Right? I'm right. You take
feel
almonds.
very uncomfortable
you
with
put
the way you
almonds.
are using that
butter,
word.
Mike, not cream. It's
Yes.
butter.
Yeah, almond butter, peanut butter.
Not peanut cream.
But they call it creamy peanut butter, right? Or crunchy peanut butter. Crunchy peanut butter.
What?
You take the nut.
He's killing it.
You have sports opinions.
You can
Please
take
send
any
them in
nut
quickly.
and you blend it enough and it creams it. It turns it into a cream.
Why is that word so funny?
This is not.
You're not using that word right.
I am.
You are not. You're using it in an inappropriate context that makes me uncomfortable about ever talking about M&Ms or peanut butter again.
When you take a peanut or an almond or any nut and you blend it enough, you stick your finger in it and you go, that's creamy. I don't know. You wouldn't say, oh, it's not creamy. It is.
Too far.
We're going to get fined by the FCC, Mike.
By saying if you crunch a peanut enough and blend it enough, it doesn't turn into cream?
Butter.
But butter's like a creamy product. You take milk and you churn it enough, it turns into a cream. I'm not saying anything wrong.
That's my favorite part now. He is listening to himself.
I am listening.
That's my favorite drop, maybe in the history of this station, is before the blow up between Broadus and Mike. It's Mike, as calm as you can be, looking at Broadus and go, I am listening to myself. Like, you know he's about to snap, but not yet. Oh my good night.
All right, give me a second, because I do have something to contribute to this.
No one's dying.
Okay,
Kevin,
Jason Kidd, they
here-
might after this. I
my
don't know.
sports opinion,
Thank God.
because that's how this is supposed
Thank
to go.
God.
Is one of the 88 minor league pitchers that I have suggested to Mike will be a factor in this year's Rangers squad.
Because you've been throwing him up, and then there'll be something or another, and Mike goes, well, I don't like that.
Yeah,
And then
I
we're
can't
like,
find
well, that's not
stats that
good.
are like, this guy, Mike, is the one, but I keep trying to find somebody that I'm like, Mike, this might be a guy that could be a piece, because otherwise we have to find other pieces elsewhere. That's my sports opinion.
Real quick, though, like,
please,
we
God,
didn't know about Jake Diekman. We didn't know about
Okay,
Sam
that's true.
Dyson.
Yes.
Like, we didn't really know who those people were because we weren't following the Phillies and the Marlins, I think Marlins bullpen situation as close as we usually do. And then, again, we got Cole Hamels. We absolutely knew who Cole Hamels was there. And we got Jake Diekman in the trade, and we got Sam Dyson in the trade. Like, hey, who are these? I do think that Jake Diekman and Sam Dyson in 2015, if they were added to the 2023 Texas Rangers, would help out tremendously to this team. And I believe that Chris Young will eventually get those guys.
The best Reese's product is Pieces. Reese's Pieces are elite.
So you want chocolate coating.
It's not even chocolate. It's just candy coating on the peanut butter. I don't even think there's chocolate involved there.
That might be right, but I feel like I'm tasting chocolate somehow.
Reese's Pieces is... You know what, Mike?
Well, you eat a Reese's Pieces, don't you feel
I heard
like...
how the last one went. I think Mike is right, and we should end the conversation right there. I learned from last time. Reese's Pieces is their best-selling product.
The handbag, I don't know if you've seen that. Not the individual bag. It's like the one that you buy, but the handbag. It's like the same size as that M&M bag that I get.
And they say it's a share size.
It's a share size, not family size.
No, I ain't sharing this bag.
Adrian loves those. She's not a fan of Reese's. She likes Reese's Pieces too, but she loves Reese's Pieces. I'm sorry, she likes Reese's Cups, but she loves Reese's Pieces. That's her favorite candy.
Does she like them combined in that one product? I don't know what it's called, but where there's Reese's Pieces in a Reese's peanut butter cup.
Yeah, it's just
too much.
With
it felt like too much peanut butter, and because it was stacked real thick, and it just felt like too much peanut butter along with the candy, which I'm like, oh my. But yeah, Pieces are the best.
Pieces aren't. I get that it's candy coated. There's literally no chocolate flavor to it.
I don't think so.
I am not sure about that. From the 972, the Mavericks should find a way to flip the 10th pick for Miles Turner, and Reese's original peanut butter cups are the best. I mean,
whether they're mini, whether they're regular size.
Do you like one better than the other?
In a weird way, it feels like you're not eating as much when you have I call them the Halloween kind of treat.
Yeah.
But at the same time, then you just want like 6 more and you've equaled way more than just 1 cup.
Yeah.
So I guess I lean towards the minis.
Okay.
But Take 5, I do like Take 5 even better. I do like the crunch of the pretzel in it.
Okay, and I think that's why so many people like the Take 5. And like compared to some of these, the Take 5 and Fast Break and things like that, those are newer on the scene compared to like all the rest of them. I don't know if I've ever tried Reese's Sticks. I don't know if it's that or the Fast Break that was like the alternate to Twix. But I think I was reading that one of those was supposed to be like the alternative brand. I've seen a couple people say the Thins as well. And from the 682, this will be the Cowboys' best season since 1996. I need us to scale that back to 95. I know the Super Bowl technically took place in 96, but let's say 95. And peanut butter and chocolate is one of the great combinations ever, and the regular old Reese's are the best.
By the way, Reese's Pieces, it's not actually peanut butter. It's a panouche filling. Is that the right word?
I think.
Penuche.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's a filling. It's peanut butter flavored, but it's not like Mike. It's not like they took peanuts.
At
and
one
made
time,
cream.
McDonald's had a commercial said now made with real chicken.
Right,
and you're like, oh wait a second.
Like if you ever are in the grocery store,
what McNugget was I eating before?
Yes. If you're in the grocery store and you see wings spelled with a Z, it's because they did not meet the minimum requirement to call them regular wings.
The colors of the candy coating were designed to coordinate with the color of the Reese's package.
Right.
Therefore, in the bag, it should be 50% orange and 25% yellow and brown. That's what the bag should be full of. So if you like the orange ones more, I mean, they all taste the same, but I do eat the orange ones last because I like the orange ones the most.
I did not realize that.
Like E.T.
Yeah.
From the 214 on I Love Reese's Day, which has started all kinds of other stuff. This year, you have to become a huge Rangers fan. They have become a huge Rangers fan, but buying it on Bally Sports still stinks. And the Reese's Peanut Butter Easter Egg candy is the best. I tried those maybe last year. They are very good. On the 469, Rangers will sweep the Rockies, and the best Reese's candy is the Fast Break.
I love the Fast Break.
What is it?
That's the one with the Take 5.
Take 5 is the one with the pretzel.
Fast Break sounds good too.
Does that have caramel in it?
I don't know. Mavericks hate it.
Well,
check it out.
Luka's slow.
What does the Reese's Fast Break have in it?
Yes.
You're great with Google.
I have Googled. Kevin, would you like to know what's in the Reese's Fast Break?
Yes, I would.
Peanut butter, soft nougat covered in deliciously rich milk chocolate for a candy bar that is perfect to get your Reese's on the go. So that is basically the equivalent of a Milky Way. in that it's nougat and peanut butter with chocolate.
Which you're out on.
I'd just rather have a whole bag of pieces. Like that's okay. It's okay for us to have different opinions and still exist in the same environment together.
I feel like if you don't have a peanut allergy and you don't like chocolate and peanut butter, you're screwed up.
See, this is what's wrong, Mike, with the world today.
Joey, do you have a sports opinion since you helped start this debate alongside Corey?
Yeah, I'm going to go with some golf because it is a major championship week out at Oak Hill for the PGA Championship. I'm going to say Justin Thomas does defend his defending title. PGA and wins this weekend.
Did you say he's going to defend his
He's going to defend his defending title.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Highland Park.
Okay.
HP, as they call it.
Another question for you, Slim Scotty.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not eating crunchy peanut butter because there's no crunch in it, what is that peanut butter called?
Don't they call it smooth?
Yes! You avoided the trap that he was setting up, and I am so
It's
proud
definitely
of you
crunchy
for that.
and creamy, Mike. That's the truth.
You don't go, oh, I've just made some smooth peanut butter out of peanuts. You go,
I don't
made
buy
some
peanut butter,
creamy
so-
peanut butter.
I wouldn't get the
But I don't
smooth
call
stuff.
it peanut butter cream. I'm not just like, hey, look at this peanut butter
If you
cream.
went
Like,
into a store and
Smooth,
asked someone
flowy.
for peanut butter cream, they might escort you out of the store, Mike.
And all this being said, a lot of people
They
texting
know what I'm
in.
talking about.
The Butterfinger Dairy Queen Blizzard is the best. I mean, Reese's doesn't even touch the Butterfinger.
I do think the
Dairy Queen
Butterfinger
not
Blizzard
started enough
is the best.
Yes, it is.
Okay. From the 817, CY will fix the bullpen. Interesting. They said Reese's Pieces are the best. And if you've never tried it, try them with that butter popcorn buttered popcorn, and it will whole new level of delicious.
Reese's Pieces and buttered popcorn together?
Yep.
What if CY activated himself for a game?
I wonder about the collective bargaining agreement, but maybe we could make that happen.
By the way, George Bush was at the game yesterday again.
Yeah, he loves
He's
the
a fan.
Rangers.
He's a fan. He's a Tolo.
For the KNC Masterpiece.
He actually does listen.
Yeah.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now,
Yes.
God help us, it is time for Mike Likes It.
I've teased multiple things, and I haven't teased anything about creaming any other nuts. I have talked about
like a pine nut.
Yeah.
Or a macadamia
Like I know
nut.
my buddies make their own almond butter.
Or a Brazil nut.
And they take a whole bunch of almond nuts and they put them in a blender and they blend it until it turns into
pecan nut.
That was a hot start.
Walnut.
You guys know about Ronald Acuna Jr.?
He's good. Watch that. Don't throw it anywhere near the strike zone.
Yeah, and then we walked him, and then that didn't help either. Ronald Acuna Jr. last year, not a really good baseball player. Let's be honest. He was average at best. He was like a 240-something hitter with about 15 home runs and 40-something RBIs in about 100 and change games.
Yeah.
Because he had to miss the first 6 weeks or so because he's getting over his knee injury. And then he played the majority of the season, and he wasn't very good. Here's my hope, and here is what I think could happen. Michael Gallup, Dallas Cowboys. He was never Ronald Acuna Jr. before the injury, but he was a solid number 2 receiver. I say okay, solid, wherever you want to put it. Not a premium number 2 receiver, but he could do unbelievably great number 3 receiver. And you sign him to a big contract after the knee injury, and the Cowboys took that chance. So far, it looks like a really crappy chance. But what if Michael Gallup's knee is somewhat like Ronald Acuna Jr.'s knee, and he had to go through a crappy season to get back to the player that we all thought he could be before the injury?
And what he said yesterday was encouraging because he didn't just say, like, it was fine, I don't know what the problem was. He said, like, both mentally and physically, it just wasn't right. And he said now he feels springy.
Springy's good.
Springy
is definitely good. I am kind of curious. Like they didn't bring in another guy though, did they? We brought in Cooks because we were like, man, if he can't do it, we're in trouble.
No, but at the same time, in a weird way, he's not having a good year this year. Michael Harris then became Rookie of the Year in center field.
Yeah.
Now it did. In Acuna's case, it's really weird. Acuna does have really bad defensive numbers this year, according to StatCast / Baseball Savant. But he was a center fielder when he came up to the major leagues. and also played some right field too. But with Michael Harris becoming what he became last year, they're able to now permanently move Ronald Acuna Jr. to right field and not have to worry about him playing center field. So he wasn't going to lose one of his outfield spots. And they didn't bring somebody in, but somebody developed in their system. And, the Braves, they don't really develop many players, but I guess they did it again.
I am really hopeful. We keep pining for the days of Cedric Wilson as your fourth.
Which is odd.
And I keep being hopeful that Michael Gallup is your third so good, but your top two are so effective that it's like, oh, but also in those Cedric Wilson moments, Michael Gallup is open. That's kind of where I am with this. I don't have a lot of expectation for Gallup this year, and with Acuna, I feel like there's just a heap of expectation, but maybe off of the surgery, like Mike's saying, like that's kind of a different place to be.
And I just keep thinking, especially with the moves you made, is Gallup has 850 yards receiving and 7 touchdowns. Would you be like, okay, especially since
I'll take it with
moved
Brandon
Cooks in
right
here? Yeah,
I'm frustrated with the contract still. Because that number, like those numbers with that contract, is not what I want. But
that is fair.
I'm not paying him $20 million for that, so I guess I feel better there. But yeah, over the last 2 years, 400 yards apiece.
And you have 2 more years of Michael Gallup if for some reason the knee injury is permanent's a wrong word, but he never gets back to the guy that we saw in 2021. You have to play him this year and probably pay him next year, and then it would be done. Is that correct?
I think that is correct.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't crazy about doing that either, but I'll be honest, we're doing the exact same thing with another position. Now, we didn't sign a long-term contract, but we are guaranteeing Tony Pollard is still the same player after breaking his ankle or leg in the playoff game. I mean, that's a little bit of a scary proposition for the Cowboys too, because what if he's not the same when he comes back? I think there's a small percentage, however big or small you want to make it, that Tony Pollard comes back. And the Cowboys, in my opinion, did not address it with Ronald Jones and
I agree.
Deuce Vaughn. I love the pick of Deuce Vaughn. I hope it works out. But I thought that they were going to go somewhere between rounds 2 and 4, get a guy that they like to be the backup running back this year and then the starting running back for the next 3 years.
Do you think, and this won't fit that bill then, do you think there's going to be another running back added before the start of the season?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, if it is, I think it'll be no, I guess it could be, but
I don't give up on that. Everybody should go ahead and just give up on it.
He doesn't bring anything special teams wise, and I don't know. Do you think he'd really, like, if you said, hey dude, here's the deal, you're going to be blocking on field goal attempts and you're going to be running down, or
for a lot less money?
Yeah.
No.
For $2 million, you're going to be our third running back, sometimes our second, and you are going to play the majority of special teams.
And that's where, like, when we saw the Bill Barnwell piece, we're like, come on, man, why is the national media all over this when we locally saw what we saw? He's not going to be, the Cowboys can't bring that back.
Yeah, I mean, I at least partially get it. It's the same thing with Dalvin Cook. It's like, what moves the needle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, next Mike likes it. This is really good news. Jack Leiter is having a great May. Last night, he did it after 5 innings. He had pitched 5 innings, 1 run, no walks, and 10 Ks. He had 1 hit, no walks, 10 Ks after 5 innings.
I think he's had 7, 8, and 10 strikeouts like in the last 3 games.
Yes, so he has 25 strikeouts in the month of May, 5 walks. That's really good when you have a 5-to-1 ratio in May. He had at one point last night, until he pitched the 6th inning, he gave up 3 runs in the 6th inning. He got through the 6th, but he gave up 3. He had 16. He had 16 innings in the month of May without giving up a run. In his 17th inning, he gave up 3 runs.
Which, honestly, I would have accepted something way worse as progress, but that's phenomenal.
So if you look at his month of May, it has been great.
Yeah.
Now, will he keep it up? Who knows? But we're making progress. I've had a couple people text me a few things that I don't know. I have not asked a lot of inside information about Jack Leiter and the development of Jack Leiter throughout this season. I'm just following the stats. There were highlights of him last night, and I'll be honest here, some of the highlights concerned me a little bit in this, Corey, is that they weren't really executed at times pitches that would work at a major league level. I was actually surprised even at AA that some of those guys swung at those pitches for strikeouts. Not all of his strikeouts, but some of them I'm like, okay, that's a AA pitch. That's not a major league pitch. But you can only make progress where you're at, if that makes sense. He's not facing major league guys. He's not ready to face major league guys. He probably needs this whole season, I think, in AA. Maybe the last month they move him up to AAA and give him 5 starts in AAA to see how it goes, to see if he's ready. But Jack Leiter looks like, after getting off to a rough start in April, looks like he's having a very good May.
And Mike, there were a lot of questions I had about the highlights last night. A lot of it is highlights. How did he set up for that strike? I don't know what pitch he was throwing to set up a high fastball, but I was telling you he is earlier in the year he was missing corners. He wasn't in enough in the strike zone. So even whenever he did go high fastball, and that seemed to be the only place he was comfortable, was really high in the zone. That's whenever I was like, well, I mean, that's all he feels like he has. At least when I was watching in highlights, there were some moments where he looked like he felt more comfortable, even throwing junky third strike pitches, that he felt comfortable there. Yeah. I have a lot of questions about what's leading him to that, but there was something else that I saw this morning as I was kind of rewatching it. He looked confident. And that's something that I haven't quite seen out of him, is the confidence that he looks like, hey, look, I can blow this fastball past you right now.
Well, that's good news. We obviously talked earlier in the week about Kumar Rocker. That's bad news. Yeah. He's done for this year. He's done for next year. So you're not going to get any help from Kumar Rocker till possibly 2025, I would say. But Jack Leiter, if he can keep improving, maybe 2024, he can help your major league team. I have this on Cole Winn. Okay. This is just my opinion.
Yeah.
Cole Winn is having a very bad year again. Yeah. He had a very bad year last year. He's having a very bad year this year so far. With the Rangers situation, okay, they have a very good starting rotation. I know it's a veteran rotation, but there's not really going to be any spots in that rotation, I don't think, next year. If you look at what Dane Dunning is doing, let's just say Martin Perez moves on to another team because he's on a 1-year deal. Well, then I would say, well, Dane Dunning's jumping into the rotation. That would be, or you could even go to Cole Reagans if he keeps pitching the ball. He's up and down in the bullpen, but he shows signs of being a good big league pitcher. Maybe he is just a bullpen guy, but I don't know if there's going to be a starting spot next year. And Cole Winn is doing so bad as a starting pitcher in AAA that my opinion would be put him back into AA and go, this obviously is too high of a level. And you don't say this out loud to him, but kind of proven that you maybe aren't a starting pitcher in the major leagues.
We're the king.
Go ahead. You put him back to, do we have to go? We put him back to AA and we make him a reliever and see if he can contribute to the Texas Rangers as a reliever. You did invest a lot of money into him as a first-round pick.
And I apologize, Mike, nothing to do with your content. It's just we have a former Rangers pitcher and Hall of Famer who is ready to go. So coming up next, we will talk with Fergie Jenkins right here on 105.3 The Fan.
but it's a noted situation that I did throw a lot of strikes when I did pitch.
We were just talking about this off air, and I was hoping you could give us, obviously, you can give us better insight than just about anybody for this. Second in Cy Young in 74, the closest the Rangers have gotten. And then the Rangers also had, I believe, the MVP that year in Jeff Burroughs. Just how good was that Rangers team in 74?
Well, I think we were just as good as the Oakland A's. We beat them several times, probably more than people want to remember. But the thing that was significant, Billy Martin was the manager of the year. Hargrove was Rookie of the Year at first base. I was Comeback Player of the Year behind Cy Young winner Catfish Hunter. And I beat Oakland 5 times that year. So It was just something that was significant in the Rangers' history because of the fact that supposedly they were not going to have a good team. Jim Bibby that year won 19 games, Jackie Brown 15, Steve Hargan 12 to 15, and I won 25. So we had a pretty good ball club.
Fergie, when it comes to your career, you look at 1966 and you get traded to the Chicago Cubs. 1967, you make the All-Star team. What changed? What got maybe a lot better? What gave you the confidence that you can be a very good big league pitcher?
Well, I was in AAA in '64 when the Phillies got really close, but they didn't call any pitchers up at the end of the season when the Phillies had a drive to possibly win, and I came up as a September call-up in '65. I knew how to pitch because I'd been at winter ball 3 different times, Puerto Rico and the Dominican, and I'd pitched against a lot of good major league players. So I thought that I had the right tools or the right pitches to be a big league player, but I haven't caught up yet. 65.
Now, during that time, Fergie, this is interesting to me. My father, this is Mike Bassick Jr. talking right now. My father let me know about a month ago, and it is an honor to get to interview you, that you were playing for the Harlem Globetrotters early in kind of your major league career.
Yeah, I did that 3 different stints. Basically, October, December, parts of January. Started in 67, 68, and 69. In pretty good shape, running up and down the court. Played third quarter each night. We'd have shoot around times a day. I think that.
Hey, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to see if you can call right back. We're having a bunch of phone interference. I apologize for that. And we'll try to reconnect with you in just 1 second. Man, because I was very excited.
I'm already like I could listen to him talk all day. But I will let you know, my cell phone, I have 1 bar right now. I don't know what's going on with AT&T. Maybe that's the situation.
And just real quick, think about how crazy it is that a Major League Baseball player could go and play for the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Like, not just as a one-off game or anything like that, but multiple different times.
Yeah, man.
I want to know, like,
pretty wild.
You know, when he gets back on a better line, how many NBA players was he playing against? Because, you know, I know Wilt Chamberlain at one point played for the Harlem Globetrotters. Like, it was just a different thing, the Harlem Globetrotters, I think, in the 60s than what we kind of remember maybe in the 80s or today's Harlem Globetrotters.
I'm just looking at his Cy Young year, Kevin. He had 263 strikeouts and 37 walks. And most of his career was like low 60s walks.
And we did
It's nuts.
We did bring it up. Is 74 is the closest the Rangers came to having a Cy Young. Now, obviously, he finished second. Yu Darvish finished second as well in 2013. I just went with Fergie because he was closer in terms of winning. Catfish Hunter got 12 first-place votes as opposed to only 10 for Jenks.
Did you see his strikeouts to walks in 74, Kevin? Do you want me to tell you?
I did not see that, so let me know.
225 to 27.
Holy
like, this
moly.
Is you
pitched 19 years and didn't walk 1,000 guys.
Yeah. You can't do that in today's Major League Baseball. You're not doing that. Hey, you're not pitching 19 years most of the time.
Sure.
Like, you're just not getting to that point. But being able to like do that and not walk people is nuts.
He was also 5th in MVP that year. Now, we're having just a little bit of trouble reconnecting with him. We'll see if we can get that going. Now, in the meantime, I wanted to go ahead and throw this out. Joey, can we go ahead and do cut number 6 right here and talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs?
Adebayo mashing his way into Horford. Shot clock at 3. Butler with Brogdon on him. It's a long 3. And good!
So the Miami Heat do pull off the upset. I mean, Boston was put in place as, I believe, an 8.5-point favorite going into that game, but Jimmy Butler doing Jimmy Butler things to get the lead out to 1-0 for the Miami Heat in that series. That change any perceptions you've got about
Boston's just so, in a weird way, bipolar. Like, you just they've made it this far and they've lost some games you think they're going to win, whether it was to Atlanta or whether it was last round to Philadelphia, but they are in this situation. So I'll still bet on Boston making it to the NBA Finals, but that gives Miami the home court advantage now.
There was a super cool moment. I know he's probably not focused on this right now, but you remember Jason Tatum had an amazing Game 7 performance. He gave the game ball that he received for that to a cancer patient who is 10 years old. And the two had met months ago, and the kid is battling a form of cancer that forms in the soft tissue. Is way too long for me to pronounce correctly. And he's already had 3 surgeries to remove the tumor, 24 rounds of chemotherapy. And Jason Tatum met him and everything, and he was like, that's not enough. He said he wanted to do something else for that kid. And so when he got the game ball for just showing out unbelievably in Game 7, he was like, here you go. You get to hang out with me and you get the ball.
I love it. And I mean, like, you can't diss on what that dude has done off the court as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to Jimmy Butler, this is very difficult because I am rooting for him, but he also plays for the Heat. Like, this is the guy that I'm like, I hope he gets it over, but it's like he's a Heat player. So
sure. And you don't inherently root for the Heat.
Yeah,
I understand
not necessarily, but I'm rooting for Jimmy Butler.
I'm saying Boston still wins that series, probably in 7. How are you feeling after they lose Game 1?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, but you're right, because if you told me Boston breaks off the next 3 and has like Miami on the ropes, I would be inclined to believe that. But if you tell me that they're going to lose 2 of the next 3 and then they'll be on the ropes, I would probably be inclined to believe that too. I know that's not the best analysis, but that's how back and forth this Celtics team can be.
Quick question, Denver Nuggets. Must win tonight. Do you feel any different if it gets tied up at 1? If Denver takes a 2-0 lead, do you still feel like LA could possibly win 4 out of 5?
I don't think it is necessarily a must-win for either team. I don't think it's a must-win for the Lakers just because of basic, like, home court ideology is if they can win the next 2. And I don't think it's a must-win for Denver either because in this series, I know there's a lot of great players. I think Denver fundamentally has the best player in this series. And if that's the case, I don't think you're in trouble 1-1 going on the road.
Who has a better chance of repeating Game 1, Anthony Davis or Jokic?
I think it's Jokic.
I agree that it's Jokic because I think Jokic can play the whole game. I have questions about Anthony Davis making it through a full game most nights. Just in general. I don't know.
And we've talked about this the other day. He has seen the 40-12, so I'll go with Jokic. All right. Right now, back on the line, sorry for the difficulties we were having there, is Fergie Jenkins. Welcome back.
How you doing? Good.
All right, so you were just starting to tell us about the how and why of you getting involved with the Harlem Globetrotters.
Well, in 1967, Joe Enzovino, who was a marketing individual with the Globetrotters, and their head office is in Chicago on Michigan Avenue, wanted me to play in about a good dozen or so games with the Globetrotters in Canada. He thought it'd be a great entertainment situation, and we decided to do it. And I went back to Canada in October because I played basically on a 10-month visa, being a Canadian. So we played in 67, 8, 9, toured I don't know how many different states, colleges, different individual clubhouses and restaurants, things like that. You know, we had a lot of fun doing what we do as the Globetrotters.
Did you feel like you could play in the NBA, Fergie?
No, I was a major league ball player.
Okay.
I was a decent basketball player, but playing in the NBA, that's totally different. See, playing with the Globetrotters, they were entertainment. If I got an opportunity to score, I took it. And the opportunity came quite a bit, but it was just the fact that the Globetrotters that played, they were basketball players and entertainers. And I was a guest individual that come on, give up the home run each night to Meadowlark Lemon, do the out-of-bounds skit, the referee skit. But that was just the fun part of playing.
You didn't ever let the Generals win, though, right?
No, the 3 years I played with them, they got close a few times, but they never beat the Globetrotters.
Were there
180-some games I played, we never lost to them.
Were there parts where it turned into like an NBA All-Star game where it was too close and everyone like really bared down for the last few minutes because you're like, no way we're letting them beat us?
Well, see, there were so many different kind of skits that Meadowlark had and Curly and Leon Hilliard. They'd go through a skit, and the other team just didn't have a chance to block it or defense on it, and they end up scoring and would run the score back up. But that was the entertainment part of having the audience involved and always winning the ball games.
So, Fergie, you make it to the Texas Rangers in 1974. I'd love to know how you felt after leaving Chicago, being there for almost a decade, and then coming to the Texas Rangers, somewhat of a new team. I know, moving from Washington, and your thoughts.
Well, the biggest thing is involved in a trade and leaving the National League that had an opportunity to get pitching. The Dodgers needed pitching, Pittsburgh, I think the Cardinals, other teams, and I was traded out of the National League to a last place Texas Ranger ball club. A little disappointed at the beginning, but when I went to one of the team meetings and Billy Martin was there, I said, I'd like to play for that certain individual. And when I went to spring training, I found that this is a ball club that had a chance to win because we had good players. We had some rookies, some veterans. So I was happy to be on that ball club.
Why do you think the perception was that team wasn't going to be good then? Was it just the couple years before? Because you said when you got there, you're like, we got some good guys.
Well, they were in last place. The only good thing that happened at ball club was like Jim Bibby pitched a no-hit. But, Bill Martin took over, a real strong manager, similar to Leo DeRocher, who I had for like 7 years in Chicago. But as I mentioned, you had Hargrove, a rookie, Jim Sundberg, a rookie, Alex Johnson, Cesar Tovar, Jeff Burrows, MVP, playing right field. We had a good nucleus of players. And I just think that the sports writers or the people that are involved outside of the game that didn't know the game thought that we didn't have a good ball club. And we played excellent baseball against Kansas City, Oakland, and the Yankees. We beat people in 1974 under Billy Martin.
So, Fergie, you have 267 complete games. Obviously, that might take 267 years now for the Major League Baseball to get that many again. What was your mentality when you would get into the later innings, the 7th, 8th, 9th inning?
Well, you had to use your past knowledge and what pitches you threw to certain hitters. And you and the catcher worked closely together because we sat together on the bench. And we would have conferences. Hey, who are we facing in the 6th? Who are we facing in the 7th? The first 3 to 4 hitters of each inning. And we would go over pitches before me going out to the mound. So I knew what I wanted to do. The catcher knew what I wanted to throw and what position we wanted to put these pitches in, down the way, up and away, whatever. But the big thing is that total recall of what you did prior to how getting hitters out is something that you had to learn as a pitcher. And I learned that early in the Philly organization.
Man, Mike talks about the difference between pitching and throwing, and it seems like can you kind of explain that difference between pitching and throwing?
I think the biggest thing is knowing the hitters, knowing how to set the hitters up, and pitching to certain zones, down and away, middle away, up and away, and then in, breaking pitches in certain counts. Always trying to stay ahead of the hitter's count, not pitching from behind, 3-1, 3-2. that gets you in a lot of trouble. So, as I mentioned earlier, throwing strikes were part of what my strength was, throwing strikes, getting ahead of the hitter, make the hitter doing part of the work. I made a lot of teams first ball hitters because of the fact that they knew I could get ahead of them quick. But that's the art of pitching, not just throwing the ball.
Now, you would think, as we talk with Fergie Jenkins, that being a baseball Hall of Famer, winning a Cy Young, playing for the Harlem Globetrotters, that would be enough. But I also have it on good authority that you have a beer that's named after you. How did that come to pass?
Well, being a Canadian, it's a company called the Sons of Kent. And I was born in Kent County, Ontario. And these young brewers have put this beer together, a Pilsner. They had it last year, or I think, a year ago, and now they're coming up with another Pilsner with a new can, a new picture on the can, and it's a celebration of having the statue that is erected in Chicago. They're doing a duplicate one in Chatham, June the 10th of this year. So they're raising money for certain charities, and I'm involved in that, and I enjoy the fact that they want to put a picture of me on a beer and try to sell it.
Well, Fergie, you're from Canada. I don't know this. Obviously, I grew up here. I did not grow up playing hockey at all. Did you grow up playing hockey at all? And then are you following the Stars run right now?
Yeah, I was raised on a small ice arena in Chatham, Ontario. I got skates when I was like 4 years old. And I played as high as junior B, tried to play, and I think that that was one of the sports I really would have loved to have gotten into the NHL. You know, one of my idols was Doug Harvey with the Montreal Canadiens. Followed Gordie Howe, followed Red Kelly, followed so many guys, Rocket Richard. But the biggest thing is being an athlete, you play a lot of different sports, and then you find out which ones are your best. And by far, baseball was my best sport. And I followed the Dallas team here. I follow the Red Wings. I follow Montreal. I follow Chicago Blackhawks. But I think the Stars have a real good opportunity to, if they keep playing well, who knows? It could be Stanley Cup finalists.
Oh, love hearing that, and we love talking with you. Thank you very much for the time today, good sir.
My pleasure. All right, guys.
There you go. Fergie Jenkins. By the way, in case you missed it at the beginning, Saturday, the 1974 replica Fergie Jenkins giveaway is for the first 15,000 people. It's presented by Bally Sports Southwest. Visit Rangers.com for more tickets or information, but that's a heck of a giveaway.
To add one other thing, and this line should be really long because sometimes it's people like me who they need to sign autographs because all the good players said no. I believe he's signing autographs on Saturday, too. It might not be Saturday, but check and make sure. I think he is signing autographs for free at the game.
1:15 to 2:15 that day in the New Era Alumni Alley. So all kinds of opportunities for you there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with the Boz, Brian Bosworth.
What?
But yeah.
Are you serious?
But also, got a little note for you about the NBA Draft Lottery and what you really want. People have started making predictions for the Western Conference Finals. All of it next right here on The Fan.
He's a CarShieldTX.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214 or 817, and it's 333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In just a few minutes, I do believe, we're going to be talking with former NFL player turned actor and well-known badass, the Boz, Brian Bosworth. But
can I give an update on something?
Sure.
Because, Mike, you were saying that you wanted to watch some golf today.
It's on.
It looks like Rom has 5 bogeys in his last 6 holes.
Oh, no.
This is
That's
our
a hell of a day for me. I'm kicking ass today, boys.
Anyway.
Yeah, because I guess if you bogeyed every hole,
18 over.
Yeah.
In honor of Fergie Jenkins, the Canadian, Corey Connors is on top right now.
That would be pretty much a 90. 88 on some courses, so you're
You'd be
88
pretty
to
stoked
90.
about that, right?
I'd be like, that's a good day.
All right. Now, Corey, I know you want to limit the number of experts, but what they do at The Athletic is they talk to an executive, a coach, and a scout in the NHL for who will win the Western Conference Finals.
That's a good group. That's a good
for their
group.
findings.
I'll take it.
Ooh, which one do you value the most? The executive, the coach, or the scout?
To win the Super Bowl?
No. To win this Western Conference final.
Oh, to win the Super Finals.
Yes.
Executive, coach, scout. I will say scout.
Okay.
Because coaches are only friends now, and executives have no clue what's going on with their teams.
Let's see if that pays off for you. The executive in the NHL predicted the Dallas Stars in 6 games.
All right.
The
yes,
coach,
executives. They have the most money.
The coach predicted the Dallas Stars in 6 games.
Wow. All right. Can I change my answer?
You can't, because Corey said he most valued the scout. The scout predicted Vegas in 7 games.
You know what? I
So-
guarantee during crosstalk, brought us a walk in here and say, "Hey, Corey, I was a scout for X amount of years. I would have gone with the coach or the executive."
We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, as promised, former NFL player, actor, and well-known badass, it is the Boz, Brian Bosworth. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing very well, and I know this weekend, maybe starting tomorrow, but definitely on Saturday, you will be in Allen at the Dallas Card Show. Do you get to do a lot of signings, and what are your interactions like at these signings?
I don't do a lot of signings, as a matter of fact. It's the first time I've been to this particular event, and every time I've gone to events in the past, they've been just fantastic. I mean, the fans come, they're super passionate. They're very learned about the past and, the way the game was played back in the, in the 80s. And, and I've been very fortunate that some of these shows I get to go spend time and visit with some of my heroes that played in the, in the 70s and the early 80s. And I get to see them and talk with them and see how they're doing physically and mentally, and just celebrate them and their lives and their accomplishments. So it's a great opportunity for people to come together and visit with the past heroes. And I'm just grateful that I get included in that, considering I had such a short span of career with Seattle.
Well, one of the people who might fit that bill, I'm curious your thoughts. He's always at the Dallas Card Show, is Bob Lilly, former, obviously, Cowboys defensive lineman and all-time great. Would you be pumped to go see him?
He's a great number 74. Are you kidding me? I mean, he was the original, the Duke, the Cowboy. I mean, I went to many a game with my father in Texas Stadium when Tom Landry and it just was a different style of football, and it just, the guys that played on both offense and defense. It was just an exciting time as a kid growing up and spending time with your dad, and then you could go and actually afford to buy a hot dog and get a Coke and watch the game. And we were close to the sidelines, and it didn't break my dad financially. It was just like you buy a ticket for $15 or whatever it was, and it was like just a great outing. Now it's so hard to get to these games and enjoy that kind of memory with your parents.
Brian Bosworth joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think your greatest acting venture was? Ooh. Stone Cold? You got the Fansville stuff. What's your greatest acting venture?
I mean, Stone Cold, I had no idea what I was doing. I was just kind of thrust in there, and it was flailing for my life. Thank God I had guys like Lance Henriksen and William Forsythe, and I had an acting coach that was there on set that really helped keep me, present in the moment. Because you got to learn that. You can't just hey, let's go. Just show up and read these lines and just stand here. It's a little bit more uncomfortable than that. But I did enjoy that experience. I learned a lot. I became passionate about what the process is, and it is a process. And I kind of equate it much like I did in the athletics, where you got a team, and the team consists of the players and the coaching staff and the people behind the scenes, and you got to respect that process in order for it to really work. But I'd have to say, to answer your question, the work that I'm doing now, even though it doesn't get a lot of eyeballs on it, just because it's a smaller venue with the Revelation Road series, and it's actually about to land, I think, here in July on PureFlix Entertainment, and it's a continuation of the story that I shot back in 2012 and 13, Revelation Road 1 and Revelation Road 2, and there was a third installment. This is now turned into a series, and it's about the rapture and what happens, and the fact that the end time story is very present and what's happening in our society and in our world today. And it's just, I don't know that it's, a coincidence. I think it's providential that things like this happen for a reason. But for me to have the opportunity to go in there and seek growth and understand what that means with the end times and, the accountability that we all have and all share as humans here on Earth. It's challenged me, but I think it's probably some of my best work because it really is raw, real emotion, and I've drawn from real experiences in my life to be put, out there for the audience to see.
That's fascinating, Brian. And I'm kind of curious. Do you ever feel like you got shorted? Like people thought you were just a haircut and that was it? Because there's a lot more to you, man.
No, I think, the true fan, the people that really know, I mean, the ones that know, I mean, your teammates, your opponents, the coaches that coach you, the coaches that had the game plan against you. The one thing that we can't, really anticipate as athletes is injuries and what's the severity of the injury and how that injury going to affect you. Is it healable? Do you give it time to heal? The mental processes that, as young men, what we're put under at the time and the pressure to just ignore the injury or let them deal with the injury as best they think is, the best way to deal with the injury. All those factors come into, success and failure of an athlete. So I know what I put into the game. I put my heart and soul into it. I still miss it. You can take the football player off the field, but you can't take the football player out of the heart and soul. So I know what I did, and I know that it was my greatest gift that God has given me, and unfortunately, for various different reasons, some of my own, God decided it was time for Mr. Bosworth to not do that anymore and change the plan and give me a different set of values and let's see what Brian can do with the rest of his life. So that's what I've done. I'm not a quitter. I am a struggler and I'm a fighter. I will grind it out. But I will never say that I failed at anything because only those that quit fail.
It's interesting. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. It's interesting the way you describe that. I was curious going back to, you're in the College Football Hall of Fame, going back to your college days, you were very outspoken at times with the NCAA. As things have transpired over the last few years, are you glad to see some of these college athletes finally being able to make more money or money at all off of what they do?
I don't like the way it's being done now. I mean, there was a lot of the things that I said back in those days was, youthful enthusiasm and my rebellious act of, don't tell me I can't do something when I don't see what's wrong with it. You know, that whole mentality of what Gen Z is. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
And stop resisting and just get in the back of the car.
Yeah.
It's the mentality when something is taken away, you want to fight to get it back. And there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. Just like, with the NIL, there's a right way to incentivize the players and keep everybody that's on the team, whether it be football, baseball, softball, gymnastics, all of it. I believe all of the athletes in college deserve a little help. The way it's being done now, it's so disproportionate. You got one or two guys on the team that's earning the lion's share. In some cases, the guy hasn't even been on campus yet. They're kind of paying for them before they even get out of high school. So I don't like the disparity of the way the money is being outlaid to the players currently now. I think it's gonna be the downfall of college sports in its entirety if they don't get a rein on it.
Well, switching subjects a little bit here, Brian Bosworth, you are a Dr. Pepper guy. Are you excited about Bluebell making a Dr. Pepper ice cream?
I mean, who doesn't like Coke floats and Dr. Pepper floats and root beer floats as kids growing up? I mean, and being that Bluebell is a Texas stalwart and one of the best ice creams that's out there, I think that's a great marriage. I didn't know that was happening, but I mean, that's kind of like an obvious. It should be a thing.
That's what we like to do when interview guests come on. We like to try to provide them with some nugget of information that they didn't know. And now that we've accomplished
hopefully they don't pay me in Bluebell and Dr. Pepper, because then it's gonna wreak havoc on my Peloton.
I didn't bring any money for your autograph, boss. I just brought you some Dr. Pepper Bluebell ice cream.
I love it. I've already got cases of it in my garage. I can't take any more.
Well,
stack it anywhere.
We appreciate the time very much, good sir. And Mike and I will be out at the Dallas Card Show in Allen this weekend. So looking forward to seeing you out there. And thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing you guys well, and I hope the fans show up strong and with passion, as they always do.
There you go. Brian Bosworth right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was fascinating and took some turns that I did not anticipate.
Kevin, you told me one time we were interviewing Jerry, and I had my list of questions, and you said,
Sure.
You write your list of questions down. And I was like, I want to get to some things. I had no clue we were going to go in a couple
Sure.
of directions that we went, but I'm glad that he was so open about it and was having some conversation with us here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos.
K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with the fellas who never give the lead away from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. How the heck are you?
I'm good, but I want to know, are there really people out there in the world that think it's no big deal because all bullpens give up leads? Because that seems like a tough take.
That's copium. That's like last night on the show when I was saying, well, Wembanyama might not be that great. Look at all these other number one picks that never won the championship. That's copium.
Did you get shouted down?
He got dropped in your division. They didn't even shout me down. They just rolled their eyes at me pretty much.
Oh, hurtful.
Yeah, but hey, that happens in sports. Sometimes crazy things happen. And, the Lakers get Hall of Famers again, and you got to try to rationalize it in some way.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. But they're going to be shut down by the Joker.
Yeah.
What I said to Mike this morning, and I realize it goes against actual baseball logic, but I said, the hell with it. I'll just pay the premium. Let's make a trade now. And if not that, what foreseeable options do you have? Because even one of your two reliable bullpen pieces fell apart yesterday.
They're in a pickle right now. I'm not down to give up what you have to get Emmanuel Clase back. I mean, it's unless the Cleveland just decides, you know what, our team stinks, and they're willing to give him up for young rebuilding pieces. And I've talked about this. The Rangers, their best assets are the abundance of infielders they have.
Sure.
With Justin Foscue,
Sure.
Davis Wenzel, etc. Right, and Luis Angel Acuna.
Yep.
I mean, they've got a ton of guys that are probably not going to be able to play. Where are you going to put them?
Yeah.
But to me, I think you just got to wait this out. And it stinks because the Rangers have blown 5 leads now later than the 7th inning when they've led the game. This bullpen's been really, really bad.
And you were going to win that series against the Braves.
Yes, you were.
I know in the standings it doesn't reflect with an asterisk, but it was top 5 team against top 5 team, and you were going to take it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where as a fan base, we want this fixed immediately. But I think you got to be patient. You're still having the third best start in the first 40 whatever games it is to a season in Rangers history, and it's frustrating, it's annoying, but they're going to be able to correct this. You just kind of have to wait till we get closer to the deadline to accomplish that.
Because you don't think they can stay afloat long enough, or you just want it in place now. I'm trying to figure you out.
No. I think that's a great question. Here's my issue: is I absolutely think they could stay afloat, but in the meantime, what they should have been doing with how well they've been playing and how much the Astros have been faltering is building up a cushion. Like I said, if you flip, there's 8 games in the last 11 where they've had a lead that you're like, you should probably win this game. Let's say you take half of them, right? All right, you flip those 4 games. You're 30-13, second best record, only a game and a half back of Tampa for the best record in Major League Baseball, and you have the biggest divisional lead in all of baseball. I'm not saying that there's no way the Rangers can win the division or anything like that, but this would have been a great time to start building up a cushion for the inevitable struggles that will come up.
Well, I think you got a good point, Hagee, but I don't know. I don't really appreciate how you're talking about my guy Cy Young. He's got the answers. Yeah. He's going to figure this out.
We're still a month away from those answers,
We
right?
are, and he knows right now the price is too heavy.
You're right.
I'm not giving up an extra prospect or an extra rated high prospect just for a month. So when the time arrives, I do believe Chris Young and the billionaire boss that he has will move their chips into the middle.
Stop hating.
Thank God they got
on
Will
Dawson's
Smith, huh? Can you imagine if late February, early March, they wouldn't have signed Will Smith early in spring training where they'd be?
Even more of a
They know the
nightmare.
players they want.
I mean,
they need to wait for the game to come to them.
The funny thing about it is Spores the night before was okay.
Yeah,
and so what happens is they're trying to work around guys, and here's Bochy, he's looking at it, goes, we got to put Spores out there, and then Spores gives it. Now you're like, well, who are we going to trust?
Yeah.
Who are we going to trust now? And so everybody just kind of, I don't know. This is tough because every time you feel like they maybe turn the corner on 1 or 2 guys, they'll fall back into another
falters,
and then now you're like, wait a minute, I tried to make the right move and it didn't work out. So I to me, it's, I saw the stat about all the teams that are blowing saves and stuff like that. So does that mean the market is going to be just hard to deal with because anybody who has any kind of bullpen arms, are they going to be selling on the high here? Because if everybody needs one, man, the Rangers might have to part with more than they really want to.
That's an interesting point. And like, at least you're not you're not even just looking for a ninth inning guy. Like, ideally, wouldn't Will Smith be like your 7th or 8th inning lockdown?
I think you said that the other day, right, Mike? You were talking about that when we had you on.
Yeah, we need multiple innings and pieces.
And the other thing too is, I think 3. Honestly, at this point, 3.
Well, and if you hope, I mean,
I know that 2 will do. 2 will do, but in a perfect world, you now have to get 3 when you start looking at it.
But like pre-deadline, a tangible hope, like you get DeGrom back, and then Dunning gets back into his relief.
Well, he's a long relief, right? Isn't he long?
I do think this is kind of like offensive linemen. Every time you think, well, when DeGrom comes back, everybody will be healthy. Somebody else drops off and they're missing 2 to 3 weeks. And then when they come back, somebody else has dropped off 2 to 3 weeks. And you hope you don't have the major injury like Houston has had, like Seattle has had.
The cluster.
And so, it's rare that once you get an injury in your rotation that you kind of get your 5 guys back completely healthy at the same time. So I could see Dane Dunning. I could see him starting most of the rest of the season just because of somebody else will have something happen 2 to 3 weeks from now.
Could he be the guy that for Martin Perez? Or is it because you have to have that left-handed arm in the rotation?
I think he means now, right?
I think the problem with both of those guys going into the pen is they're both not swing and miss guys. And in the 8th and 9th inning, you really need who can just make these guys miss the ball. And Dunning and Perez are both contact guys.
But ground ball pitchers and stuff like that. No, Mike, is the thing with Perez, do you think, we've started to hear more stories about pitchers tipping?
Okay.
You think he's tipping?
He could be. His location on his fastball is not good. If you go look at Baseball Savant and you look at his 2022 location of his sinker 2-seam fastball, it's below the zone or at the bottom of the zone a lot. And now you look at his hot red spots and they seem to be middle and up. And so I think because he's missing with his 2-seam fastball quite a bit and his cutter isn't as sharp, it makes his cutter even worse. So when I'm trying to throw my cutter off of my fastball and my fastball isn't locating well, now my cutter isn't as effective and my cutter isn't located well. Those 2 pitches, if you look at his hot zones from 22 to 23, are way off. And once he corrects those, I think he can be a better pitcher.
What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. We'll be keeping an eye on the new pride of Dallas, Scotty Scheffler, as he tries to take down the PGA Championship and what Jordan Spieth, Bryson DeChambeau, and others might be able to do on this leaderboard. But, we got a great show planned, Hagee, and if I hadn't said it already, it's Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Love to hear it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
6 o'clock sound off, by the way. Get your calls ready.
Oh.
Yeah, bring it. Bring the juice.
Do not let down Wolchuk. He'll cancel the segment for 2 weeks.
I will.
If they're not good at 6 o'clock.
I'm laying down the gauntlet.
Okay.
Cancel culture, man.
Lot to look forward to. Holy cow. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Dr. Pepper ice cream, Kevin.
It'll probably be mediocre.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1, G-Bag Nation on a thirsty Thursday, 6 o'clock sound off show. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. Addies, we got a lot of sports going on. We're going to take a look at all these sports here with you. There's Brian Broaddus, a former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award-winning media member, and the top influencer on Cowboy social media. He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter with you every afternoon in the G-Bag Nation. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. He of LA Live, the number 1 rated segment in afternoon drive radio in all of Dallas-Fort Worth. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thefan.com and Twitch. And I suppose tomorrow he will be helping chronicle y'all's bet payoff.
Oh, wait, that's happening?
Is that happening tomorrow?
Did we lose?
Wait, we lost? What did we lose? What did we lose? Come on.
Yeah.
Gosh, dang it.
Yeah, I guess we're doing something tomorrow.
The crank tie. We gotta get a rope or something.
Let us gingerly touch our tips.
The conjoined nosebleeders. I don't know exactly what we're going to call this.
I don't know either.
Separated at birth.
Do you want to be here?
Reunited and it feels so good.
Should we just wait and do this? I mean, a month from now? I don't know.
I will not be here tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, just doing you the courtesy. Should we wait till you are here,
or do it on Monday? We can do it on
it's
Monday.
up to you. You know, we should set a date for it though, and then promote it. I think
there's so much more pressure on us without you, because then it's up to Eric and I to kind of lead this thing. Although I'd still vote for Brian to be the one to intro and outro every segment for one show. I think that would be incredible.
Well, I think that's a good Broaddus payoff. I think it's a good Broaddus payoff whenever he loses his next inevitable
I
bet.
enjoy when he's hosting, Krusty's Corner, the draft show.
He does a great job with the draft show.
He gets in there.
You guys are such liars. Why do you even lie about this
No,
stuff?
you do a good job with the draft show, and you know that. You're confident when it comes to the draft show.
Yeah, the draft show stuff, but man, what you guys do is, man, that's work. That's tough work right
I think
there.
the audience would enjoy it, though.
There would be a lot of dumps and stuff like that. Lucius would probably have to cut that thing up because
I'm not here. I won't dump a damn thing.
Oh,
yeah, we're just gonna let it fly.
Oh no, Lucius, you got to help me on that.
Let it fly.
That's the gold. That's the gold. That's what people want.
No, we don't want to do that.
Give the people
I've already
what they
got a
want.
file over there. Does that transfer, by the way?
I don't think so.
I got a file from the old company.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I was really hoping they'd lose those files.
Yeah.
Rangers bullpen let
Wish
him down
they'd lose
again.
that.
Yeah. Evaldi goes 7.
Ugh.
He checks out with a lead, gave up 3 runs. Then you get 2 in the 8th off Spores, 1 in the 9th off Burke, and there it happened again. Do you guys accept that you can't do anything yet? I know a lot of people are getting impatient. There's things we don't know. Like we found out with Will Smith, Bochy might have his eye on a guy that he's waiting for the next 3 weeks. A team is going to decide, okay, we're not contenders. We've seen enough. Some of these teams are under 500 by just a couple of games. I don't want, them moving now, prospects for players, when the same prospects might be able to get better players in 3-5 weeks from now, Wolchuk. And so far, I've seen nothing to doubt that Chris Young has the answer. So I appreciate the passion. I think it's amazing that we're in a time right now that after Rangers games, fans are lit up with passion and frustration. That's a great sign for where we are. Expectations have risen very significantly.
Hell yeah. I mean, Hagee gave you the numbers of how darn good their record would be if they hadn't blown 8 of 17 attempts when it comes to saves this year. And it is. It's frustrating because Jose, you thought that you had something here with Jose Leclerc and then Jonathan Hernandez as your setup guy. And Jonathan Hernandez should be better than the way he's been pitching. I mean, the guy throws high heat, high upper 90s. I'm shocked at how
great
he's struggled.
stuff, man.
Jose Leclerc's a guy that we've seen have struggles at times. So
no confidence.
That
though,
one's
right?
the least surprising. But they thought, and it's weird because the bullpen was one of their most promising surprises of the first few weeks of the season. It's like, wow, we thought this bullpen would stink. But I am with you. I think you've got to just be patient. You've got to find a way to weather the storm and just wait this out, because as soon as Chris Young can pull the trigger on a move, he's earned the faith from all the fans.
Yeah.
He's going to make a move. Don't worry. It's going to happen. I mean, talking with Jared for many years, he's always said, hey, the easiest thing to be able to fix during the course of a baseball season is the bullpen. You can address that at the deadline.
Even
and
JD could do it.
Right. And it might not be Emmanuel Clase or one of these amazing, huge names. But if they can, I mean, think about a Jake Diekman that they were able to get,
Sam
right?
Dyson.
A Kohei Arihara, some of the Sam Dyson, right? I mean, even if it's not necessarily a name that you're going to think, boom, I'm blown away by, they'll find a way to correct this.
Yeah, Mike Adams, Joe Nathan. You can go big names. You can find guys who have a specialty and partner them up with somebody else that has a specialty and manage your way through innings. They've made it a little bit more difficult these days, but it's very doable, especially with a great pitching coach like the one they have. And you do need to take a breath because what was good the first couple of weeks is probably at absolute rock bottom now, where you've had your struggling guys really torch the infield, and now you've had Spores come in and let you down. That's normal. A reliever like Spores, once out of every 5 or 6 appearances, you're going to be like, crap, that wasn't good. He's going to go out there and give you another 4 or 5 good ones in a row. All of the bad luck is compounding.
Yes.
And, again, faith that our guy CY does know what's best right now is what I'm leading with.
Yeah, but Spores last night, he gets 0-2 on 2 hitters and throws it right down the damn middle both times. You know, and you're like, what are we doing?
He's not a championship reliever. He's just a guy in a bullpen.
But that's the problem. That's and that's where I look at Boch and maybe the front office too. And they have faith that one night Spores goes out there and he's okay. Hey, look pretty good. Okay, maybe you throw him back out there again. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if going out and getting Chapman from the Royals is the right thing. He's 35 years old. I mean, he has gotten better. Chapman, if you look at
he's having a good year.
Yeah, he's having a really good year. And the Royals are no good. But, what do you have to pay for that? Is that your, is that the – I don't want to sit there and watch the Rangers just give away a bunch of games, though.
No, I don't either. It's at least a game a week.
Yeah, I would rather them do something now. And and
overpay a little
bit to make sure that they get who they think the right. This thing is going to be at the trade deadline. Everybody wants bullpen depth. Everybody.
Yes.
You overpay now or overpay later. When teams got you a little bit over the barrel right now. And I'm to me, the one advantage the Rangers have over everybody else in Major League Baseball. I'm just saying this, but maybe it's true. Maybe not. Tell me if I'm wrong, Zach. That their farm system is better than most teams in Major League Baseball.
No, they've done a great job.
And I think that's a great point. They have lots of options. You don't have to give up big names to get help.
Exactly.
Let me meet you with a compromise and say, why not make one move right now? This bullpen's probably going to require 2-3 moves.
Oh, I'd love to.
You could make a smaller one now, not give up a ton, send a message to the guys that are here and help them a little bit with a better arm.
Right. I think that they would if they could now. And I think that the fact that they
I make it sound a lot easier than it really is.
It is.
Sure.
Right.
I'm making it sound like, we're playing Madden
You're
today.
6 weeks into the baseball season. Yeah. There's just too many teams right now that still think maybe we've got a chance. And especially with MLB the last few years, we've seen, hey, you've got more wild card teams now. Yeah. Everybody thinks they're in the hunt, in the race longer into the season now than in years prior.
The Royals aren't.
The Royals aren't, sure, but so maybe you can call the Royals, and there's a relationship there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if CY could go ahead and make that move, flip a switch, and all of a sudden he waves the magic wand, he would.
The fact that Bruce Bochy in postgame last night immediately addressed that told us
frustration's building.
Like 2 weeks ago, Bochy was kind of like he was coming on our shows and kind of like, well, you got to give it a little time and we'll work through it. And what is the one thing that we all talked about with Bruce Bochy when he got here?
He knows how to navigate a bullpen.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo. He's got to the point now where he might not know how to navigate a bullpen.
Well, I think he's out of options, right? They brought up Joe Barlow. Yeri Rodriguez wasn't very good, so we'll see. We just got to make sure Spores doesn't continue to struggle, right? I mean, everybody has a bad outing, and it's against one of the best lineups and probably the best team in the National League in the Braves.
I'm sure somebody over the Rangers is listening here, and I talk about Chapman, and maybe that's not realistic. But maybe if you go get somebody like that, it does stabilize things to allow the other guys, like he's like,
put them in their proper roles.
Yeah, it's all on his back now. It's not on these other guys' back. So maybe you give everybody, a little bit of an opportunity to kind of catch their breath and figure some things out while Chapman's saving games.
Little less pressure for him is good. I think the other thing is that the Rangers have invested a ton in this team over the last 2 years. You have to be thrilled that they are actually going for it. But coming into this season, they didn't know that they would be this good. So they're like, let's not build a bullpen now. Let's wait. And then when we are actually very good, then we'll take our first great opportunity. I don't know if that opportunity's come. 405 Dawson, the Rangers got to make a move right damn now. Build this lead while they can. A bunch of teams going to be hunting bullpen pieces.
That's true.
At the break. Yeah, I think, though, it's possible after the deals are done, they will be so much better than the Astros that have lost so many key players that if they're up a handful of games, you're going to have a great opportunity to catch them.
Starting pitching's been a problem there with the Astros, right? Injuries and stuff.
They've had a couple of big injuries.
And a lot of you weighing in for Derek Holland, which we love.
Yeah.
Dutch Oven is more beloved on this fan text than he ever has been, and I absolutely love it.
I'd love to see the Dutch back.
We're a Dutch away, boys. I think we are.
I would love to see that. I don't know if they'll do it, but I would love to see that. And I do think Aroldis Chapman is realistic. I do.
Okay. He beat the Celtics 123-116. Jason Tatum just 4 shots in the second half. Part of the story. Boston unable to get that star going, and Jimmy Butler had 35. So impressed with what Miami does. They know how to close games. They know how to win. They know how to build teams and coach teams. And Jimmy Butler is the most underrated superstar in basketball.
Hell yes. Yes, he is.
Are play-in teams going to be in the finals?
I think, yeah.
Weren't they in the bubble? Yeah, this is a repeat of the bubble.
It would be, yeah, it would be.
But that's what I'm saying. But
rematch.
both the Miami and then Miami and the Lakers both play-in teams.
Lakers Nuggets 7:30 tonight on ESPN. A lot of people are confident LA figured out how to shut them down and how to score against them in the second half. So we'll see if that plays out.
Maybe you should have played this thing through there, Mavs.
PGA Championship.
To be fair to the Mavs, the way it all played out, they wouldn't even have made it.
How about a hindsight call on Broadus on that one, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, Mavs. Why do you play through?
Playing teams are getting it done.
Yeah.
What were you guys thinking?
You want to be in the play-in. You don't want to be the 1 seed.
What the hell?
Had they not have quit, they would have still missed the play-in based on all the things that ended up unfolding, and then we'd be without the 10th pick, and now we'd be really mother bleeping them.
They were so bad at the end. There was no hope.
No, they couldn't stop anybody.
PGA Championship, Scotty Scheffler, UT Highland Park, 3 under. He is in with a 67, shares the lead with Corey Connors, the Canadian. Bryson DeChambeau just had a birdie on 13. He's pulled into a tie to lead at 3 under, along with Keegan Bradley. And then looking at the leaderboard, you're going to have to go quite a ways to find your guy, Jordan Spieth. He is struggling a little bit. Brian, you said he's coming off a wrist injury.
Yeah, he had to pull out of the Byron Nelson there with a wrist injury. He'd been playing a lot of golf up until then, but yeah, I believe +3 right now.
It's +3 through 16 there for Jordan Spieth. He's going to need to rally, but it might not be his time right now considering. Jesus Ferreira scored twice, FC Dallas over Vancouver, and he scored 8 of FCD's 15 goals this year. He's 2 away from Kenny Cooper's franchise record of 46. All time. Usually once you start scoring goals and going off for FC Dallas, they sell you to Europe. So Ferreira's
in the mix somewhere.
yeah. Ferreira's sticking around long enough. It appears the McKinney guy. He was
Weston McKinney.
No, not Weston McKinney, although he's another FC Dallas guy.
Yeah, McKinney guy, huh?
But no, he grew up in McKinney.
Okay,
I grew up in McKinney.
I see what you're doing.
And the hometown hero is going to be the all-time leading scorer for FC Dallas here. But before too long, their next game is Saturday at Toyota against the Dynamo. By the way, if you want to go,
what time is it?
Probably 7:30.
So we could double up because we're going out to the Rangers game as a group, so we can just go straight from the ballpark. FC Dallas.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah,
that'd be a fun sports day.
That would not be a bad idea.
That'd be a fun sports day.
I'd get tickets now because last time we went, it was sold out. I had to get standing room only and poach seats.
So Houston Dynamo, right? Houston
Dynamo?
Dynamo?
Mm-hmm.
How is standing room only there?
You stand.
It's great.
Well, no kidding.
It's great.
If you like being on your feet.
No. I'm just talking about the view. View's great. I think the standing room sucks.
You can sit down because you're lazy if you want.
It's good for drinking beer and carrying on and having a good time like that. There's a couple of good sections to stand, but you can get seats because there's sections that have been held by people that they're all not going to show up.
Gotcha. I think Gina Miller would help you out with some tickets.
You could do that as well.
Gina, yeah,
so sometimes she runs out though. This is a very hot item right now. They're fourth in the MLS.
This is Derby, right? This is Derby?
This is a Derby game.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's going to be a darty Saturday for you guys at the Rangers game.
Hell yeah, why aren't you coming?
Wife, kids, family. There's a lot of
Stuff
tickets
to do.
Things are happening. I'm actually moving my grandparents into their senior citizen home on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
So It's
You think you're
very
gonna
exciting.
get hit on?
Dark
Sounds like a
half.
good excuse.
Yeah, let's get into that. What'd you say?
Think you get hit on? You think?
Absolutely.
Me?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Big hunk.
Let me get a picture.
Oh, come here.
I mean,
Help
I'm not
me.
as much of a Gilf guy as Wolchuk, but I'm down.
Maybe I'll pop in.
San Diego named the 30th MLS club, by the way. They're going to start in 2025. I didn't realize we had 30 teams already, just as much as the NBA and the NHL now.
Any nicknames on the team yet? The San Antonio Waves. What do we be called? San Diego Waves.
Haven't seen
They
them.
used to have a soccer team. They've played soccer out there before. In San Diego.
Yeah, we'll see. I know the San Diego Surf Soccer Club started out there, and they were the Surf maybe in the 70s or something. So that'd be cool if that name comes back.
Yeah.
Cowboys, true or fart? Wolchuk's going to lead us in a round of that as we have a fresh batch of bold predictions to analyze. Can you see them coming true? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information.
on The Fan. We're 5 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Segment of The Fan here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, Gavin. We're going to do a little true or fart here, all right? I got 5 Cowboys bold predictions, courtesy of Blogging the Boys. I'm going to throw these at you. Tell me if you think true or fart.
I am paying attention to this segment. I just want to let you know.
Taking this very, very seriously.
We're going to find out because there's a couple of these that I'm like, I don't know so much. It's probably going to be a big stinky fart. All right, if your first time playing this game, this originated thanks to the great Robert Flores of ESPN when he made this slip up on air.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
I think that ended up being a fart, Robert, but thank you very much. All right, number 1, start with you there, Brian.
Okay.
Tyron Smith starts every game in 2023.
I'm going to say it's a fart.
Oh, come on. No faith?
No faith.
But one of the most insanely idiotic proposals anyone's ever shouted from a mountaintop anywhere.
Bold predictions, right?
That is the boldest of bold predictions. We've been doing bold sports predictions for hundreds and hundreds of years, I imagine. There has never been a more bolder prediction than that.
So bold.
No, the thing about it is, though, I worry more about the slippage in play than I do about his health.
It's interesting.
Record for that. Yeah. It's football flatulence, Wolchuk.
Yep. It's farts all the way around. The guy hasn't done it since when? 2016?
Been a while.
27? Yeah.
I'm going to confirm that for you.
It's been forever.
It feels like it's never happened.
Since he played a full season. And now you've got an extra game. So, come on. All right, next up, Gavin. Dak Prescott throws single-digit interceptions this year.
I'll take that one. I'll say truth on that one. I think Mike McCarthy has a great plan for giving him the kind of targets early in the play to get him what he wants and what he needs for this offense to excel.
2015 was the last time Tyron Smith played an entire season. The
odds are not in the favor there.
That's close. Getting close to a decade.
Yeah, that's bad.
I will go true on that as well. I think that's plausible.
He's done that several times in his career.
Yeah, he's done for 4 in 2016 and 2020.
Yeah,
I think he will progress or regress, whatever it is, to the mean where he is his normal self. And it's like such a hyper focus that they're doing everything in their power, it feels like, to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I'll go true as well.
He's going risk off.
Yeah, I think he's going to go risk off. All right, Eric, Cowboys are going to have 2 1,000-yard receivers this year.
Yeah, that's a true. CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, I think that's a no-brainer.
Brian?
I would go true there as well.
Yeah. CeeDee Lamb and either Michael Gallup or Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, I think Lamb and Cooks both hit over 1,000 yards. All right, back to you here, Brian. Tony Pollard accumulates 2,000 all-purpose yards.
I'm going to say that's fart.
Okay.
You got to prove to me that you're going to throw him the football. And I have, new group, new coordinator, new this, new that, but they just last year they figured out that they need to use them. This team is yet to show me they have any type of a screen game or anything underneath passing game with their backs. So no, I'm gonna say fart on that.
Yeah, this coaching staff, no longer has Zeke that it's got to force feed. I think bringing in Deuce Vaughn is such a good versatile weapon. And run in short yardage situations. Probably this thing is going to be spread out like all NFL teams should, over 3 guys, and Pollard will get more of it than the other two by a considerable amount, but not enough to get 2,000.
He had about just under 1,400 yards from scrimmage last year, and if he was his fully healthy self, then I would say that I think it's possible for sure. If I knew I was getting the same version of Tony Pollard, but I don't know with the injury questions, I'm not 100% confident.
Yeah, that has me saying a fart as well. He'd have to average 90 yards a game on the ground, 30 through the air per game to roughly be able to hit that number. Last running back to do it for the Cowboys was Zeke in 2018. he had 2,001 all-purpose yards. I think he probably just misses this. Even though it is a contract year, and if he's healthy, I expect Tony Pollard to boom. I mean, he's trying to get paid.
Last year's version of Tony Pollard was more than capable of
Absolutely,
that. They just
agreed.
didn't allow him to do it.
We just have a question mark, right? Like, is there any type of setback due to the injury? Cowboys still think he's going to be ready to go, but for training camp. So I know we got some texts yesterday of people having doubts.
I think Gavin's right about that. I think you got more players involved too. That's the thing about it is.
No doubt. I mean, all 3 tight ends, I think they're going to want to work in as well.
Yep.
All right, final one here, Gavin. Back to you. Micah Parsons joins the 20-plus sack club this year.
I can't see it happening. That is, if I'm betting, no. Could I see it happening? I guess yes, maybe. But no. The focus of the offense is going to be slowing down Micah, and I think NFL teams showed in the second half of last year they got a pretty good handle on it.
Yeah, I'll piggyback that off of Dawson there. It's a fart, but a bashful one. Mike is capable, but I don't think it's going to happen.
He's very capable. The last Cowboy to do it was DeMarcus Ware in 2008. I think he just misses this. I'm going to go fart as well.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations you're playing better teams, better lines.
Well, I think it is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. A lot of moving around, you know what I'm saying? I got to get rid of the fart screen and get on the other screen. A lot of screens.
The fart screen.
Yeah, the fart screen. A lot of screens. Hey, so let me tell you who I ran into when I was at Whole Foods today.
Okay.
You know the realtor out here that gives you Louis Vuitton if you close on a house?
Is that to do with the big donk?
Yeah, he's double cheeked up.
Yeah.
He's got that fish basket back there.
He's got the fish. That's a Grand Wagoneer.
Yeah, I was checking out. I looked. I was like, I think that's that dude.
You knew by the rear end.
So here's the thing. Here I am in Whole Foods checking out a dude's ass and see if I recognize it.
Is that it?
Oh yeah, that's him. Look at that. Yeah, that's him. That's Kim Folk.
Did you drop something?
Yeah. That's Kim Folk right there. Hey man,
let me get a selfie.
What up, bro? I see you double cheeked up out here. Pause. But yeah, I seen him, man. At the Whole Foods today.
All natural, Lucius. You can confirm.
I'm not confirming nor denying. Let's see. Our winner is a mom at a graduation. She was making a lot of noise, had cowbells and everything, and people around her wanted her to hush up. So she let those people know this is a great moment in my daughter's life.
Too bad. You don't like it, too bad. Don't start, Karen. No. My child did this big thing. You better be quiet and shut your ass up. That's what you better do. That 5 seconds didn't mess with you. Shut the up.
She ain't wrong.
No, it's just 5 seconds.
Yep, just 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds.
You guys think Bam Adebayo is a great passer, like a phenomenal passer?
I don't know. I haven't paid attention to that.
For a big, he's got some pretty impressive, like, point guard-ish skills.
Does he?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's phenomenal, though. When you watch me, like, oh, he's going to throw something. It's like magic.
No, I wouldn't go that far, Lucius.
Okay.
An effective big man passer, though.
Definitely.
All right.
So post-game press conference last night, Kyle Lowry was sitting right next to Bam. As Bam was like, I'm a phenomenal passer. Kyle Lowry couldn't hold it, started laughing right there on the spot.
Is it maybe calling you more to be more of a scorer in this series as opposed to a playmaker because of the way they're defending you?
My teammates want me to be aggressive first. If they start to send a double, I'm a phenomenal passer, so that's when I can make the extra pass or.
That's crazy, but I take it. You have one assist tonight?
I had more assists than you.
You had the ball more than me, though. Cool.
Anyways.
Phenomenal passer.
Yeah, phenomenal passer. So I make the right plays and make the right reads.
I love it, man.
My man was like, wait, what? What are we doing?
That's awesome, man.
That is a good one.
That's a sign right there. They're having a good time.
Definitely.
That's a team that gets along.
I mean, if he was hitting double-digit assists last night, I could see it. 5 assists. I mean, solid.
Hey, you get that double team, though, shooting the ball 55%. They're coming for you.
That's
Guys
true.
are going to be open.
Absolutely.
So on Mondays and Thursdays, I like to play church clips because the day before was a church day for those who are not heathens. I'm just joking with you. We got a pastor right here talking about God and judging and all this other stuff. Listen to that.
Let me tell you something. If God wanted to judge America, he wouldn't need the Supreme Court system. If he wanted to judge America because of sin, he would have judged me in '88 at the Freaknik in Atlanta. Y'all ain't saying nothing.
Come on, man.
Look at your neighbor.
I don't know what he was getting ready to say right there. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, drop it like it's hot and don't make it stop. I don't know what he was getting ready to say.
Nasty.
1988, is that what we're saying?
Sound like a little bit of a humble brag.
Yeah.
I think the preacher put on quite a show there. At Freaknik
He was talking
88.
about judging America, then he brought it to him and what he had going on out there.
Yeah, he was a force of nature.
Yeah. Have you seen the photo of the police officer from Freaknik way back in the day?
Yes.
You seen that, Joe?
Yes.
Wow. I have not. Wow. I started to familiarize myself a little bit. There's apparently a documentary coming out about it.
Yeah. His face was straight. He was busting that thing open.
He was,
Let me chill out.
Like, hey, guys, I got something to show you.
Yo.
Should I just Google Freaknik police officer?
I got to say, I screenshotted that joint. I was like, it's going to live with me forever. I'm taking this one to the grave. Let's see. Pete Alonso hit a walk-off home run last night for the Mets. Got the win for the Mets. My cousin texted me, let me know the Mets won. Here's what he said, though, post-game.
Pete, congratulations on the night. Thanks for the time, as always. Hey, thanks for coming out, guys. Let's go Mets. All right, there.
Pete, did you hear the girl in the background? Yeah. She responded to Pete. Hold on, play so you hear it again.
Wow, Pete Alonso, big deal there. You got to shorten that to LFG, but these guys are on podcasts and streaming so much they just they see a mic and they're like, there's no rules anymore. They're fools with no rules now.
Yep. Fools with no rules. New podcast coming soon. Fools with no rules. Like and subscribe.
Yeah. Produced by
Merch on the way. Where all my fools at?
Yeah.
And one more right here from a church day situation. Well, I'm going to play this. This doesn't count, but Fox 4, Peyton Yeager struggling with numbers. You guys seen that on Dallas, Texas TV?
No.
All right, check this out.
Clarice, the 54-year-old suspect is still in the Dallas County Jail this evening
I didn't
with
cut it.
$250,000, $250,000, $250,000 behind.
No, $250,000.
What the hell is it?
$100,000 million.
Struggle was
Numbers
real.
do her like the alphabet does Broadus, man.
Peyton Yeager, back to Lubbock.
Struggle. Stop, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, that's my gal right there. She's an amazing reporter.
And we have a violin player right here going off in church. I've never heard of violin in church. This is the first time. And I mean, this violin player goes off in church. Check this out.
Turn her mic up. We need to hear what she's playing over there. Do it again, Jay.
Let's go.
Let everything that hath breath. Let everything that hath breath.
I would say that's Charlie Daniels at the volunteer jam.
Yeah, the devil didn't go to Georgia. He went and got himself saved.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Get
it's
that guy
fire.
to a baseball stadium. She could be like the Timmy the Trumpet.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah. That's a jam right there. Is it the two-time champ, the graduation mom? Is it Kyle Lowry on the phenomenal passer, Bam Adebayo? Is it the church preacher talking about judging America, Pete Alonso with a big hit and a big post-game LFG, or the violin player going off in church? Yeah, I'm gonna vote for Kyle Lowry today, Chief. How about you?
So we can't vote for the short-circuiting numbers.
I mean, if
lady.
you wanted to.
Yeah.
Peyton Yeager?
Put me down.
Peyton. There's one for Peyton. Lucius?
Church combo.
Church combo platter here. Wolchuk?
I'm a big Peyton fan.
Peyton? I'm with him on that one.
By a score of 3-1. A write-in nominee has done it once again. Doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does here in the G-Bag of the Day. Now, if you ever miss the champ or the segment, you can always tune in LA Live about 5:40 every night. He replays the G-Bag of the Day inside that segment for you. Okay, coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. And, sir, where are we headed with that?
Yeah, I want a little comparison here of where these NFL quarterbacks were last year and where they are today. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning.
of the Fed is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Segment is also brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. Here he is, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. The new Love of the Star podcast is out today. This actually came out this morning. So if you're so inclined and maybe you're out there walking around, exercise, running, whatever you're doing, make sure you maybe grab the Love of the Star, give it a listen. Bobby and I went through what a shutdown corner is. Ooh. You guys have any thoughts about what a shutdown corner is?
Just
give a definition of a shutdown corner. Not asking you the player, just asking you what you
can't throw to that side of the field.
It's a good one.
I'm taking your number one wide receiver. He's going to have way less than the season averages.
Shadow guy, play both sides. I think that's, to take away a side of the field or take away your best wide receiver.
Yeah, just a guy you're not throwing the football at.
I'm with you on that one too, Eric. I'm the same way. Bobby was a little bit, he was talking about some of these corners that could play like Nnamdi Asomugha from the old Raiders days, where they don't throw the ball at him, but by formation you could take him out of the game because he never went with anybody.
Right, he was just a one-side guy.
So you could take, by formation, you could take your third wide receiver, second wide receiver, whoever you want to take, and put out there and just run routes against him, and with no intention of ever throwing the ball his direction. I think if you're a shutdown corner, you have to have that ability to travel. Maybe have the ability to play inside a little bit too. Maybe line up in nickel spots and things like that.
Yeah,
you're all right. I think with the whole thing of just taking away certain parts of the field, but just eliminating their best player.
Absolutely. You can play him on an island and you have no concern about it. I don't have to stress about it. He's going to remove that player from the game.
Darrelle Revis was that guy for me too.
100%.
When I was scouting.
Absolutely.
There was so much fear of throwing the ball in his direction.
How many shutdown corners are there in the NFL?
That's Bobby and I kind of were trying to walk through that right now, and who, I would have said at one time that maybe Jalen Ramsey was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if Jalen Ramsey's the same guy he was, say, 3-4 years ago.
No,
when it comes,
not.
We got all the young guys that are Surtain is in the league. His dad was a shutdown corner. I felt like too.
Dad was a stud.
Him and Madison, they played opposite of each other there with the Dolphins. But
Sauce seems like Sauce might be.
Sauce definitely.
Sauce is starting to, after 1 year, Sauce Gardner is looking like a real deal guy too. I just think it's a very, very rare thing to have.
Yeah.
Very, very rare to have. When you start to say, well, is he a shutdown corner? Well, okay. In my opinion, does he travel? Does he really deny the football? Okay, real quick about this. What about with Diggs?
I think he took a step in the right direction last year. The interception numbers were down, but he did travel. We talked about that going into some of those games where it's like, hey, are you going to have him play with Justin Jefferson, name the receiver? And he did. He did a good job.
He shut down some really good wide receivers last year. The thing about it is I think people still attack him, though.
Yes.
Right?
And he will give up. He is susceptible still to double moves. We saw it against Philadelphia on Christmas Eve. He gave up a big play.
Yeah. He's like risk reward, boomer bust. He's a big play ball hawking corner. But he's definitely not shut down.
But true shutdown corner, there's probably as few of those in the league at any given time as there are like true elite, dominant, doesn't matter, dominant quarterback kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like there's a Pat Mahomes, and right now you could probably throw Joe Burrow in that mix.
Sure.
And then at the corner spot, like after Sauce Gardner, and he did it the 1 year.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I wouldn't put the shutdown corner on any other corner in the sport right now.
Yeah, it's a phrase we don't hear nearly enough. Probably because of all the things that we're talking about right now. All right. A couple of organizations have put out their lists. I want to review this. Last year at this time, would you like to take a guess? And I'm not, I always, when you guys make me guess, I hate it because I don't always remember names. But would you like to take a guess that the majority of the websites and stuff had as the number one ranked quarterback going in to the 2022 season was?
Going into 2022, was it already Aaron Rodgers?
Going into 2022. So going into last season?
This is the beginning of last.
I'm still going Patrick Mahomes.
I think it was Mahomes, Allen, or Burrow are really the only options. I would guess Mahomes.
It was Allen. It's Josh Allen.
Wow.
Allen was one on majority. Patrick Mahomes was two. Aaron Rodgers was 3.
Okay.
Because he was coming off. Yeah, he was coming off the MVP. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yep. He was coming. He was number 3. Number 4, Tom Brady.
Okay.
Justin Herbert was number 5. Joe Burrow number 6. Jeez. About that. Dak Prescott was at 7.
Okay.
On this compiled list. Russell Wilson was 8.
Yeah.
On this list. Lamar Jackson 9. And at number 10 was Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, pretty good list. I think I'd move up Burrow quite a bit.
Okay, that was last year. That was all right. How about this year? Let's go through this year's list or this year's group. And you kind of, oh, by the way, on that list last year, Jalen Hurts was 15.
Yeah,
makes sense,
an
dude.
unbelievable year.
They said Hurts still had plenty of room to grow as a passer and needs to do so for him to get the complete trust as Philadelphia now and future franchise quarterback.
15's closer to where he really should be than what most people think he is right now. So it'll be interesting to see where they have him.
Okay, here we go. This new list. Would you like to take a guess who's number 1?
Mahomes.
Obvious.
It's going to be Patrick Mahomes. Absolutely. They got him as number 1. Number 2 on this list.
Burrow.
Yeah, Burrow.
Jalen Hurts.
Jeez, come on.
This is compiled by, a bunch of people.
Bunch of schmucks.
Who's taking Hurts over Burrow?
No one.
Nobody.
These guys are.
Well, those guys are idiots.
These are the guys I want to run a team against. Put them in my division.
How about this? Joe Burrow is number 3 on this list. Number 4, Josh Allen. Are we starting to see is Josh Allen, is he going to start fading every year on this list?
Every year, so, because the Bills' salary cap situation, they're going to lose a lot of players. He's going to be playing with less leads. But I think he's going to hold his spot in the top 7 or 8. I just think what we're really seeing right now is instead of it being like a Mount Rushmore, is half a Mount Rushmore. We're used to like 4 elites, and then, hey, here's the next group. Now it's like there's really 2 dudes, and then the next group starts at 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, he had a ton of turnovers last year, and maybe that was due to the elbow injury. We'll see if he's able to correct that. His style of play will be interesting to see how he's able to hold up physically, because he runs with reckless abandon. That's something that they've already talked about this offseason. I could see him being anywhere from 3 in a given year, maybe 2 if he's able to win a Super Bowl, and anywhere from about 8. Where Gavin said.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm giving him the out of the elbow injury from last year. But,
that's a good point.
But if that wasn't the issue, I do think if they're going to scale back his rushing, because I think that's part of what makes him so great is his ability to run the ball and run it often. If they're going to take that away from him, to preserve him physically, how much does that change how productive he is? If he's not running a lot.
I'm going to make a prediction, I like Josh Allen a lot. I think we're going to start to see the decline here.
Okay.
I think so. I think we're going to start to see the decline here because you're right. If they take away his ability to rush on the physical side, what makes his game so great is his ability to get, like I always talk about with Dak, get muddy, dirty.
Yeah, he'll run people over.
Feel of the game. You take that away from him and him having to be a passer in this thing, you might see some decline.
You could make that regular season struggle, but once you get into the playoffs, if they unleash him again, because they're like, okay, now it's playoff time, then you're still dealing with a huge problem for a defense.
No question. Aaron Rodgers is number 5 on this list now, with him going to the Jets. Number 6, Lamar Jackson. Number 7 is Justin Herbert. Number 8 is Trevor Lawrence.
I see. Yeah.
Is that the right spot for Trevor Lawrence, or does he need to be higher on this list?
I would have him ahead of Herbert, and I would have him ahead of Lamar Jackson.
I would as well.
If it wasn't for Trevor Lawrence's finish to last year, we're not even having this conversation. If it wasn't for him being a first-round pick, this would feel premature. It was just a good half season. We saw Baker Mayfield do that twice. We saw some bad football from Trevor Lawrence for a while. But I think because of all of his traits and where he was drafted, it's pretty safe to comfortably move him into the top 10 right now.
They've added Calvin Ridley to that mix, by the way.
Yep.
I think Calvin Ridley's going to have a big year.
Good roster now.
At number 9 is Tua.
Okay.
Tua's kind of sneaky.
And Tua's good when he plays. It's just, and the same thing with Lamar.
The health.
Both of them. It's the health.
At number 10 is Dak Prescott. So Dak went from being on people's list last year at 7 to now being at 10. Is it all about the interceptions?
Yeah, I think it's fair.
I think it's about the interceptions, but it's more so like the playoff collapse. Like the bad taste in our mouths from seeing him against San Francisco and being a huge issue. Like not being like a net neutral for your team, being a net negative for your team when it mattered most. And boom, here's 12 points in the most important game of the season.
Would people question durability with him? He's missed 17 games over the last 3 years.
I think you have to.
Some durability questions there? Is that why people maybe drop him down a little bit?
Ever since the shoulder in 19 or 20, it's been every year there's been something
that's happened.
Yeah, I think durability is a small concern with Dak. I don't think it's a big one, but it has definitely taken away his athleticism, his mobility, and now his willingness to run in regular season games is almost non-existent other than absolute huge moments. So I think it's made an impact on his career for sure. But I think anywhere between like 6 and 12 or 13 is a fair range for Dak. So if he slides from 7 to 10, I think they're adjusting a little bit just on what happened most recently.
I appreciate you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Brian Broaddus. Every afternoon, 2:40, you get Krusty's Corner. And then we head off to the NFL news of the day. Zach Wolchuk has that coming up next. And where are we heading, sir?
Well, we've got Matt Ryan on his future. Who's the new top jersey seller in the National Football League? And there is a problem, according to this quarterback, with defensive-minded head coaches next.
I need to chat Frankels with you.
Off select brands. That's 20% off top brands like Gerber, Safariland, and Magpul. Come meet factory reps, hourly door prices, and a firearm giveaway on both days. Don't miss this huge store-wide event at 12610 Perimeter Drive in Dallas. Showroom hours are Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, visit gtdist.com. Restrictions apply. Sale excludes guns, ammo, optics, Surefire, Welland.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Cholo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation. Just finalized and confirmed. It's going to be a bet payoff Monday coming up here in the G-Bag Nation as the Nosebleed Boys are finally going to tie the knot. They will be tied together throughout the entire 5 hours of broadcast afternoon. The bet payoff coming up on Monday with Wolchuk and Chiafalo. It's time now for some NFL news of the day. And here's Zach.
The headline going around the NFL right now, and it's bizarre, is Mitch Trubisky getting a 2-year extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not sure why they were so keen on getting that done. He's their backup to Kenny Pickett, and he lost the starting job, but they were pretty adamant about it. Their GM was on with Pat McAfee today and was super excited to tell people that, and gets Mitch Trubisky staying in Pittsburgh, boys.
I mean, he's not the worst backup. He's got starter experience. They must love him in the quarterback room. You know, they must love what he does with the clipboard and the headset on. And this is a franchise that has a knack for staying competitive even when their starting quarterback goes down.
Yeah.
All thanks to Mike Tomlin.
Yeah. I think they're thinking, hell, if we lose our starting quarterback, we could get to the playoffs here with Kenny Pickett, make a little noise.
Yeah, this is Mike Tomlin wanting to make sure that forever he is an above 500 head coach. And Mitch Trubisky being your backup gives you that opportunity.
We have a new leader atop the jersey sales in the National Football League. This is according to NFL Shop. Who do you think it is?
Sauce Gardner.
Ooh, Sauce is a great guess.
I think the text.
Because he wears number 1 in the Jets, right?
He just got traded.
Let me see. It is the Jets, and it's Aaron Rodgers.
There you go.
And that's not even me guessing that. I don't think I would have been smart enough to guess it. Shout out to the 302.
302.
Who nailed it.
He said Aaron Rodgers has to be in the top 3.
I think he's number 1.
Aaron Rodgers, the number 8 Jets jersey, has taken over from Jalen Hurts as the top jersey seller in the National Football League. Hurts is number 2. You want to take a guess at number 3? It is a quarterback.
Okay, cool. Let's go Trevor Lawrence.
T-Law? Wrong.
Oh, it's wrong?
It's not T-Law.
Mahomes.
It's Mahomes. Odell Beckham Jr. is 4. Josh Allen is 5. Kelsey 6. How about Jordan Love at number 7? Jefferson at 8. Micah Parsons is at 9. He's the only Cowboy in the top 10 now. And Bryce Young is at number 10 with his number 9 Carolina Panther blue teal jersey.
Okay, so we got the rookies already in there.
Yeah.
Man, Packers fans are just nuts.
Did you guys see
Having Jordan Love in there is crazy.
you see Bryce Young working out the other day?
Oh, he looked very small behind his offensive line.
It did. It's funny how you kind of remember him as a player and you watch tape of him and then you watch him like on a video with like NFL. Not that Alabama had a small offensive line.
Right.
But he looked even smaller.
Well, especially because it's
no pads.
Right, the no pads thing.
Oh, man.
Because the offensive linemen, with or without pads, look like giant aliens.
Yeah.
And so, like, Bryce Young needs the pads to give him the extra whatever
But he's
like,
over
look
200
of 10
pounds.
pounds. He's not. He was for the combine. He gets on a scale right now. He's 193.
He looked so small, didn't he?
He really did.
But he's a hell of a player. Gosh. I mean, I think he's going to do fine. I really do.
He wouldn't have survived in our time, would he, Brian?
No.
Little guy like that.
Not in
Those
our
old
time.
school
No,
rules.
not in our time, yeah.
Wouldn't make it to the bye
When
week.
they let him hit you in the head and stuff like that. You know? No.
Body slam you.
Body slam you.
Yeah.
Man, we asked Jim McMahon. You saw what Jim McMahon, he's an old school quarterback. We interviewed him. You saw about what that game did to him.
That's basically me standing back there, Bryce Young. I can't
Smaller than
handle
you,
it.
bro.
Yeah. You better be slippery.
He is.
He is slippery.
He'll be fine.
He is. I think he's going to be a good player, but gosh, that really was jarring to see.
Well, it's funny because if he's not, then all of a sudden now it's the whole thing about this short quarterback.
This is pretty funny. We had last night, Micah Parsons was at the Celtics game against the Heat in Boston, and he meets up with Jason Tatum before the game, and they're saying what's up. They're exchanging pleasantries, and Jason Tatum says, "Well, last time I saw you, you were in a Sixers jersey
versus those Celtics."
And he said, "Well, I was in Philly," and he goes, "Well, who are you rooting for tonight?" He goes, "I'm with you. I'm rooting for Boston. I need that number. I need that Jason Tatum jersey." So he said, "Okay." So he's going to hook him up with a Jason Tatum jersey. Matthew Judon of the Patriots is calling Micah Parsons a fraud. Micah replied and said, "Matthew, I need to go see better vet leadership. Don't come to Dallas no more."
Yeah. Well, I think for some people that identify strongly with the teams, it's like, how could you possibly do that? I think for the players, though, if you can go around and have bros, like if Jason Tatum's going to come up to me and talk to me before the game, guess what? I'm pulling for that guy. He's one of the best players in the game. So it's a little bit of a different reality, I think. Once you see things from the player perspective, it dissolves some of those team allegiances or loyalties or mindset. And again, like we said a couple of weeks ago when this story first hit, players are wise to more identify with the players, at least publicly.
Right.
But I think Micah Parsons is such an alpha that he literally doesn't care.
He doesn't care. He also is a jersey collector. I mean, he's always doing the jersey exchanges afterwards. And honestly, it's a smart play because I don't know if you saw King of Collectibles on Netflix. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. It's 6 episodes. It's awesome. They're
really good show.
So good, right?
I don't like the little fake drama they trying to do, like the inner office drama, because they don't have to do that because the show sells itself.
No, it's kind of like a Pawn Stars.
Yeah, it's really good, man.
It's really, really good. But they went to, I think it was Karl Malone's house. And Karl Malone had collected from his playing days a ton of NBA memorabilia.
Yeah.
And he has all of the Dream Team jerseys signed.
I remember that story.
And now he went ahead and auctioned them off to Golden. So for Micah, this is a smart long-term play. Yeah. Collect all of these jerseys. Try and get them signed. You never know. When you're retired, maybe something happens in your life. You're looking to make some money, auction them off. You're like, I don't have any use for some of this stuff. I think it's smart if you're a player in this type of position to be able to do something
Carl
like
and
that.
his wife were brilliant at the tail end of that 92 Dream Team gold medal game, snagging those jerseys and getting them signed.
Didn't you
on
60 Seconds on Soccer do a story about Maradona, the hand of God, that goal he scored in that World Cup match? And he gave the jersey to a player, an English player, ended up getting the jersey. And that player sold it for like $4 million.
Oh my
Incredible.
God! But it was the jersey he wore in that World Cup match where he scored like he acted like he was heading it, but he punched it in.
Oh, was it the hand of God?
The hand of God goal. Yeah. And so and it was like a $3 to $4 million jersey.
Yes,
Soccer fans, you got to check out that Maradona documentary. It's unbelievable what that guy went through in his life. But you know what's crazy with these shows, the collectibles and stuff? Grego, the Hammer, Greg Williams, he was on The Fan for a couple of years, and he would do this segment called Grego's Junk.
Oh, yeah?
And Tolos would call up and be like, yeah, I got this old antique dealy bopper in the attic, and I brought it down. And they would ask her. He watched so many of those shows and would go antiquing so much, he could be that guy. He'll give you like an insta quote, like, oh, yeah, that's probably worth about $8,000, $20,000. Like just numbers and backstories of collectibles just coming off the top nonstop with them. It's insane.
I got this old sword. Oh, where's the sword from? That's Civil War sword, that kind of thing. Yeah. It's that Antique Roadshow.
It's so interesting.
Fascinating show. It really is.
Yeah. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen King Collectibles, go watch it on Netflix. It's worth it. Worth a watch. A lot of cool stuff that they have there. So Matt Ryan, he's joining CBS Sports. We talked about this last week. He was on Sirius XM Radio. They're asking him about his future on with Rich Gannon on his show there. Here's Matt Ryan talking about what's up next.
You have to kind of wait what the decision is, right? It's hard to sit there in hypotheticals. I know, when I kind of think about the last 18 months for myself of being in Atlanta for a long time, going through a trade and kind of having the season that we had in Indianapolis last year, you just don't know how things are going to pan out. And so for me, staying in shape, making sure, that my body feels good. We're creatures of habit, and I've been doing this for so long that it's part of what I need to just mentally, day to day to get up, to get moving, to stay in shape. And, I don't really want to chase any hypotheticals, but it would have to take everything, and other than that, I'm really, excited about the decision that I've made.
So I don't think he's playing again.
There's
I really
no reason
don't.
for him to play. Why does he even need to play?
He doesn't need to,
especially after what happened in Indianapolis.
100%. And
he wasn't good.
He was not good, and it would just be to get a ring. There's only one team that stands out to me is he talked about, hey, everything's got to be right.
San Fran.
It's San Francisco. He played with Kyle Shanahan and had his best year in Atlanta, and that's a team that has a ton of question marks at what's even going down and who's healthy at quarterback. That'd be the only team that I could see maybe, and that's if Kyle Shanahan says, like, okay, Matt Ryan, I think you still have something left in the tank.
Can this guy even throw the ball down the field?
I think there's a big question mark there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe San Francisco didn't have to throw the ball down the field.
They don't push the ball down the field a ton. A lot of it's just get the ball to your playmaker and let them go make plays. You really only got to throw it within a 10-yard window. You just got to be accurate.
Yeah, San Francisco would be the only one that makes sense. No other team, I think, would find value there. Shanahan would be like, okay, we've done this before, and I've made chicken soup out of much worse chicken bleep than Matt Ryan even is right now.
It'd be interesting, but I think he's just going to stick with CBS, and he should go ahead and retire. Get that 5-year
after the way he played last year. I would retire.
I'd be done too. Yeah.
I'd want to end it with a good memory and a chance at a championship.
Yeah, I mean, but who knows if I guess they supposedly called Ben Roethlisberger last year, but I don't know if they're as desperate now since they signed Sam Darnold. They're talking him up big time. Alex Smith was also on via the Pro Football Talk, and he was discussing NFL coaches, and he has a hot take about defensive-minded head coaches. He said, there's a different mentality for my career when you play for an offensive head coach that wants to light up the scoreboard and outscore the opponent. There's a different mentality when you have especially a young quarterback versus a defensive head coach, when really the coach's mentality is, hey, don't screw up, don't turn the ball over, don't put us in a bad situation. That's a huge difference in a mentality and a mindset for a young quarterback, especially if it's a bit rocky at the start. Robert Saleh, you're a great defensive-minded coordinator, but like you have no idea how to develop a quarterback. The coordinator you hired never called plays. So that's a completely different animal. And as much as you think you're prepared to handle that development of a young kid, you're just not. And they drafted Zach Wilson. And he's kind of pointing at the failures of Zach Wilson more so to Robert Saleh and the coaching staff than Zach Wilson himself.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The coaching staff's winners. Quarterbacks fail all of the time. It should not be a surprise. It's not anybody's fault. The only real inaccuracy here is in determining who's good coming out of college. If you are a quarterback that's destined for greatness, you're not going to show up on a team and have such a bad experience that it destroys you mentally. If you're mentally tough enough to be a good quarterback, if you have the skills, that's not going to be taken away from like, oh, I got a bad coach. It is going to rise to the top, or it's going to be so obvious it was the coach's fault that another team is going to give you a chance in a better situation and you're going to thrive. Like it's not really, a situation where there are NFL coaches killing a quarterback that would have been great. A lot of these guys are trash. There's only two really good ones. And the majority of guys that get taken in the first round are never players that are making their fan bases happy. Blaming it on a coaching staff is ridiculous.
It is interesting, though, and I hear you. Like, I think Zach Wilson, he's his own worst enemy. But when you think about it, like, what are the defensive-minded head coaches with a defensive background that have been able to develop some of these young quarterbacks when they draft them? Josh Allen and Sean McDermott, and that's because he had Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you kind of go down the list, and he does make a point. I mean, you look at some of the, like Doug Peterson came in, helped Trevor Lawrence, right? That's an offensive guy.
Yeah. It took Tua losing his coach initially was a defensive-minded
Robert
coach.
Flores.
Yeah, Flores was. And then what happens, they change coach. They get the OC out of San Francisco.
For Brian Flores.
Brian Flores.
Yeah, not Robert Flores.
Yeah.
That's our true or false
guy, yeah. But sometimes I think you're right about that. I think you're right.
I mean, it is an interesting point. Like Zach Wilson, I don't think is a good example for this in the Jets, but it does kind of make me think if you're an organization and you're drafting high and you're trying to develop it, you either need to make sure you've got a dynamite OC that can handle that, like Daboll in Buffalo at the time, or you probably want to hire an offensive head coach.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hire an offensive head coach for a multitude of different reasons. I guess this would fall in line with that a little bit. I mean, you have Belichick and Brady. You got Bill Cowher and Ben Roethlisberger. Like, I think most of it comes down to, like, are you a good quarterback? Like Dawson's saying. Like, I guess a defensive-minded head coach might scare his quarterback into playing, playing a way that is just, hey, let's minimize mistakes. We'll win with our defense. We don't have to go crazy, and maybe that can get into the mind of some of these guys. But again, I think that becomes the quarterback being the problem. It wasn't a problem for Ben Roethlisberger. Hey, my running game, my defense is going to carry me for this first Super Bowl. Sweet. Tom Brady for the first few. Sweet. Like that's a compliment to those quarterbacks. If a quarterback can't handle that, then that's on you, the quarterback, to me.
Does DQ bother you if he gets a job here, a head coaching job?
No, I mean, I would love to know who's your offensive coordinator. The last time he did it, he had Kyle Shanahan as offensive coordinator. Sure. Like, that's huge. I think the offensive coordinator absolutely matters. I think
absolutely does.
More of the problem than Robert Saleh and the Jets is probably whoever the heck their offensive coordinator was.
Yeah. Guy's short. He couldn't win in college. It's like, where did this guy come from even? Oh, he had we see his traits on film. He has a pretty good combine, pretty good pro day. Hey, he's a top 10 pick. I'm surprised he wasn't good, right?
Yeah.
I
would wonder. You know what? I need to do something. I need to ask how many teams what they thought of him coming out. I wonder how many teams honestly had him as like, man, we wouldn't touch that guy. Yeah. Or were the Jets? Yeah, were the Jets the only team that was willing? Because I remember a lot of people talking him up.
Yeah.
But I would probably now they're all going, oh, glad we didn't have to do that.
There's just such a wide range of opinions. Like Shanahan wanted Mac Jones, ends up with Trey Lance, Yeah. Like what are you looking for? How do you project the surroundings he was in into an NFL environment? Yeah. There's still not a good way to evaluate it. It's the most difficult thing to evaluate in all of sport.
Good point from the 425. A good test case will be C.J. Stroud in Houston with DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
Are they able to kind of get the most out of C.J. Stroud?
And he's got a coordinator from San Francisco.
Yeah,
I think where the
Solik or something.
Where the problem could be
Bobby
is
Solik,
if you give your head coach who's defensive minded final say in the draft room. Mm-hmm. That's where it could hurt you.
Oh, and we saw that with
that
the Cowboys.
Guy doesn't have a specialty.
Marinelli.
You want a quarterback guru as your head coach if you're getting ready to draft a quarterback. Sure. I think that's where it could hurt it in the evaluation a little bit. Okay, when we come back, Chief, we're heading for a rim session, aren't we? And we have some realistic trade ideas to consider for the Mavericks. Are you in on these or not? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news.
But man, Riley, to have done everything that he did with the Lakers, with the Knicks, and now just as an executive to have put this thing together, to put Spoelstra in charge, build the back-to-back winners with LeBron and D. Wade, and now come through with this group. You know, this is I think the most impressive contender I've ever seen built, because he takes Jimmy Butler from the T-Wolves when his stock was 0, and then he's like, yeah, we'll take Lowry and Max Strus and maybe some
Gabe
guys.
Vincent and Caleb Martin.
Haven't heard about these guys, but we're going to defend our balls off and rebound and make it tough on some of the best players in basketball. And Butler and Adebayo are going to be good enough. You know, I don't think he gets enough credit for understanding how all of the pieces fit together to take away what the other team's trying to do. I got to get to these trade targets, though. You know, at one point in time, I thought the Mavs did have a great front office that could make moves, you know, like that. And Tyson Chandler, you know, you look at Deshaun Stevenson and Sean Marion and Peja Stojakovic and how all those players complemented each other incredibly well during that championship run. Now they're just throwing darts at boards, hoping things stick. But because you have Luka, it could work. The Cavaliers are one of the most dumpster fire organizations we've ever seen. It worked because they had LeBron, and they managed to put it together. DeAndre Ayton's number one. I know for a fact, Chief, you do not feel great about DeAndre Ayton.
Yep.
I'm hoping you can acquire when he's at the bottom.
Sure.
Like the Heat did with Jimmy Butler. Bad situation, wasn't working out with his teammates, hated it there. Get it somewhere where he's comfortable. I think you can get much more out of DeAndre Ayton. So I give a big thumbs up.
I agree. And if Kyrie strong arms you and says Phoenix is the only place I'm going and I'm going to go there whether it's a sign and trade or not, and then it's like, okay, I'll take DeAndre Ayton.
24 years old. I think he's very frustrated there for a multitude of different reasons. And I get it. You know, there's risk involved, especially health-wise when you're talking about a big, but he is a massive upgrade over what you got.
Yeah, but they got rid of the guy that he didn't get along with, right? Monty Williams?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean,
I don't know how
do you
good
think
his
do you think his attitude changes then? Maybe?
Chris Paul, I think, and him have had some friction as well. I don't know if Chris Paul's going anywhere, but maybe.
Yeah, there's a couple of other players on here as far as that goes. Hey, Ayton could change his mind. That would take one player out of the trade pool.
Yeah.
You know, the Trailblazers are floating Anthony Simons and 3 to Phoenix, to this next team, Toronto. And you have both Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby, two of the best 3-and-D type of players in the entire NBA, two of the best wing players in the entire NBA. You have Anunoby sitting at $19 million and Siakam sitting at $38 million in compensation. So those are the kind of guys you need, though. The reason they won the championship is because guys like that.
Anunoby is probably one of the best players that nobody talks about. Averaged almost 17 points a game. I think he led the league in steals per game as well. The guy's a freaking savage, and he's young. I mean, you got Pascal Siakam, who's nearing 30. I certainly would take him as well. He's also a stud, but Anunoby's entering his prime.
I'd like to see him trade 10 for future first-round picks that they would free up You take, Bertans and Tim Hardaway Jr. Say you can have all of our picks. We want both those guys. How many first-round picks can we throw at the Toronto Raptors with expiring contracts? We need Siakam and Anunoby, both of them. And then we could seriously talk about having a championship rotation.
Dude, that's a basketball arousal that I haven't felt in probably since the last Western
You're looking at a
Conference
complete team there. Here was Bleacher Report's realistic trade for the Mavs. It's for Miles Turner. They give up Bertans, the number 10 pick, and Jaden Hardy.
No.
I would absolutely do that.
You would?
Yeah.
What do you get?
Miles Turner.
Miles Turner for...
You're dumping Bertans' contract. You're giving up number 10. You're giving up Hardy. And I get, giving up Hardy's not ideal, but you got to give up to get.
I like that. I like that. Turner's pretty hurt, though.
And all the big men are, man. There's not a big man you're going to get that doesn't have an injury risk.
Now, I want to obviously keep this realistic, but I'd rather do a similar trade of giving up Hardy and obviously getting rid of Bertans would be amazing, but I'd rather do it for Siakam and the Anunoby situation.
I would as well.
That would be
If they're down to do that, I would definitely do that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
we could throw in Hardy on that package, couldn't we?
I'd be down on throwing Hardy.
I think you're going to
on
have
that.
to. I think you're going to have to look at a Hardy or one of your better young guys. I know Josh Green, they probably don't want to give up, but you might have to end up throwing in some of these guys.
For Siakam and Anunoby, I'm totally in on that. Like Siakam's been a second best player on a championship team before.
Yep.
He's a guy that last year was 24, 8, and 6.
Louisville zone, he's got ties to the Metroplex.
Well, okay, who would you rather give up, Hardy or Green?
Hardy. And I said that a little faster than I wanted to.
Yeah, Green.
It's harder.
I think Hardy's a better scorer. I think Green might have a more well-rounded game.
Yeah, both of them are going to be good players in this league for a while.
I think because I'm imagining Kyrie's back here and I have Luka, Hardy's skill set is one that I feel more comfortable giving up. Because Green, we need all the defensive help we can get right now. Based on where this team is at, I think you need Green more. If it was a different team, different scenario, I think you could make the argument for Hardy for sure.
Okay, what other kind of NBA headlines are sitting on this rim for us too?
A lot of goodies, man. A lot of goodies. So we'll start with let's start with Ja Morant, who appears to be losing another major sponsor after this second gun incident, and it's Nike, who has taken off. If you go to their website and you're trying to buy a Morant shoe right now, you're not going to have that opportunity. Now, they haven't come out and formally been like, we are no longer a Ja Morant endorser, but it certainly doesn't bode well for that particular endorsement for Ja Morant. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe it's just let's pause things for a little bit and then we'll get back rolling. I don't know. But at the moment, Nike is distancing itself from Ja Morant.
They'll turn on you pretty quick. You can get a screaming deal on some Kyrie Irving signature shoes right now.
Oh, I bet you can.
Ja Morant's might be coming in on discount as well. Good opportunity.
Yeah.
Bob Myers, the architect of the Warriors dynasty.
I was going to ask you about where do you put Bob Myers in your
GM powering?
GM
a lot of luck.
Building teams.
Oh, really?
A lot of luck.
You're not giving him love for that?
He deserved. He did a nice job, But what happened was Steph Curry was hurt early. He signs his extension for $10 million a year, and then he turns into an MVP candidate. It was basically the Tom Brady situation. Hey, we have $30 extra million of cap space to play with. And then they had the ownership willing to go way into luxury tax and be like, yeah, we'll spend $400 million cash to have this roster.
And KD decided he wanted to go there.
KD wanted
that
to
wasn't
go there.
a Bob Myers move.
Yeah. But nice job by him and Steve Kerr, I think, and Steph Curry setting the culture of that organization for being champions.
If you had a chance to get Bob Myers today at the Mavs, would you take it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
For sure. 100%.
Bring your bag of luck with you.
He did make some.
Don't forget that bag. You can leave all the other bags, but dear God, bring that one with you. That's a carry-on. You don't put that under. You're taking that. You're holding it for dear life in your seat on that plane.
Bob has a Wiseman and Kuminga on his ledger as well. Don't forget that.
Well, the Mavs have a lot worse. I would take Bob Myers here. Absolutely, I would.
I've seen some people suggest maybe, hey, Bob Myers goes out, Steve Kerr moves up off the sideline into that front office role that he experienced a little bit in Phoenix years ago, and they promote, I believe it's Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of interviews with people.
I know Milwaukee was looking at him.
He's a guy that always kind of like that
would make sense.
He's a bridesmaid a lot of times.
Yeah.
He's kind of an Eric Bieniemy guy.
But why not stay and be the head coach of where you've been an assistant? And that's a team that, I mean, if they're able to bring back Draymond, they're probably going to contend again next year.
Yeah, and he's got the head coaching experience. So, like, that was just, I don't know that that's necessarily happening. I don't know if Steve Kerr would want that or what, but I did see someone throw that out there, and it made some sense. But it does seem like Bob Myers and the Warriors are destined for separation. It's not a foregone conclusion,
Yeah, it's a couple
but
weeks.
it's
Don't know
leaning
about
that
that.
way.
I was reading about that. There's some major corporations that are looking at Bob Myers and like leadership skill guy to bring in and run corporation. Maybe completely get out of sports.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the Milwaukee Bucks have interviewed Houston, the Cougs head coach
Samuel?
Kelvin Sampson.
Sampson. God, what's Samuel? Samson. Yeah.
It's all right. Slippy, slappy, Samsonite.
Man,
They're all
that'd be
close.
a big blow to Houston if they lost him. He has completely turned around their program.
How about a guy that's kind of gone from really high up and then all of a sudden had to rebuild his career a little bit, had some problems along the way.
Oklahoma gets fired.
Yeah. Is it Indiana too, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, he was one of those guys that's been in some powerhouse programs and then goes to Houston. Boy, does a great job recruiting down there.
Jimmy Butler had his second career road playoff game with 30 points, 5 boards, 5 assists, and 5 steals. The only other player to do that twice on the road since steals were first tracked in 1973 is, of course, Michael Jordan, who's done that twice. Jimmy Butler's at the height of his powers right now. He's starting to get the love that he certainly is deserving of. But how about this? The Miami Heat go from, remember the ESPN Asalytics or whatever that Udonis Haslam was talking about, giving the Heat a 3% chance to win the finals, or really just to win, beat Boston. It is now up to a strong 5%.
Oh, look at him go.
After a game 1 win.
Congratulations.
Big game 1 win.
Congratulations.
Yeah, nearly doubled their odds.
That's right.
Isn't there a wacky conspiracy theory that Jimmy Butler is Jordan's son? Have you seen that?
I read that. I read that.
out
Yeah,
there.
yeah, I read that.
Striking resemblance.
I like that idea.
Yeah, they don't look much like at all, but hey, you're putting up similar stats as the old man. Maybe,
That's
maybe there's something to it. Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What's Texas food and more all about here, gentlemen?
Guys, we got so much good stuff to get to, but we will start RIP to the most legendary wiener in American history. That's next.
But I do want to tell you about the Eagles' Nest. The Nuggets are going to try to get a home win in Game 2 against the Lakers tonight, and it's Texas Thursday.
where you get your podcasts.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings. Upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, hope you're having a good one. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going around the NFC East. I'll give you takes on the Cowboys roster and all three of their rivals. You give me an instant reaction on that. It's coming up here at 4 o'clock, top of the hour. Time now for Texas food and more with the Nosebleed Boys.
All right, so I promise we're going to get happy here in a second, but we start with the sad news that is, according to a press release from Oscar Mayer's parent company, Kraft Heinz, it looks like the Wienermobile will no longer be in existence. It's been alive in one form or another since 1936, if you can believe that. Broadus was there for the inaugural Wienermobile unveiling, I would imagine.
I was there. I was.
At the small age of 26 years old. But the newly coined Frankmobile pays homage to the brand's 100% beef franks as it debuts a tasty new recipe with a more balanced flavor profile and iconic beefy taste that is more flavorful than ever, all while sparking miles of smiles and uniting fans around a love of meat. That is the real press release. But yeah, it's going to be a fleet of 6 mobile Frankfurters. And they will have decals. There's no longer the Wiener whistle. It's been replaced by the Frank whistle, which doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
But I appreciate this. I think the word wiener has evolved over the years, and now it's awkward when we call hot dogs wieners. Okay, there's no need for it, and I want to salute them for being progressive on this matter. We're not calling kids dick anymore, and there's good reason for that.
Yeah.
Just the nature of the word changed. And now like wiener just doesn't work for me. It's just too awkward.
I wonder if we could get some science behind that. Like, are we not birthing dicks anymore? Like, are we
Hold on,
have we moved from that?
No, they're Richards.
It's fair. I mean, I do think like I haven't seen like on at a playground or something any mom say, all right, Dick, we're done now. Like, time to come home.
I mean, it's a good name. I'm not hating on it.
It's a great name. It's an
How about
alpha
the
name.
husbands? Are they calling out their husbands that way?
Yeah, I do hear some husbands.
No, they're probably dropping those. Yeah.
Side note, I heard the old Wienermobiles, they're going to lease out to bachelorette party runs now. Can you imagine 6 to 8 birds?
That sounds
hammered,
fantastic.
Driving down Broadway in one of those.
Yes,
with their wiener hats on.
Bunch of toys all over the place.
Those things are going to take over Nashville.
Have you guys actually seen the Wienermobiles?
Yeah, driving around.
I
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw when when you go to auto racing, they always show up every once in a while.
Of course, there's always an automobile there, right?
Yeah, so they're actually pretty cool. I'm a little disappointed that we're going away from the Wienermobile.
Yeah,
I really am.
I am too.
You're trying to sell me the all beef Frank thing. No, come on, no, that ain't getting it done.
469 breaking news: the wiener doesn't work for Gavin anymore. It's a good pickup. 469.
Good. That's pretty good. All right, now to the good news. All right, and apologies for starting off with sadness that way, but it is the news.
You tend to do that.
The good news is Bluebell Ice Cream is unveiling their Dr. Pepper float flavor, and it looks to be freaking delightful. My only question is, what took so long?
Yeah.
The Dr. Pepper float Bluebell ice cream, I would imagine, is going to be incredible.
I'm bringing it tomorroore.
Please do. Please do.
I'm gonna bring it tomorrow. We gotta
sometime
try
before June 6th, I think you need to bring the tub in there. Remember last year
before Armageddon on my heart? Is that what you're saying? Before
you might as well just knock everything out now.
Yeah, I had breakfast with Hellman this morning. I told you I had the lumberjack breakfast, basically.
Did you just say like a heart attack?
I told
on a plate,
Hellman.
please?
I told Hellman. I go like, I've got to have this procedure. He's like, oh man, really? And then he watched me order, and he just started cracking up.
Like, you don't care about.
Did you go
yourself.
to that spot in Frisco?
Yeah, exquisitely egg.
Oh man, that place is delicious.
It is good.
Just a nice carb loading on a Thursday.
I didn't know
Good
that
for you, man.
I didn't know you can make biscuits and gravy omelet,
dude.
Where they put the biscuit and gravy.
Yes,
they put it inside the omelet. And then put the gravy on top of the omelet. So
that's what I call Texas food.
My dad got it. I went back. Like after we went, Brian,
Your
I went
dad
back on a
knows what he's
Saturday.
doing.
I told my dad to get it because I wanted him to tell me how good it was because I couldn't have it.
Oh, yeah.
And, dude, he was in heaven.
Dude, that sounds incredible.
Yeah.
All right, 877-881-1053. What flavor would you like for Bluebell to create? After they've done the Dr. Pepper float, WFAA Channel 8 has come out with their Texas twist on some recommendation flavors for Bluebell. And which one do you think sounds good? If you have one in your mind, please let us know. They come out of the gates freaking on fire with the honey butter chicken biscuit Bluebell ice cream flavor that I think would be a home run, like moonshot style.
That'd be interesting.
Breaking StatCast.
I want that. I'm first in line to get that whenever that grocery store opens. And I didn't know we were going there to Savory. I was gonna say chopped brisket sandwich Bluebell ice cream. I think they can pull it off. Smoke it, salt it, give me some congealed fat in there. Let's make this happen.
But like Fletcher's corn dog.
Yeah, okay. Fletcher's corn dog
or a funnel
flavor.
cake ice cream.
A funnel cake ice cream? Yes, dude.
Oh,
so like,
dude.
You guys are crushing it right now.
Churros.
Jack in the Box taco.
Jack in the Box taco.
Kolache.
That
might lead us to the next question I have.
The pig in a blanket flavor. But the sea salted caramel beaver nuggets. This is a Buc-ee's flavor.
Oh,
okay?
my gosh, yes.
Buc-ee's nuggets flavor.
What if we got a Texas cheesesteak?
Texas cheesesteak.
How was that? Did you try it?
Did you
try
it?
I did.
Did you? Was it worth it?
No.
It was?
No, it was worth it. But I wouldn't get it again. It's not soda approved, and I did cheat that. I had to wait in that day. I cheated.
I'm just asking how it tastes. I know you've been
No,
pretty loyal.
it was good.
You would get it again if you were like
Oh
me?
yeah, once I'm in the maintenance program, I would get it again.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I won't waste a cheat meal on. That's those beaver nuggets. They're just not good.
No, but I mean, it's hard for me to go to Buc-ee's and not get the brisket sandwich.
Yeah.
And Eric recommended the Texas cheesesteak. I was like, you know what? I had a good weigh-in today, so I tried one, and they are very good.
Yeah. They're dominant, and they put a lot of meat in there. Like they're not skimping on it, which is special. Shiner Baki Road, Texas twist, Texas beer twist on the ice cream.
Do we have beer? Because there's like rum and raisin. Is there a beer ice cream?
Beer and sweets usually don't mix, but I wouldn't put it past these Bluebell folks to make it pop.
Rum and ice cream would be really good if you had rum. Yeah.
Chewy's creamy jalapeno.
Oh my god.
Chewy's like okay.
Yeah, the Mexican restaurant.
Tex-Mex.
They do their jalapeno ranch,
That
which is
stuff's like crack.
which is
Oh,
incredible.
Sopapillas.
Oh yes,
There you go.
People texting that in.
Yeah.
We got an HEB buttery tortilla flavor.
Never had that.
I think that would be.
I haven't had their tortillas. Are they awesome?
No, I bet you they are.
And the Fletcher's corny dog did get a mention
did
here from WFA.
Nice.
So your mind's in the right place.
Let's go.
Lucius, what are we thinking on some of these ice creams over here, bro?
I mean, I'm a Rocky Road guy, so it's hard for me to even just leave that.
I hear you.
It's the only one I eat when it comes to ice cream. But if I had to, maybe a pecan pie.
Oh, jeez.
The little crusties in it, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Got to have that in there.
214 says the Buc-ee's butter brown sugar cookies are like crack. I've never tried them, but I want to go get some now and put them in an ice cream. A sugar cream ice cream.
What about like a Buc-ee's beef jerky ice cream? Can we get on board?
I'd be in. I'd try it.
Hell yeah.
Although
Thank
their beef jerky is expensive as
Do we
hell.
have chunks
It
of
is.
beef jerky in this, or is it just flavored?
Sounds very kind of chewy.
It does sound a
Sounds
little
very
bit chewy. I mean, I think
Yeah.
a smarter person than me that understands what they're doing could probably figure it out. But yeah, in my mind, I just had chunks of beef jerky in there, to be honest.
I'm more of a pepperoni stick guy than a beef jerky guy, but
Ooh.
either works.
Like a Slim Jim.
Love
Yeah.
a good pep
Yeah.
stick.
Premium.
Okay. Premium.
Blue
That's
coconut
dog food.
Blue coconut cream crush flavor, I think would be sweet. Let's see here. We're getting some good text. The
Cinnamon
Tres
Toast
Leches.
Crunch?
Yeah, cinnamon toast crunch flavor. Because remember
That's
last
insane.
year they did the oatmeal cream pie one.
Yeah. We
And-
tried that, right?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Freaking fantastic. How about this, Lucius? Here we go. 945 Hooter Hot Naked Flapper situation with the ice cream.
Wow. With a portion of half tasting like ranch? Wow. That would be a combination of flavors.
A combo, dude. Flamin' Hot Cheetos or dill pickle, fried macaroni flavor from Pluckers. Are you kidding me with that little with the dip sauce that they got going on there?
Yeah. What about some Gold Rush?
Bro, Gold Rush flavor.
chicken wing, all flats.
Oh my gosh, dude! This is they got some good ideas here.
Yeah, man.
I'm impressed with what they do. Some of their items I've just thought there's no way this is going to be good, but they pull it off. Like some of these items are novelties to get attention, like the fast food menu. This isn't sticking around, but this Bluebell stuff, it passed the test of time.
Texas chili, would that just be
Really
disgusting?
Ooh, I would give it a shot. I would. We get the 559 orange magic wing flavor. Let's dial that up.
I'll draw the line at chili. I don't think they can pull that off.
Okay, we're going to stop there.
I don't know.
I got a little too freaky.
I think so. Yeah, I think so, but I appreciate it. There's no wrong. This is, what do you guys call it? The safe space?
It's a safe space.
It's a safe space.
We're in the trust tree. Sweet potato pie Bluebell. Strawberry soda Bluebell. French toast ice cream.
There you go.
Molten chocolate lava cake
The
ice
Chili's
cream.
one?
Yeah, let's combine desserts. Okay, we're around the NFC East. I'll give you the take on the Cowboys roster. You give me your instant reaction coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We do have a full broadcast today. We're going all the way until 7 o'clock when we will hand it off to the Get Right, Reggie Atatula and Kevin Gray, coming up this evening, 7 to 11. Right here, some Cowboys content, some around the NFC East for you. Greg Rosenthal, longtime NFL writer, has a breakdown on the roster and some takeaways. I'll give you some thoughts. You tell me if you agree, how likely that idea is to be successful here, coming up with your 2023 Cowboys. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman is coordinating the video back there, 105fan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I do have a big announcement, guys. I'll be out tomorrow, and Brian has been guilting me about the brisket sandwiches that we had last week. I thought I was taking care of him because he takes care of his guys on Fridays, so I thought I was like the honorary Broaddus.
Yeah,
and
that's
he was going to
his
give me a high five when he came in on Monday.
You passed the guy test in my mind.
So I was like, yeah, Broaddus, I did it, man. I got your guys' food. You know, I picked up the slack when you were out. You selfishly took a day off to hang out with your son. I get it. Selfishly. You know, but he threw the guilt trip on me and said, oh, you get food when I'm out. So
yeah, my
announcement, it's a brisket sandwich Thirsty Thursday.
There you go.
They're on the way, guys. Live it up. Second time in 2 weeks. I get on these brisket sandwich runs. I start dreaming about them. You know,
is this from our place, Pecan Lodge?
It is. It's from down
there.
But
Eric's got a good place. Where's your place?
Oh yeah, Cousins Barbecue. They bring it strong.
Yeah, they always bring it
man,
strong
in every way.
They bring it strong too.
Well, if we can get Cousins to DoorDash something over here, maybe we can get a special courier situation or something like that. Pay extra. I love their stuff as well. I mean, they're outstanding.
It's special.
Yeah. Greg Rosenthal here says it's weird to cover a Cowboys team so clearly built around defense. This group is loaded, and anything less than a third straight finish within the top 5 in defensive DVOA rankings will be a letdown. This DVOA is a much better way to quantify how good you are than yards or points or any of the rudimentary counting numbers. And the Cowboys have been great at DVOA. My question is, do you agree with going strong on defense again? I think trying to win with defense can be a very good idea. It seems harder to pull off while also having a good enough offense. And I thought their defense was good enough. I thought the bigger concern the last 2 times they were in the playoffs was not being able to score. They've shut the Niners down with what they had, you know, and it wasn't ideal. I like the pick of Mozzie Smith. I do, but, you know, going into this one, so that's my question. Do you agree with going strong on defense again and trying to maybe lead into a new defensive era with this Cowboys franchise?
I mean, I understand it. I still think that you need to have, like, your defense wasn't your problem. Like, your defense can only be so good. At some point, your offense has to score more than 12 points.
So yes, in that isolated game, you're 100% right. Like in the playoffs.
Yeah, and the last 2 times your season ended, it was both to San Francisco, and it was both looking directly at your offense and saying you were the problem. And so I guess you can keep trying to make your defense better to offset your poor offense, but I think we're living in an offensive world. The rules are geared toward offenses.
Yeah.
And defenses, we've seen, they can have some ups and downs. Even though the grand scheme of last year, you had a really good defense, you had patches of your season where it wasn't quite there. So if you lose a couple of guys on your defense, your offense now cannot pick up the slack for you.
I don't think so. I don't think Cooks fixes much.
He's another weapon that, you know, certainly you needed on the offense, but I mean,
it was a no-brainer move. It was a great move.
It was one they had to make.
But it's not enough.
They needed to add another wide receiver. They're going to implement, I think, a lot more tight end heavy, big formations. I mean, now you've got 3 tight ends that they like, and you've got 2 that I think can be pretty darn good pass catchers as well. The other one, I mean, the rookie in Schoonmaker, maybe he's got some untapped potential that they see there as well, but he's going to be the best blocker of the bunch. So, I mean, they still led the league in points per game. Like the offense last year in the regular season was fine, but there's an issue when you get to the playoffs, and that's why they moved on from Kellen Moore, right? You needed to make a change, and they've made those changes. We just have no idea what those changes are going to look like. How are these coaches going to do? Brian, you've talked about that with the heavy turnover, but I don't mind addressing the defense and making it more of a strength there. I don't think that's a bad decision.
Yeah, to me, when I have full confidence in anything they do defensive related. when you start to talking about adding players and using players, I'm a broken record. I just don't know. And we talked about it on the Love of the Star podcast, just the amount of turnover, and that's the thing that I worry. Maybe they will figure this thing out, but maybe it's like, oh, well, hey, there's flashes of it getting better.
Yeah.
But then it's 2-3 years from now getting better or the best it could be. And I don't know if Mike McCarthy has 2 or 3 more years. If this
plan doesn't work, he won't have one.
Exactly. If all of a sudden, if they go backwards on offense, and then all of a sudden it turns into Dan Quinn and those guys are having to bail them out every game because they're not getting they're not scoring enough or holding the ball long enough.
I think Mike knows that. I think he's like, it's going to be my way or I'll go retire.
I think you've dead on nailed it right there. I think Mike McCarthy's to the point in time in his career. It's like, listen, this owner is giving me a lot of crap.
Okay, we have Greg Rosenthal here. Thoughts on this Cowboys team? He's doing a roster breakdown of all the NFC East teams, has some takeaways of where they are now. And some great TruckWreck.com fan text coming in. We've seen you can have a top 5 scoring offense. You get shut down by a great defensive team like San Francisco. I don't think the scoring offense, that's when Troy's talking about the stats. And he knows stats from the regular season can be misleading. We're a top 5 offense. How do you show up and not be able to be game, at least, against a top 5 defense? That shouldn't be the case. Typically, great offenses go up against pretty dang good defenses in the playoffs and still figure out a way to put the ball in the end zone a bunch of times. You're like, what happened to this defense? Well, they came up against a contender offense. That's what contender offenses do. That's what you got to build for. So if you're great in the regular season, I don't think you can bank that as, hey, our offense is good enough. You got to look at the results. And, even when they had great offensive players, they laid an egg in the first half against Green Bay twice. Had to have good comebacks. Okay, take number 2 from Rosenthal. Micah Parsons not only leads the best edge rushing starting duo in football, but the Cowboys feature one of the best pair of backups in Sam Williams and Dorrance Armstrong. It's freaking loaded there on that pass rush. Too deep for sure. Those could be good starters. Like Williams and Armstrong would have been much better starters at pass rush than the Cowboys had in 14 and 16. But what's better to you guys, the pass rushers or the secondary on this Cowboys team?
Ooh, I mean, they kind of go hand in hand, right? I mean, you want the pass rush is going to help your secondary. I think
your pass rush, is
your
better
best
than
player is Micah,
yeah,
and he's a pass rusher. I mean, I think both are good, but I think the pass rush should be stronger.
It is incredible how good this secondary's been. I don't think Gilmore still has enough, but if Gilmore would have a resurgent season at 33 and be close to a Pro Bowl level, and Diggs has an All-Pro year, and you have 3 really good safeties.
Deron Bland's really kind of what can set that over the top.
Yeah, I think if you ask me of a veteran player that might have lost his job this year, Jordan Lewis. I think Jordan Lewis is, whether it's salary cap reasons or whatever, I think Deron Bland is going to be your nickel corner.
He earned that role. I will say this, just going back real quick to the team building. I do think the Cowboys have done an excellent job over the last couple of years of making a more well-rounded football team. It used to be they were all offense, the defense stunk. And now we're talking about, is their identity as a defensive football team? I still don't think the offense is bad. Your 3 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup. I think Cooks is much better than it sounds like, Gavin, you think. I mean, the dude's had 6 1,000-yard seasons. He's been productive everywhere he goes.
I just think Gallup's better than you think. Yeah.
And that's fair. Yeah. And I do expect Michael Gallup to get to closer to where he was 3 years ago versus where he was last year. I think he bounces back. I don't think he has 400 yards this year. I think you're closer to hopefully the 800 to 900 yard range for Michael Gallup. But those 3 receivers, certainly do you have to have a Jalen Tolbert step up, which they think he's going to do. Your 3 tight ends deep now. You've got Tony Pollard. The offensive line, I think, is solid, but they need to figure out left guard. Offensively, they're still a pretty good football team. And I think they've done an excellent job of, you don't have a weakness right now on either side of the football. But the big question is, in the playoffs, can you find a way to get over the hump and not be limited to 17 or 12 damn points and win that game?
Yeah, I don't know if they do have a weak spot. Maybe it could be, though, at off-ball linebacker. And Rosenthal writes, I'm only listing one off-ball linebacker to highlight the Cowboys' secondary depth. Damone Clark will take a lot of the snaps Anthony Barr grabbed last year. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes, yeah. And the linebacker spot for this particular team is not one. Now, I mean, if Van Der Esch gets injured, then that becomes an issue. But Dan Quinn wants to play with more secondary pieces. He wants to have, like, Jaron Kearse is basically a linebacker. You've added Overshow now. We'll see how he does in his rookie year. But the way Dan Quinn likes to play defense, there's less emphasis on needing a stable of inside linebackers than maybe the next team.
100%, because you got 3 safeties there, Wilson and Marquise Bell, who can also play that hybrid role.
How about backup quarterback Cooper Rush appeared to receive scant interest in free agency? Why do you guys think that was? Why does nobody want Cooper Rush? Guy went 4-1.
We heard the story about the time that he was on trying to get to Vegas, maybe to sign with them. He was on a way to a visit. Then the weather didn't allow him to fly, and that was really the one opportunity he had. And what happened the next day? He said, "Hey, that's a sign. I need to be here." And that was really all it was. We kind of thought that maybe the Chargers would step up, because of Kellen Moore and stuff. But no, not
those
at all.
wins did not impress anybody.
Nope.
No, teams saw right through that. Your defense carried you to 4 wins, and then as soon as you're everything. Like, you got lucky with a lot of this stuff in terms of turnovers. Cooper Rush had a lot more interceptable passes in those games that didn't happen, and then it all came to a head in the Philadelphia game when the interceptions that were being dropped in the previous weeks, they weren't getting dropped. All of a sudden, you lose.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the receivers, Brian.
Real quick, do you think they have a weakness at running back?
Cowboys?
Yeah.
No.
I don't.
No, Tony Pollard's going to be good. That's not a catastrophic injury that blows up a joint. That just broke a bone.
Player for player.
Tony Pollard's one of the best 5 running backs in the NFL.
I think Ronald Jones is a fine number 2, and I think Deuce Vaughn's very good. And Malik Davis, we'll see what they get out of him.
I think it's an issue. I do. But I don't necessarily have the faith that you're going to get the exact same Tony Pollard that you had last year. I loved Tony Pollard last year. He absolutely was that guy. Yeah. And hopefully he just picks up right where he left off. But after Tony Pollard, you're talking about Ronald Jones, who what has he done? I mean,
been a journeyman man in a little bit.
He was a number 1 running back in Tampa Bay.
And then where did we just get him from? Was he on?
He was with the Chiefs.
He was with the Chiefs.
But they were stacked at running back, so he didn't get much playing time.
What do we mean by stacked at running back? Like, they had Pacheco, who arrived in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Jerick McKinnon, like, those aren't, I wouldn't consider
Clyde
Jerick
Edwards-Helaire,
McKinnon.
who they took in the first round, they were going to play him over him.
Okay, but he's been a disappointment. Like, to say that the Chiefs are stacked at running back, I think is a huge overstatement, and Ronald Jones couldn't crack it. So, I mean, I don't necessarily believe in him. I'm hopeful for Tony Pollard, but is he going to play all 17 games, even if he is himself? And now we're depending on Deuce Vaughn, who I'm excited about, but you got him in the 6th round. Every team had 6 opportunities to draft him. I think there's a real chance here that your running back position is a problem, and when CeeDee Lamb or Brandon Cooks goes down, here comes Michael Gallup, who's going to need to be elevated. I don't have faith in him, and all of a sudden you're dealing with a giant weapons issue, which has been my whole problem with this entire offseason.
And a robust Cowboys conversation here in the G-Bag Nation as we go around the NFC East. Thank you, guys. Those are good takes.
Walchuk can rebuttal, because I think they're damn good takes, but I think I could very well be wrong.
I think it's something we haven't talked about a lot.
Right,
and
and
I'd
look,
like to say I feel like I've championed that pretty hard.
If Pollard isn't healthy, then I'm more with you, but you also talk about how you don't want to take a running back in the 1st round. You can find running backs anywhere. We've seen running backs get signed that were undrafted free agents that come in and perform, and now you want to say the Cowboys have a running back issue. I don't think it's an issue.
I'm not saying it's an unsolvable issue. But
I think Malik Davis, if they needed to turn to be a bell cow for a game, he's going to be able to be productive for you. I think they're fine.
They very well might be, but Malik Davis they had a chance to turn to him, and they didn't in the game that mattered most, when they needed weapons more desperately than anybody.
This is a completely different season. For whatever reason, he wasn't mentally prepared to play that game.
I don't think he was at all. And they weren't confident to put him in there.
I think Ronald Jones has been productive in the NFL. You can go back and look at his numbers when he played at Tampa Bay. He had some good moments there. I think they've got enough guys so they can get the job done.
I think this is funny. 972. They have an issue at running back. Mark my words. They're going to be calling Zeke back.
Oh, geez. Now that I would say
that would hurt.
Tony Pollard has the same injury as Dak, and Dak's not the same. It's not the same injury. I mean, you're talking about a compound fracture that broke the bone, that annihilated all the ligaments and tendons in Dak's foot, and Tony Pollard had a broken leg. You know, those are things you come back from. On the Giants, New York set out to get deeper and faster this offseason. They did it. I love how quickly Shine and Dayball have transformed this roster. Then again, it still may be the least talented group in the division, writes Rosenthal. Do you agree with that, Brian?
I'd say so, yeah. I do.
Going to have to coach him back in.
I think the Cowboys, Eagles, Commanders, and Giants will probably be, Giants are doing a better job getting players.
Philly, he says they look better than the group that averaged 34.7 points in the playoffs. They added Penny Swift and Mariota in their backfield. Saying, I picked the Eagles to win the Super Bowl before last season because they had the best roster, and this group is better now, so I'll probably do it again. I don't know if they're better. I think I need to see them play and have some of these young players actually come together. I think they have potential to maybe be better, but, man, they lost a lot.
We'll see what Cam Jurgens does at guard for them. Having to play right guard. That's going to be something different for them.
And then Washington, it's the roster you'd expect from a Ron Rivera team that won 7 to 8 games in each of the last 3 years. They profile similarly in 2023, unless Howell is one of the stories of the season, which I'm not ruling out, writes Rosenthal. Okay, look at this. It's 4:16 already. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, I got some Tolos that wanted me to do an NBA draft list. So I've got the top 10 greatest steals in NBA draft history. Who's the best steal you think? Next on the Fan.
Okay, let's chat. the Woolchuck Wooly Bully Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. I got the 10 biggest draft steals in NBA history in honor of the lottery. That was a couple nights ago. This was a recommendation from Atoll. They're like, man, I'd love to get an NBA draft list in here. I've also got another one brewing.
It's brought to you by the Almated Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com, Zach.
They are offering 50% off for Tolos, and I can guarantee you it works. My hair is as full and thick as it's ever been, and you want to get ahead of that thing early before the receding hairline starts. I get it. You're having hair issues. It's a lack of confidence. Go see them, EliteSkinCenter.com. They'll fix you up. Consultation's free as well. So if you're not sure, you can just go in there, talk with them, get the consultation done, and then move forward. But 50% off this week for Tolos. Pretty awesome deal that they're doing there. Now, I did have this. Pro Football Focus put out the top 25 or the top players under 25 list. And there's 3 Cowboys that made the list. Micah Parsons, number 1 on Pro Football Focus's list of the 25 best players under 25. Not really a surprise there.
Nope.
CeeDee Lamb, how high do you think he was?
I bet he's top 10.
Number 9, CeeDee Lamb. The only receivers higher than him were Jefferson and Chase. So he's the 3rd best receiver in the NFL.
Jefferson number 1, right?
Nailed it.
Jefferson ended up being number 2 behind Micah.
But number 1 of the receivers.
But number 1 of the receivers, yes.
Right.
Jamar Chase was 4, by the way. So it went Micah Parsons, Justin Jefferson, Tristan Wirfs, Jamar Chase, and Sauce Gardner. They were the top 5. Creed Humphrey at 6. Patrick Surtain out of Denver, number 7. Rashawn Slater at 8. And then CeeDee Lamb was 9. To round out the top 10 was Andrew Thomas. The other Cowboy that made it, top players under 25, was Trayvon Diggs. He was number 25 on the list, and the player that was ahead of him was Tariq Woolen, corner out of from the Seattle Seahawks out of UTEP.
Yeah,
UTSA.
Yeah, and he was just a rookie, right? And he was absolutely nasty. If it wasn't for Sauce, he would have probably
been the best rookie.
Yeah, he would have probably been the.
But the only corners ahead of him that are 25 or under, you've got Sauce, Woolen, as I mentioned, but right ahead of Woolen at 22 was A.J. Terrell from the Falcons.
Man, you've been on a good run. You're making the playoffs. You have a good team. You have a contender, and you're still stacking up 1 out of every 8 of the top players under 25. This franchise is positioned. Really good long-term veterans and a good group of youngsters. And maybe this is the best they've been positioned. We keep saying it. I still think they're short, but, man, it's a hell of a team.
It is, yeah. I mean, they've done an excellent job with their drafting, and hopefully this class works out as well. I know this one maybe not thought of as highly, not a lot of sexy names, but hopefully they keep the trend of good drafting.
If I told you they could only keep, they're obviously keeping Micah, but if they could only keep Diggs or Lamb, one of those guys is not going to get the deal done or whatever, hypothetical. Do you guys have a preference there? I mean, you know mine. I would keep Lamb.
Yeah, I think it's harder to find the corner that's
no
good
question
than the receiver, but I'd still probably go with Lamb.
Okay.
Yeah, I just Diggs is too boom or bust to be like a premium defensive player. He's an exciting defensive player. He's a guy that can go win you a couple of games, but the plays that he gives up are big. And now that you have another good corner on the other side, he's going to be targeted a lot more. Last year was a reprieve from not only the picks for the opposing quarterbacks, but also the targets at Diggs. I think there's a coming back in a big way. And if I'm the Cowboys, I'd be awful patient on negotiating that one. I'm trying to get Lamb done now. Diggs, we can wait. You know, I think he might have already peaked.
Yeah, and you can franchise him. And that might be the way to go, ultimately what they end up doing.
Yeah, Lamb's the guy.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the top 10. Top 10 biggest draft steals in NBA history. Now, I don't know, how you guys follow the NBA draft. It's not quite as hyped as the NFL draft, but I know you were a big Penny Hardaway guy.
100%.
So would that be your biggest draft steal, you think?
I would say Kobe Bryant.
Ooh, I like that.
He was supposed to be a Hornet.
Yeah.
He ended up being a Laker.
Yeah.
And he didn't go till 13, right?
Yeah.
13th pick.
Yep.
Yeah, teams were like, I don't know. The guys are just out of high school. KG had just come out of high school, but there was this bad idea that if you did not go to college, you couldn't be prepared to play in the league. You know, and here's this generational prospect staring everybody in the face, and boom, to fall out of the top 10 is just insane to look back at it. There's bigger ones though, maybe not better player, but Kawhi Leonard, how far he fell. That
Kawhi Leonard, number 10 on the list.
15 to with the Pacers.
Yep. 2011 NBA draft, 15th overall by the Indiana Pacers, immediately sent to the Spurs, along with Bertans and Lorbeck, Erasm Lorbeck.
Yeah, for their point guard.
In exchange for George Hill.
Yeah, decent point guard.
I've never heard of Lorbeck.
I don't know, and I might have just butchered his first name.
Might have been a European draft
Erasm
and stash type of dude. The Spurs have had a number. It'll be interesting to see. Tony Parker and Ginobili going to be on this list too.
Ginobili would be there for sure.
Yeah, Manu's going to be on here. We'll get to him. Tony Parker did not make the top 10, but he is an honorable mention. For the Mavericks in recent history, like who would you go with? Obviously, Dirk ended up being a steal.
Dirk, yeah.
But Jalen Brunson?
Brunson, yeah. Brunson's
got to be the Mavericks guy.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And then you could have gone with Josh Howard for a little bit.
It was a good pick.
It was a good pick.
Right up until it wasn't.
Yep.
I mean, Josh Green was a good pick.
That's
but
weed.
You want to go steal? I need an all-pro.
Yeah.
Like
Josh
beyond
Green
the
not
top
a steal
10
yet. No, not at all. Number 9, we got Draymond Green.
Yeah, that's really the first one as like the new age one that kind of comes to mind because he was a second round pick,
35th overall pick.
He was like a football player at Michigan State, and they're like, all right, we'll take you.
Unreal. I mean, you can find
Did he really
these
play
gems.
football?
Well,
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Tight end?
I think he was a tight end. Yeah.
Is Jimmy Butler going to be on your list?
Jimmy Butler is not in the top 10.
Jimmy Butler was picked 30th overall.
But Jimmy Butler, and I will say one thing about everybody that's in this top 10, they are kind of a one-team type of player.
Like a John Stockton kind of thing?
And maybe that's what's knocking Jimmy Butler is like, did he turn out to be a steal for the team that drafted him? I still think he had a very good career with Chicago, but he didn't stay there, right? He's bounced around from multiple teams, and maybe that's what knocked him from being in the top 10.
I think he was overlooked again.
I agree.
That's my theory.
Hey, and I've been campaigning for Jimmy Butler as like the most underrated guy for several years now, dating back to nosebleed seats.
Yeah, we were trying to get Jimmy Butler to Dallas.
We have been hard trying to get Jimmy here.
That's good work.
Unfortunately, he'd ended up having a good run, or I thought maybe we're on the cusp of it happening. I thought they were going to implode. And
here's our Kyrie. Give us your Hemi, and the Mavericks are hoisting Larry O'Brien.
Gosh dang it!
Years.
Now they're maybe going to go win a championship. Number 8, you guys called it Manu Ginobili, 57th overall pick in the 99 draft by the Spurs. How crazy is that? And Manu Ginobili, talk about a guy that probably needs elite skin center to help out with that hair restoration, but
might be too far gone now.
Man, he was annoying. I always hated playing against Manu Ginobili.
Absolutely. He was extremely aggravating.
Did you struggle with the ball handling? What were you struggling with?
Everything, man. He would always hit a clutch three. He was a solid defender.
Good.
Like, he would always come up with a big
the lefty
basket.
stuff is so just annoying.
The way that he would able to just sliver through and drive in the
I was
lane.
asking because Wolchuk made it sound like he had a tough cover. Like Wolchuk was actually playing against him.
He
got on a couple of bets.
I grew up playing against Manu, and yes, he cut. I mean, I would always go with the under on points, and he'd find a way to hit the over.
It cost Wolchuk tens of dollars.
And anytime I'd go over on assists, he'd hit the under. Frank's like, damn it, Manu, I can't get a read on you.
We should have all just spouted out the name Joker. And the text is all over that. Nikola Jokic being a second round player.
Yeah. He's in here.
I mean, dear God.
Number 7, we got the Greek Freak.
Yep.
You could argue maybe he should be higher, but he ended up being the 15th pick in the 2013 draft. Do you remember who was the first pick in that draft?
What year was
Anthony Bennett?
2013. Yeah, it was Anthony
Bennett.
Dang. Goodness gracious.
Shouts out to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Number 6, how about Rudy Gobert? 27th overall pick in 2013. That was a good draft class. Giannis and Rudy Gobert.
Dude, but okay, think about Anthony Bennett for a second. Had the Cavs actually not been incompetent, they draft Giannis, and then just a few minutes later, basically, LeBron returns to Cleveland, and it's LeBron and Giannis just taking over the league for, I would imagine, forever. That means like LeBron's probably not going to Los Angeles because him and Giannis together, that would just have been nuts.
Yeah, and Jokic was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. We all do remember that.
That's right.
Number 5, Dennis Rodman. 27th pick in the 1986 draft.
Jerry Krause, huh?
Yeah. Absolute stud. He averaged 16.7 rebounds per game.
Well, was he drafted by the Pistons, right?
Yeah, the Pistons, and then he went to the Bulls.
That's a Jerry Krause.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jerry Krause did acquire him.
Yeah.
So
two-time champ with the Pistons.
Give him some credit. Number 4, John Stockton. 16th overall pick in the 1984 NBA draft. Career all-time assist leader and all-star 11 times. If it wasn't for Michael Jordan, probably wins an NBA championship.
Yeah, and there's probably like 5 or 6 guys you could say that about.
Reggie
that are
Miller certainly comes to mind.
legendary Hall of Fame
Well,
talents.
How about the next one? Number 3, the mailman, Karl Malone. The Jazz stole a couple of ones here. Legendary.
Where'd they get him with that?
career.
Like third, though?
13th pick.
Oh, 13th.
13th
Louisiana
pick.
Tech, right?
Yeah. So they got Stockton at 16, Karl Malone at 13.
I mean, those are good picks, but Giannis is better than those guys. No disrespect to the mailman.
Okay.
No disrespect to John Stockton. Those are good players. Rudy Gobert is ahead of Giannis.
I would put.
Some of these
that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Some of these were splitting hairs, but some of them seem egregious to me.
Well, so it might be like where they got him. How late they Rudy Gobert was in the low 20s, but I'm with you. I would move Giannis up. Number 2 is Kobe Bryant, 13th pick, as you mentioned earlier there, Gavin.
Man, that 13th pick has had some.
It's been magical.
Maybe the map should move down.
Is that Reggie
special.
Miller and
Yeah.
Clyde Drexler too? I think at 13.
I think so. Yeah, I think you're on to that. Number 1 though, and the text has been all over it.
Sean Kemp.
It's the Joker.
Oh,
Nikola Jokic. I mean, anytime you get a guy 41st overall, 2014 NBA draft, they're not even showing the draft.
Yeah.
It's a Taco Bell commercial, and they just on the screen. Nuggets take Joker.
They were doing good work in Europe that year. Not only did they take Joker, but they took Nurkic, who, like halfway through their second year, they're like, we got to trade one of these guys, and it's obviously Nurkic because Jokic is blowing up, and we need minutes for all of him. But they were doing some good big man scouting over there in Europe.
And 2-time MVP, probably the best player in the NBA right now.
I do like the 469 saying that would have been it would have been LeBronis.
Oh, LeBron. We did get another good one from the 682. LeBron would have traded Giannis, so.
Yeah.
That's true.
They traded Wiggins for Love.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it, 682.
Like GM LeBron's like, man, I can't have this scrawny kid on my team.
That's right. We don't have time to wait for Giannis to develop over the next 3 or 4 years.
Get me a stud.
We need somebody right now
Trade him
today.
for J.R. Smith
Give
right
me
now.
one of these Kevin Loves or something.
We're going to go around the bases coming up next here, get some baseball conversation. A bet payoff is coming up on Monday. The Nosebleed Boys finally going to tie the knot. And you want to tune in Monday starting at 2 o'clock for that bet payoff. It'll be happening throughout the entire show. And Around the Stars is coming up at 5 o'clock here in the nation.
There's never been a better time to put that.
Welcome back, nation. Stars fans getting excited. We're just over 24 hours from game 1 now. There are start times for all 7 games. We'll get that and more as we go around the Stars coming up at 5 o'clock. Bet payoff on Monday. You're going to want to tune in for that as Wolchuk and Chiafalo, they're going to tie the knot, quite literally. Here's Wolchuk to take us around the bases, though.
Thank you very much, General. We got some good news on Jack Leiter, who continues to have a tremendous month there at AA Frisco. As last night, he had another good outing as they took on Amarillo, and only a 2-out homer kept it from being a sensational night for Jack Leiter. He had a 1-hit shutout into the 6th inning, struck out 10 in the first 5 innings of the game. So Jack Leiter starting to look like the stud that the Rangers were hoping he would be with the 2nd overall pick. He's allowed
That's exciting.
9. Yeah, he's allowed 9 hits, 5 walks, accounting for 3 earned runs over 17 innings, and has struck out 25 batters.
His first 3 or 4 starts were brutal, and I was about to put him on, the bust alert. And we're talking about this Rangers front office not being able to acquire talent.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we need. And if you can add him to this group just next year, I know we're anxious and we want to contend right now. The bullpen's not quite there. You get Jack Leiter and some of these guys in the minor leagues available. You could start talking about an organization like what Atlanta's put together, where it's like, hey, guys hurt. Here comes a guy that could be an all-star out of the minors.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're destined and you're the favorite to win the championship.
What a dream. What a dream. And even Leiter, when he came out of the gates slowly, to put it lightly, he was still – you were seeing the Ks. Like, he was still – you'd be like, okay, I can see striking out a lot of dudes, but then –
it was the dong ball.
It was the dong ball he was giving up pretty bad as well. It was just kind of like there was a volatility there. It was like you see the greatness, and then you also saw like, oh, no, this could be really bad at the same time.
A little bit John Gray-esque. We see that from Jay Gray, too. It's like some outings, John Gray looks like, holy hell, he's one of the better pitchers in all Major League Baseball, and then another one, he's giving up 3 home runs.
I heard Baskey mention, like, if you wanted to go get a Class A or something for this year, when it comes to having like a legit closer or something like that, throwing Leiter in the mix, like, would you be open to that? And then my first thought is no, like I don't want to punt on Leiter at this point.
I'd look at Owen White, and who, coming into this year, last year he was their best minor league pitcher. But if I had to pick between the two, I'm still holding on to Leiter. You took that guy number 2 overall. You can't give up on him.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to get this done. I remember in 2010 we're talking about the Rangers trying to get Cliff Lee. And at that time, it was Martin Perez and Tanner Scheppers that were your top 2 prospects. And in the build-up to the trade deadline, the talk was, you got to get rid of one of them. You just have to. And then the deal for Cliff Lee gets done, and it was Justin Smoke and a couple, like, not even top 10 prospects.
Yeah.
And what happens is, fan bases talk about, I want your number 1 prospect. I want your big-name guy. But internally, the conversations from front office to front office often involve less significant dudes. Now, Class A might be the special kind of reliever that you really unload for, but typically when the prospect package is released, it's underwhelming for the team that dealt the star.
I love
and the
what
team
you're
that
saying.
deals for him is like, wow, we got that dude for just this?
Yes.
And I believe that will happen.
I don't think many teams are going to be like, it's not reasonable for me to give an upper echelon starter in my rotation for the future for a closer.
Yeah.
Like that, the trade-off there is just not worth it.
I'm just saying this again. The fact the Rangers have one of the best minor league systems in baseball. One of the top ranked. If they want to go make a deal, they have better prospects, and it's not just Jack Leiter.
No.
I mean,
they've got an abundance of infielders, as I mentioned. They got some outfield prospects. They got a lot of position players that they can unload.
An abundance of value.
Yeah. Would you give up Josh Smith?
Yeah. I would, because I think Ezekiel Duran.
Somebody that's on the 25-man roster right now.
Yeah, if a team wants Josh, but then I love Smitty. I do, but I think Ezekiel Duran is a guy that I would keep over him.
Yeah.
I mean, those are your prospects, like utility guys, infielders. We're kind of set here, and any of those guys that could add, a huge bat in the lineup from the outfield position, bullpen pieces, there will be value in guys that the majority of Texas Rangers fans haven't heard of that will go for very helpful bullpen pieces. And, it's just a matter of time now. Just got to hold your breath and hope that the quality relievers they have can at least be good when they get the ball.
Rangers right now have a 2-game lead on the Astros in the AL West as the Astros sit at 24-19. They've got a 3-game lead over Seattle right now. So, this is interesting as to what are the best rivalries right now in Major League Baseball. CBS Sports put out an article about this. Rangers don't have one listed. They've got Yankees-Rays has been really good, Padres-Dodgers, Mets-Braves, and then you'll always have like Yankees-Red Sox, Cubs-Cardinals, right? Those go way back. But how spicy could Astros-Rangers get as that rivalry could really get ramped up here if they're having a pennant race deep into September? I mean, finally that thing would be back because, I mean, when you think about it, Rangers haven't really had a bunch of rivalries. Really had Toronto when they were facing in the playoffs over and over again. Certainly Houston's like a built-in in-state rival, but it's been a no contest. The Astros have been the best team in baseball for the majority of the last 5 years. Rangers have been one of the worst, but now both of them are good.
Yeah, that's special, man. In your division, in your state, like the fan bases, I know the teams hasn't been competitive, obviously, but the fan bases are still like
there's always that animosity.
It means something for sure. So especially when it's like high stakes games, that's going to be a blast.
I think this thing could be huge. If you remember 2015, 2016, 2017, the Astros thought they were about to take over the AL West and the AL. Rangers come back from like 10 games down to win the division. The rivalry was on fire. Fast forward about 24 months, Astros win the World Series. They come to the Globe on opening day. They take over the damn stadium. Rangers fans were pissed. It is an absolute tinderbox with gasoline soaking all over it, ready to explode if both of these teams can manage to be good for a couple of years. I hope they don't stay good. I hope we retake the division and kick the living bleep out of the Astros for the next 10 years. But chances are, because they still have so many good players, here's what's going to happen. They're going to be that former champion that keeps making the playoffs while the Rangers are blasting off into the stratosphere, which is going to give us the ideal experience. Beating the crap out of the former champions, retaking the division, and burying your in-state rivals while resecuring the silver boot. All of it's going to come back together. And they're going to be there counting their rings, but we're going to be taunting them for cheating for at least one of them.
Yes.
My baseballs are tingling right now.
It's going to be incredible because I think the Rangers are here to stay. I think that they're going to be in this thing for the entirety of the season. And, with Jose Altuve getting back for the Astros, granted they have had some injuries with that rotation, but they're deep. They're going to find a way to weather that. Those two, I think, are going to go down to the wire. Angels and Yankees from the 9-7-2. Certainly the Yankees. I mean, I think every team has a little bit of hatred there for them, and they've had some fun postseason series as well. And the Angels certainly within your division.
I asked my general manager friend in the league what it would take to get Clase.
Ooh, okay.
And he said a ton.
Oh, wow.
He said Durant, Smith, plus, is there Takahoa? Roby? Is it Takahoa Roby?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they're minor leaguer.
And likely a smaller third piece.
Okay.
It'll be extremely expensive.
Gee, Smith and Duran. That is a lot.
Did I say his name right?
A bleep ton.
Did I say his name right? Takahoa?
See, and that's a lot.
It's a tough name.
Roby's his last name.
Yeah, Roby
right?
is the last name. I need to get a pronunciation on the first.
Duran or Smith plus Roby and likely a smaller third piece. It would be extremely expensive, is what my
that's tough to
general
part with
manager
both
buddy said in the
Duran
league.
and Smith. I'd almost
No
feel
chance.
like take your pick of the one, and then we'll throw in one of our minor league infielders. Do you want Wenzel? Do you want
easy.
Foscue?
Yeah, no, you can have both those guys.
You want both? Okay.
You don't need them to win right now. You'd be adding Clase. You have young guys, and what's Duran really going to do? He's going to be moving around different spots. We need a trade for a real bat who's got a permanent position in the outfield. And I think that is your presence in the lineup that will replace Duran. You have the defense taken care of already. So if that's what they want for a reliever like Clase, that's the jewel of your bullpen. Now you make a couple of more complementary pieces. But, I mean, a name we didn't even recognize, on that list, a minor leaguer and some guys that really aren't going to start for you for the best bullpen piece available? Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah. You're probably right, and I need to be a little more open-minded. I'm just looking at, how much have Duran and Smith really saved you? Like with Seager going down, I mean, they're such big utility guys, and Duran's bad. I just think he's only going to get better. I just see tremendous upside with him. But you have your shortstop in place for several years, and you've got your third baseman with Josh Young. So he really is just going to be a utility guy or a DH for you.
Well, thank you so much for the trip around the bases, Wolchuk. We appreciate that so much. Okay, when we come back, it is time to get some Stars content in here. The start times have been released. The starting goaltender for the opposition has been released. and much more coming as we go all the way around the stars next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is a
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir. Hope you're having a terrific day, and I know Dallas Stars fans are so excited about what might be on the cards for them tomorrow night as they go to Las Vegas for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. And ladies and gentlemen, we are set to go all the way around the Stars, tell you every piece of news and information that has come down since the last 24 hours. You do have Hurricanes and Panthers tonight on TNT at 7 o'clock. If you would like to see a potential, finals preview opponent, maybe start scouting these guys if the Stars get through. But other than that, we do have all of the start times available. We can tell you when all of these games are going to be played with your Stars here, as the schedule was released this afternoon by the NHL. And tomorrow night, 7:30. Sunday is 2 o'clock in Vegas. What a fun time that'll be. The following Tuesday at 7, Thursday at 7, Saturday at 7. Game 6 would be at 7 o'clock as well. And then the potential Game 7 would be pushed to 8 o'clock on Wednesday, May 31st in Las Vegas, if you need it, if neither team is eliminated by the time. So mostly 7s, other than tomorrow night, 7:30, Game 2 at 2, and then Game 7 at 8 o'clock. So much better for our viewing and sleeping schedules. Thank you, NHL, for finally seeing fit to give us a decent start time so our kids could actually fall in love with this hockey team.
Yeah, man. We don't have to choose between sleep or stars. We get the sleep and the stars. Gosh, that's a beautiful duo.
It is, man. It's no fun when you're starting to go sleep deprived. Now, we do know Aiden Hill is going to be the Vegas starter at goalie, and this might be the most exciting thing you got going on in this series, even though you don't have the home ice advantage. And you tip your cap to Vegas, but apparently they've lost 5 goaltenders to injury this season. So Aiden Hill is a guy that's borderline jobber, journeyman. He's a guy that's never been considered a top goalie or a surefire. This dude is our starter. So I think that's huge advantage, Dallas Stars, with Aiden Hill being the starting goaltender for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah, and
that's
their
huge right
backup, if Aiden Hill struggles, they might have to look at Jonathan Quick, who was with the LA Kings, won a couple Stanley Cups with them. But I mean, he's an older player. However, he's got the postseason experience. So yeah, they've had a weird situation there with the goaltenders, as you mentioned, going through about 5 different.
Yeah, that's a huge edge. Now, can you get Ottinger? Do you trust Ottinger to rise to the occasion and be the top playoff goaltender that he is? You can have a couple of shaky series, but, man, if you shut down here in the conference finals and lead this team to a finals, we'll forget all about the multiple goals in very short periods of time and allowing more than 50% of the shots he let in for individual periods in that second series. That was crazy. But where are you guys at with Otter right now coming in? Is this still a major asset or something that's on shaky ground for these Stars?
I still consider him to be a major asset, but I am now having to come to grips with the fact that I don't necessarily know that I'm going to get his best every single night. I do feel like I'm getting his best more often than not in a 7-game series, but I'm now kind of grown accustomed to the idea that he's probably going to have a couple of stinkers throughout a series, but I know that he's going to bounce back every time.
Right. I mean, he's definitely going to bounce back. That dude, the mental toughness is strong with him. He is a young Padawan of the Jedi Order, but I'm still confident in Jake Ottinger. I do think he's, without question, the best goaltender left in the playoffs for me. And while, yes, he has not carried the Stars and put them on their back like we thought maybe he would have to do at times, he's been helped. I mean, offensively, they've been there for him. And that's why this Stars team is different, and this Stars team has a legitimate chance. Of course they do. They're in the Final Four, but why we felt like they could win the Stanley Cup, because they are a complete team. The big question will be the defense in front of him. They've had some shifting parts with Miller and Hakanpää and what do their defensive pairings end up being? Like, do they keep Harley and Hanley together? Do they end up shifting some stuff? I think the support in front of him is very critical, especially in this series where Vegas leads the postseason in blocked shots. So their defense is strong. They're going to bring it to help out Aiden Hill. I think the Stars' defense is going to be big in this series, but I'm very confident in Otter.
Yeah, I think you have to be. The thing you mentioned about maybe one or two, the shaky moments, the fact that that if he does have that shaky game, that you're going to get that bounce back. I think that's really the most. I think the team realizes that too. That you know what, if he's going to have a bad day, then we'll probably lose this one. But next time we lace him up, we'll be okay. There's that factor you have to have, and you're to the point now where you're in the Western Conference Finals. You're down to the finals. You got 4 teams left in all of hockey. You're one of the 4. So. There's a reason why the Stars are here. They've won. I think they've won 2 really tough series, though. I think the Wild series and this one especially.
They beat 2 really good teams.
Yeah, especially with what with the Kraken and how many different scorers they had and having to deal with that, and the speed that the Kraken played with.
Dealing with that again here with Vegas, not the speed, but the depth. They have 13 different scorers as well on this team.
Yeah. So to me, I think that Otter's. I think he's more than up for the task for this one.
It is a great storyline that's been true with these Stars over the last 3 or 4 years. Like the longer the series goes, it feels like the more they figure out what it's going to take to create opportunities and to shut the other team down.
They struggle. Like it always seems like that games 1 through 3, there's some kind of thing where the Stars are trying to kind of figure out.
Yeah.
And it maybe it doesn't go as well. But then all of a sudden you get games 4 through 7, and now the goals start to get, and they've kind of got you. They got you pegged a little bit.
Incredible watching that game 7 when it was like the Stars are without question the faster team. And throughout the entire series, it seemed like Seattle was. But they stepped up and raised their game when they needed to.
Yes, sir. Okay, we go to the morning news here as we're taking you around the Stars. The headline today, why the Stars are the most compelling story left in the Stanley Cup playoffs, written by Kevin Sherrington. And there's just a number of really great storylines here. You have DeBoer facing off against the former team that fired him last year. I mean, that by itself could be one of the top storylines in any sport postseason. Rope Hintz losing the underrated label and now leading all of the NHL postseason in points with 19 of them. So you have a breakout star, which could capture the attention of an NHL fan base. You have Wyatt Johnston, the kid, just turned 20 years old, breaking out. That story could be a Sports Center. Hey, look at this rising star having such a huge impact. And then you have the old man, the 38-year-old roommate of the kid in Joe Pavelski, who's seemingly getting older with age. So, there's a number of things that are create incredible content for features, for storylines. And because of that, I think you can expect the Stars to be getting even more publicity than usual. And, maybe some of the things that could now allow this to take the brand and the recognition of Texas hockey up just another notch. Now, speaking of that, Star Telegram has a story here. Thanks to the Dallas Stars' success, they're talking about putting a team in Houston. That's how big this deal is right now. We might be getting another down south rival in another sport.
Let's do it.
Add it to the list.
Oh, the Houston, for years they've supported with the Arrows.
The Arrows, the Houston Arrows were big.
They're big hockey. I mean, they have history. The Arrows have history all the way back, like the Gordie Howe and his sons playing down there. That's some kind of history they have with hockey down in. But they just never have had the opportunity. Arizona needs to do something. They're playing in that arena right now in Tempe at Arizona State. 5,000 people seat arena there, and they've got to get out of that place, and Houston would be a very good opportunity for them.
Yeah, I love the location down there, but they definitely need something new. Okay, elsewhere as we go around the Stars broadest, you have something to add on to that previous point?
Yeah, well, not the previous point, but I wanted to go back, and when you start to talk about home ice advantage and stuff, and you look at what the Golden Knights have been able to do at home, their goals against and goals for are almost equal. They've scored 21 goals at home. They've given up 20 at home, but they're terrible on the kill. So if special teams, we always talk about this. Special teams turn in. You get penalties called. Maybe later in these playoffs and stuff, the officials don't call as many penalties. but you look at the Vegas Golden Knights at home, they're less than 48% killing penalties at home. And if this turns into 4 games being played out there and this trend continues, and we see what happens with the Stars when they get on the hop, where they could be the man advantage. But if Vegas is going to be that poor at home, killing penalties, this might be something that you kind of focus in going into the series. Hey, this could be an advantage for the Stars.
The Stars have the best power play remaining in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that's definitely one. It was interesting. The Athletic had an article. They interviewed a coach, an executive, and a scout, I think it is. But one of the executives in regards to Jason Robertson, who we've been really nervous about, he said, I'm not worried about Robertson. He's doing a lot of good things for them team-wise. He's putting pucks in behind the defense. He's playing more of a complete team game, even though he's not scoring. And it's not like he isn't getting chances. They're just not going in, or the goalie's making a big save. Against Seattle in Game 7, he could have scored twice. Probably in the regular season, both go in. From a coaching perspective, I see a guy that's getting chances, and it's only a matter of time before he's going to break through. Pete used him at the end of the game when protecting the lead. That tells you there's no cheat in his game. So, I mean, he's a two-way player. And one of the execs is also talking about Miro Heiskanen, about being the Cale Makar of this year's playoffs. And Cale Makar was incredible in the Avs Stanley Cup playoff run last year.
Well, he's a hell of a player, but, when it comes to Robertson, I would say that's covering for your guy. You're a superstar. I don't want to hear about your all-around game. I don't want to hear about how you're a two-way player.
You want some pucks in the back of the net.
Yeah, I think when you're developing athletes, create a chance. You can't worry about the results. Oh, you didn't execute, but don't worry about that. You did all the right things. Worry about what you can control. When you're paid to score goals, when your job is to score goals, there's nothing more that you can say about it than it's a giant failure. And as a coach or as a GM or a teammate, your job's to try to build up his confidence, because there's no benefit in calling it what it is. But what it is right now, it's one of the biggest playoff turtlings that we have seen in DFW sports history. This is Barry Bonds with the Pirates. This is A-Rod in the playoffs before they won that one World Series. And he had a decent postseason run there. This happens in sport, and it is your ability under pressure when your adrenaline is firing. Mike Bassick talks about his first game in the big leagues and how he was just shaking, right? And some guys, when they go to the next level, they can't handle the added energy that's in their bodies. The greats wake up on playoff day, boy, they are energized, and they take that energy and they channel it and harness it to play their best ever. The guys that fall short of that get psyched out by that energy. And Jason Robertson's still a young player, so I'll have faith in him. But to me right now, this is a long-term hope that Jason Robertson can evolve himself into a good playoff performer. The pressure's high. Your adrenaline is firing. Can you have the awareness to still check your shoulders, know where the entire other team is, where all of your teammates are, and that overriding energy short circuits the ability to stay present and react instantly. So guys that are over-energized, anxious because the moment is too big for them, they're always a quarter second behind because they're thinking instead of reacting. And it's the intimidation factor of being on the game's biggest stage that really separates the greats. That's why in basketball, it's the superstars that have won pretty much all the championships except for Dirk and the Pistons for the last 25 years. And in football, it continues to be the Bradys and Mahomes. Why? The other guys can do the job. Sometimes they have better stats when you line them up against 17 teams during the regular season. Get them to the postseason. That separates the men from the boys. And right now, it's nothing but a major gut check time for Robertson. Thanks to the text for calling me out on Pavelski. He is getting older with age, and that's my bad.
I thought that was a hot take, man.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we need better from Jason Robertson, and I hope they can win the Stanley Cup in spite of his performance. WFAA has a story up about the Dallas Stars' wives and girlfriends. Apparently, a tradition started in 2017. If your hockey team makes it, the so-called WAGs have to come up with a customized jacket for all of them to wear in the arena.
Yes, I saw them in Game 1 of Minnesota. And I was like, are these Dallas Stars ice girl, like all of them are like stunning blondes and brunettes, right?
Yeah.
But they're all together and wearing the same jacket. And then I was talking with the people I was with. No, I think those are the players' wives and girlfriends. So I'm glad that this story came out.
Yeah,
I'm not crazy.
If you see hotties running around in a bomber jacket this year, it's all black with a bright green logo and numbers and whatnot, the names of their husbands and boyfriends and whatever. That's the Wags. Started with the Capitals in 17. They made some jean jackets that year. But that was
like a
pretty
league.
fun.
This is like a league-wide thing.
Yeah. Apparently, it's your responsibility as the Wags to come up with a theme and get these customized and kitted out, and then you get to show up like 25 deep with these customized jackets that nobody else in the arena can get. Talk about FOMO.
That's a game day vibe right there, boys.
A scout, coach, and exec picked the conference finals for the Athletic. 2 out of the 3 taking the Stars in 6.
Let's go. I'm taking Stars in 6.
A little bit of confidence there. And there's a great story on Wyatt Johnston staying with that Pavelski, the guy that gets older with age. A story about how awesome he is, but also how he was not a finalist for the Calder Trophy despite his 24 goals. How he lives with Joe Pavelski, tries to do his part with the chores. Sounds like he's a good house guest.
Yeah.
Wants to leave a small footprint. But also, a lot of quotes in there about his hockey mind and the coach talking about it's really his wise beyond his years ability to stay in position and have an impact. Despite not being a very big guy or an experienced guy, they're just talking about the mental side of the game is what allows this Wyatt Johnston to have, that presence of mind and, to be seemingly in position, to appear out of nowhere. They said they don't have many clips of just Wyatt Johnston doing his own thing on the video because he's always helping a teammate on defense. He's always supporting in a passing lane. He's always skating close to combo up and then escaping. It's all of these combination moves and teammate moves that populate the Wyatt Johnston video reel that they distribute to all their players. And, that's huge. You're the ultimate teammate. And to be doing that at 20 years old, I think it speaks incredibly well for the future of this team. Maybe he'll be that present scoring star that's mentally tough. That we want Jason Robertson to be. Robertson will get you to the playoffs. Johnston will take over from there. That'd be a fun storyline. Okay, we got the Expressway and 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content coming at you next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat DNM.